Hey there, welcome to this course, and in this particular course we are going to learn how you can implement Spring security into your applications with the help of databases like PostgreSQL and MySQL database. Now this course begins with the very basics, like we start talking about security concepts, and then I show you how you can integrate Spring security into your applications, and then we implement something called as JWT authentication. Now, if you're not aware of this term, don't worry, I have you covered inside the course. So we'll learn what JWT authentication is, how it works, and how you can implement it into your modern production grade applications step by step. And then I just not show you the backend part, we graduate towards the front end. Okay. Then we talk about React applications, how you can implement or integrate React front end into your Spring Boot backend that is authenticated with the help of JWT. So we build a very simple application where I show you how login works, like how authorization works, how you can log in, and how a user on the front end is actually authenticated when you have a backend which is implemented or authenticated or secured using JWT. So we see all of this, and we see all of this with the help of databases. So I'll show you how you can implement security using databases like PostgreSQL and MySQL, because these two are the most powerful and most popular databases in the world out there. So if on your job you face a scenario wherein you have to implement Spring security with the help of database, it's going to be likely out of this two, okay, because these two are most popular out there. So after we are done with this, we begin talking about OAuth2. And then I show you a project, like how you can implement a login with Google or a login with GitHub, both these functionalities with the help of a Spring Boot. And I just not show you the backend part, but like the first part of the course where we implement the React part using, where we implement the authentication using JWT with the help. Now here also I just don't cover the backend, but instead I actually give you a complete picture by showing you how login with Google and login with GitHub works when you have a front end like React application in place. Okay, so we take a look at all of this, and the entire course is hands-on. Okay, so be sure to leverage this knowledge and do watch this video till the very end So be sure to leverage the knowledge shared in this video and also watch this video till the very end. Now goes without saying, if you are liking my video or if you're liking the content that I'm bringing to you, be sure to hit like, subscribe and comment below and let me know who you are, where you're joining in from, and what sort of videos I should bring in on this channel. Without further ado, let's jump right in. Well, I know most of you want me to go hands-on directly and show some code, right? But to implement Spring security into production grade applications, you need to understand some concepts that are important. And I'm going to talk about those concepts because once you understand these concepts, then you will be ready to implement Spring security into any of your Spring Boot applications. So please bear with me for a while. I'm also excited to teach you in a hands-on way. This is a hands-on course, of course, but yes, some concepts we need to touch upon, and for that we need to touch the slides. Okay, so first thing, I want you to know that security is important. Of course, you understand this, and that is why you are here watching this. Okay, now what is security? So security is securing something. Okay, and you have a house, right? You have doors, windows, you lock your door if you're out, right? Spring security does something similar for your web applications. It's like a sophisticated security system that you implement in your application, and that system ensures that only the right people can access certain parts of your application. And this helps you keep your data safe and sound, okay? So in case of your home, why would you lock your door and windows when you're going out? Of course, so that no one can come in and access your personal things, right? Similar way, it works with your web application. Okay, and Spring Security helps you with that. All right. Now, if I have to talk about the importance of security, number one important thing is privacy protection. So just like you won't want strangers peeking through your windows, your users don't want unauthorized people seeing their personal information as well. Okay, so protecting user data prevents identity thefts and fraud. This is something that you need to understand. Trust. So if your house is known to be easily breakable, people will be wary of leaving their valuables with you, right? In a similar way, if an application is known to be insecure, users and client will not trust it with their data. Okay, so if you're building something, then having that credibility, having that trust is really important in the market. Integrity. Imagine someone sneaks into your house and replaces your important documents with the fake ones. Okay, so in the digital world, application security ensures that the data remains unchanged and trustworthy, preventing from unauthorized modification. Okay, compliance. This is also important. So there are laws and regulations about building security in real world. Okay, and there are also legal requirements for data protection in digital world. So security helps ensure compliance with these laws, avoiding legal consequences. Okay, so this is the importance of security. Now let's talk about role of Spring Security within the Spring ecosystem. So we have Spring Framework. It's like a foundation, like the structure of your house. Then you have Spring Boot, and it's a module that makes easy to set up and run Spring applications. It's kind of like having house built with all the utilities connected and ready to go, right? So there are a lot of features of Spring Boot like auto configuration and all that make your life a lot easier. Okay. Then you have Spring Data that help you manage data access. Okay. And then you have Spring Security. Okay. Now, Spring Security is a key player in the Spring ecosystem. It's a collection of tools and frameworks for building Java applications. And using Spring Security means that you're protecting your application's data like you would protect assets in a company safe or anything personal. Okay. So there are two important things that you need to understand when it comes to security and when also it comes to Spring Security. So number one is authentication. We will take a look at what authentication is. Okay. And then we'll talk about authorization. So most of the people I speak to, they get confused about these two terms. Okay. So I want some clarity around this first. And then when we head over to implementation, you will have a clear understanding as to what we are doing and why we are doing. Okay. So talking about authentication and authorization. Authentication. What is authentication? Authentication is proving who you are. Okay. So if you are going into a restaurant or if you're going into a hotel, okay, you'll have a security person or someone at the reception, whoever, who will ask you for your membership card or how you are entering, any sort of authentication that authenticates that you are allowed to enter. Okay. And showing that thing proves that you are a member, and that's the authentication that you do, right? In your computer, when you log in, you're entering your password, your username and password, or if you're using Mac or any other laptop which has a fingerprint scanner, you will scan your fingerprint, right? And it authenticates that it's you who are supposed to use the system and you are using the system. That's authentication. What is authorization? Authorization is about what you're allowed to do after you have proven who you are, right? So you have proven who you are. Now, if you enter a hotel, okay, you enter as someone, right? You show the identity card and you are allowed to enter. You enter. But now you might not be allowed to enter every place of the hotel, right? You might be allowed to access certain rooms or certain facilities, and there will be specific permissions that will be with you. Okay, you cannot enter, for example, a security zone. You cannot enter a particular area, or you cannot enter someone else's room. You are not authorized to go there, right? You're authorized to use your own room. So that is nothing but authorization. Okay. And in a computer system, authorization decides what actions you can take after you have logged in. Okay. So let me reiterate over here. Okay. What is authentication? Authentication is like you are entering your username and password. Okay. You enter your username and password, you get access to the system. Okay. What is authorization? With authorization,
Okay, so if you are having an application, you're going to have roles, right? So user A will be allowed to do a certain thing. User B will be allowed to do a certain thing. Okay. User C cannot delete a certain thing. Okay. So this authorization, so you authenticate user A. Okay. User A will enter username and password and he'll say, all right, I'm user A. So he's given access to the system. Now, after getting the access, he cannot delete a particular record. That's authorization. Okay. So stopping him to delete a particular record is authorization. Okay. So there are two aspects of security over here that you need to understand. Authentication. Authentication is gaining access and it's proving who you are. Authorization is about what you are allowed to do after you have proven who you are. Okay. So in a sense, as a developer, you need to implement authentication in your application and you also need to control the authorization. Okay. So if you are implementing something, if you're building a simple application and if you don't need authorization, like everybody is allowed to access everything, that's absolutely fine. Authentication is what you need to deal with. But normally in every application that at least I have seen, authorization is really important. Okay. So there will be an admin. So if you're building an e-commerce store, there will be an admin, right? Who can create products, who can view orders, who can view customers' phone number. There will be a customer support executive who cannot view the revenue, who cannot like create a product, right? He can view the support tickets, right? So that's authorization, all right? So this is something that you need to understand. Now let's talk about some key security principles, okay? First principle is least privilege, okay? So users and processes should have the minimum level of access or permissions that you should assign to perform the necessary task. Okay. So whenever you are assigning something to anyone, make sure you give them the least level of privilege to complete the task. Okay. Secure by design. Now, what does this mean? So security consideration should be integrated into the design phase of software development rather than adding it as an afterthought. Okay. So what happens is, I'll tell you, normally we developers, we get requirements from someone in the company, like let's say a manager or a product owner, someone, depending on how your hierarchy is designed. Okay. Security is not given a thought at that time. Okay. So whatever requirements you're getting from the client or whoever, okay, he's going to give you all the functionality he wishes to have, right? People normally don't mention security as an aspect. Okay. It has to be considered by default by you as a developer. Okay. And you have to think of security into the design phase itself. So when you're designing your application, thinking about different components, you have to think of security. That's the best approach. Okay. Normally what happens is developers build the system and then they implement the security and then they start thinking about security. Okay. So this is not good, but it has to be secure by design. Okay. Fail-safe defaults. So systems should be designed with secure defaults, meaning they should operate securely out of the box without requiring additional configuration. Secure communication. So whatever communication you're doing, transmitting data over the network, it should be encrypted and you should prevent any interception over there. Okay. And it's essential that you protect all the secure information that you are transmitting. Input validation. So all the input data from the external APIs and everything should be validated to prevent any sort of attacks like SQL injection and so on. Okay. This is also important. Auditing and logging. So you should have logging and auditing mechanisms to record the events related to security and all the actions that are being performed in your system. So normally what happens is there is a separate logging module that is built in if you see or you work in a production grade environment. So logging module, what logging module will do is who is doing what in the system, that is being logged into a separate table. Okay. So for example, if you're an admin and if you're creating a product, changing access roles, so all of that is being logged. Okay. That this user at this time, he did these things. So that whenever there are any security incidents later on or any sort of breaches, so team can then investigate as to what happened and what led to this breach. Okay. So this is one aspect. Regular updates and patch management. This is important. So you need to keep software dependencies, libraries, frameworks up to date with latest security patches and fixes. Because in the latest updates, normally the latest vulnerabilities or the new vulnerabilities have been fixed. So that is something that you need to keep in mind. All right. So this is about some of the key security principles that you should be aware of. Hey there. So it's time that we talk about how Spring security works. So in a normal Spring Boot application, you will have your controllers over here and you will have requests coming in and response going out. Okay. So this is the entire diagram that explains the working of Spring security. Don't get overwhelmed by the diagram. It's actually simple. I'll break it down for you. Okay. So like I was saying, you have controllers here. Okay. And you have request and response going out. Okay. Request coming in, response going out. Now, when your request comes in, it first goes through a series of filters over here. Okay. So here you have filters. This is one filter, second filter, third filter, so on. There are many filters, okay, depending on what you have configured. Okay. And your request has to go through this series of filters known as filter chain, and then it reaches the controller. Okay. And controller is where your actual application code resides. Okay. Now, these filters have a specific job related to their own configuration. Okay. And if you have Spring security configured, then you will have a filter called as authentication filter. Okay. So without security, you will also have filters exist in your application, but these won't be the security related filters. Okay. But when you configure security, you will have some filters added, which will be the security related filters. Okay. And one of these security related filters, like I said, is authentication filter over here. Okay. Now, what is authentication filter? So authentication filter will be intercepting the requests that are meant to do login. Okay. So there are login requests, and these requests will contain username and password or any sort of authentication information that needs to be validated. All right. So far, what are filters? Filters are nothing but some code, okay, that reside before the controller, and your request has to pass through it. Okay. They will intercept your request for some sort of processing. And you have authentication filter if you have Spring security configured in your project. Okay. What does authentication filter do? Authentication filter will intercept the authentication requests. And what it will do is it will grab the username and password and create authentication object from them. Okay. And this object is basically a way to package the credentials. Okay. So first the authentication object is created. Okay. Because everything within security works in the form of the authentication object. So that object is important first. Okay. And that is being created here. Once the object is being created, the object is being handed over to the authentication manager over here. Okay. Now, authentication manager is someone who decides what to do with these credentials. Okay. So what this authentication manager will do is it will delegate this task, okay, of authenticating the user to someone else. Okay. So authentication manager, like I said, it decides what to do with these credentials. Okay. And it will say that, hey, what should I do with the credential? I should authenticate. Now, to authenticate whoever has sent this request, I need a authentication provider. Okay. So authentication manager decides that, hey, he needs to authenticate, and for that, he'll need a authentication provider. Now, authentication provider. What is authentication provider? So authentication provider is someone who is responsible for checking whether the given username and password or whether the given credentials are correct or not. Okay. And for authentication provider to validate the credentials, it needs two things. One is password encoder, and then it needs user details service. So we'll talk about each one of them. So we'll talk about password encoder first. Okay. What is password encoder? So what happens is whenever the password is passed in or whenever the user credentials are passed in, okay, they are always encoded, right? They will be encoded using some form of encryption, right? And to decrypt the password, you need to do some sort of like processing over there. And that is what password encoder helps you with. Okay, so it helps you encode the entered password, and it will help authentication provider with the same, so that authentication provider can take care of the rest. Okay, so this is about password encoder. Okay, and what is user details service? So this is called by the authentication provider to load the user details, and it can call methods like load by username and all, and it will load the details like username, password, and what all roles does this user have in the system. Okay, and it will load it from a source of data. Okay, so if your data is being stored in the database, it will load it from there. Okay, and what happens is this particular service will load the user information. Okay, and it will return this particular information, which includes everything that system needs to know about the user, including their stored passwords, roles, and all. Okay, it will get this user object and it will convert this object into user detail object. Okay, so the object that is returned by user detail service is user detail object. All right, and then this particular thing over here, authentication provider, will have the user details. So authentication provider will confirm if the username and password are correct. Okay, and once it is validated that the username password are correct, it will create a complete authentication object. Okay, so authentication object earlier that existed, which was created by the authentication filter, that might not have some information like roles and all. Okay, so once the authentication is successful and it's confirmed by the authentication provider, the authentication object is populated with more details like roles and all. Okay, and then this object is handed over back to the authentication manager here, that hey, this is the object, updated object, and this is the user that you wish to authenticate, and this user has been authenticated. Okay, then this object is returned to authentication filter, and then the security context is set. Okay, so what is security context? So security context is a sort of context that is available throughout the duration of the request. Okay, so it's a context wherein the information about the authentication is stored. So where does the detail of the authenticated object reside now? It resides in the authentication object, right? So this authentication object was created by filter, and the details, more details were populated by authentication provider. So then this object is set into security context, and it will be available throughout the request. Okay, and throughout the request, this object is referred as to what the user is allowed to do in the system and what it's not allowed to do in the system. Okay, so like I mentioned that when the authentication is being done, the authentication object is being populated with what? With roles, right? And these roles are being used by the application to dictate as to what the user is allowed to do and what the user is not allowed to do. Okay, so this is how the entire flow works. Okay, here how the flow works is, if I have to reiterate, you as a user enter the username and password. Okay, and it goes through a series of filter chains over here. Okay, filters over here, and one filter will be authentication filter. Okay, and then an authentication object is created here. Okay, authentication manager takes this object and asks authentication provider to verify it. Okay, then authentication provider will use user detail service and password encoder to fetch your details, and password encoder will compare the passwords and everything. If everything matches, okay, the authentication provider will confirm, and your details are saved in the authentication object. Like the authentication object is updated with the rules and all, and the security context will be populated with the authentication object. And then you are allowed to access the controller, and the code executes, and during the request, this context is referred as to what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. Okay, so I hope this is making sense. Now, when we talk about authentication provider, here I've mentioned DAO authentication provider. Okay, so this is one of the common authentication providers used, and this is used when you wish to validate the users against a database. Okay, so normally you have a database where the user details are stored, and if you want to do that, you can make use of DAO authentication provider. Okay. And it relies on this particular service here, user details service, to fetch the user details and then compare it with the provided credentials against these details. Okay. So this is one kind of provider, but there are many providers. Like in-memory authentication provider is one of the providers. Okay. So if you're storing your data into memory and not in the database, okay, then you can make use of in-memory authentication provider. There is LDAP authentication provider. Okay. LDAP, if you're aware of, lightweight directory access protocol. Okay. So if you wish to integrate LDAP security, then you have to make use of that provider. You have JDBC authentication provider. Okay. So there are a few authentication providers that exist. So depending on where your user details are coming from or where they are stored, you will use the appropriate authentication provider. Okay. And you can see the methods over here. So authentication manager will call the authenticate method. Okay. You have matches method to match the password, load by username. These are all methods, find by username. Okay. These are all methods that exist that are called by the respective components. Okay. So this is about the overview of Spring Security. One crucial thing to remember over here is the concept of filters over here. So you're going to see filter, authentication manager, authentication provider, password encoder, user detail service, all of this in the code. Okay. So it's important that you understand these and the roles. And if you still have any confusion, don't worry. Everything will be clear once we start coding things. Okay. But it's important that you understand the concepts at a high level. So that's about the working of Spring Security. I hope this was useful. So now it's finally time that we go hands-on with Spring Security. And to go hands-on, we need to head over where? We need to head over to our favorite website, which is start.spring.io. I'll select Maven. I'll select the required Spring Boot version, and we can have security added over here. Security demo, something like this. Okay. And this I'll call basic or I'll say example. Okay. I'll just keep it example. Okay. You can keep it whatever you want. All right. I'll add a dependency. I'll add web dependency. Okay. And I'll just generate the source code. So download the source code and open it in IntelliJ. So I have this project open here in IntelliJ. Okay. And here I have the entire project structure loaded, and I have the web dependency in the pom.xml. Okay. So far so good. Now what I will do is I will quickly come over here. I'll create a Java class. And I'll create a controller, very simple controller, greetings controller. Okay. And here I'm going to have this defined as a REST controller. Okay. And here I'm going to say public void, or I don't need void. I'll say string, and I'll say hello over here. Okay. And what this is going to do is this is going to return hello over here. Okay. A very simple endpoint. Okay, people. And here, what I can do is I need to add a endpoint over here, right? So what I can do is let me add a hello endpoint. So I'll say get. This has to be get, and I'll say /hello. Okay, we are done. Let me run this application. So I'll run this. Okay, and you can see the application is up and running. Okay. Now what I will do is I will switch over to my browser. Okay, here. Okay, and I'll say localhost 8080, and I'm going to say hello here. You can see hello as the response. So this is a default behavior, right? Now let us add security into our project and let us see what happens. So far we are able to access our endpoint from the browser, right? There are no issues as such. Now here, I'll say add dependencies. I'll say security. So you can see this dependency over here. Okay. You can see like this is the official one. Okay. And you can read about this. It's highly customizable. Okay. Authentication and access control framework for Spring based applications. Okay. It integrates seamlessly with Spring Boot, okay, and it enables you to add security features into your Spring Boot application very easily. Also, there is a great deal of auto configuration involved. Okay, this is something that you're just going to experience in minutes. Okay, so you can head over to like explore, and here you're going to see this particular dependency here. Okay, you can see like Spring Boot starter security, and here you can see Spring Boot security tests. So this is the same actually pom.xml here. What I can do is I can actually copy this pom.xml and I can come here and I can actually replace it over here, something like this. Okay. Now, if there are any changes into pom.xml, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to reload the Maven changes. Okay. Because you need all the fresh dependencies come in, and you should see some security related dependencies come in over here. Okay. So, okay. Here you can see security. So all this has come in. Okay. So it's done. Now let me rerun the application. So our application is running. Okay. You can see it's up and running. And now let us try to access the API. Let me hit refresh. Okay. I had zoomed in, so it just showed me this big login page. So this is a login page and it's asking me to log in. I didn't go to login. I had just typed in my endpoint here. Hello. You can see it's redirecting me to login. All right. So this is the default behavior that happens when you integrate Spring Security into your project. Okay. So this is the default behavior of Spring Security. Okay. This is something that we have not configured. We have just configured Spring Security and we see this. So now it's time that we talk about the default behavior and understand what it is. So if we access the endpoint over here, so I'm entering hello, you'll be automatically taken to a login form. And this is a form that is asking me to sign in. Now, where do I get these credentials for? Okay, so I'm understanding one thing, that after integrating Spring Security, so integrating as in I have just added the dependencies. And after doing that, I'm straight away being shown this particular form. So the endpoints are protected or secure, I should say, which earlier they were not. They were open and anybody on the internet could have access to those URLs. And now we are being presented with a form. And the best part about this form is we have not built it. Okay, this is an inbuilt form that is coming in. All right. And what we need to do is we need to figure out how we log in. So I'll come over to IntelliJ. I'll open my run console and let us take a look over here. Okay. So here, if you scroll up, you'll see something called as using generated security password. And this is a password that is being printed onto the console. Okay. So you can see this password is being generated for development use only. And if you're pushing this code to production, your security configuration must be updated. So I'll copy this password over here. Okay. And this is a password that you will make use of to log in into the form over here. Okay. And if you scroll up a little bit, okay, you'll see a lot of other logs over here, which we'll talk about shortly. Okay. So let's come over here. What I'll say is I'll enter a username. Now, what is the username? Username is user by default over here. Okay. This is an default user that has been created for us, and I'll paste the password over here. And let me say sign in. Now, the moment I say sign in, you'll see hello being printed. And now we have the API working. Okay. So you can see how this was protected behind a login wall. Okay. And if you come over here, okay. So if you go through the logs over here, there is a lot happening. Okay. So we started the application. Okay. You see the application has been started until here. And here you'll see default security filter chain. Okay. Will secure any request with. So you can see all of this filter chain over here. You can see different filters, logout filter, CSRF filter. So these are all different filters that are coming into play. Okay. And you are seeing some logs around them. And this indicates that there are some filters that have been made available by default. Okay. And they are coming in from the security dependency that we have added. So you can see security everywhere, right? So that is what is happening right now. Okay. And we also have a default user to whom we have access. And this is what the password for the same is. Okay. Now, if I restart the application, I'll show you something. If you scroll up over here, okay, this password changes. Okay, so this password changes with every restart. Okay, and this is something that you are supposed to know over here. Okay, now a question you might ask is, here I have logged in, right? Now, if I wish to unauthenticate myself, what do I do? Okay, so first of all, let me do a refresh. I'll be presented with a form again because I restarted the application and the password has changed. Okay, I'll come over here and I'll paste it. I'll say sign in. Oops, I got an error. So probably it's not getting copied properly. Here I'll say user and I'll paste the password. Okay, so this worked. All right. Now, if I want to log out, I have an access to a logout page as well. Okay, which is like very awesome. Okay, so if you just go to your local host, like your URL/logout, you're going to be presented with this form. Are you sure you want to log out? And you can say log out over here and you will be signed out of the application. Okay. So this is something that you need to understand. Okay. And there are a few observations that you need to remember over here or you need to make. Okay. Number one is all the endpoints or everything is authenticated. So if you add more endpoints to your application, if you have just added Spring Security and you have multiple endpoints, everything is secure. Okay. Everything is authenticated. This is observation number one. Okay. The default authentication is form-based authentication. So this is a default authentication that is in place. Okay. And as you can see, this is a form-based authentication, which means that this authentication works with the help of a form. And this form is an inbuilt form. This is something that we have not created. Okay. So this is observation number two. Observation number three is that we have been given access to inbuilt forms like this one, the login one and the logout one. This is something that we have not created. Okay, so this is observation number three. Observation number four over here is we also have access to a default user or a test user, I should say, which is created by default with a default username and password like this. Okay, so this is observation number four. And observation number five is you get access to a default password on the console as well. Okay, and this is auto-generated password over here. Okay, and if you try to access the URL over here, you're being presented with this form wherein you need to enter the credentials that you have and you get access to the application. Okay, also if you inspect the headers, so if you right click, if you say inspect, so right now I'm on Chrome and I'm making use of Chrome developer tools. If you go to network over here, you should be able to see all the requests that are happening. Okay, so let me show this to you. So I'll copy the password again here, this one. I'll come over here. I'll say user and I'll paste the password. And here you should see the request that is happening with all the details. So if I sign in, you'll see, okay, so, okay, I should access hello over here. Okay, but what happened is I just went to login and there was no redirect. So that is why I'm getting this error. Okay, which is fine. We'll ignore this, but we just want to see the login request over here. Okay, so you can see over here, you have /login, but the status code is 302. Okay, so I wanted to show you the status code of 200, but no problem. Let me show this to you again. So I'll just go to logout. I'll say logout. All right. I'll just go to hello or again over here. Okay. So just go to hello and you'll be presented with this login page. Okay. I'll clear everything over here on the console by hitting this button and I'll say user and the password and I'll say sign in. You should see hello over here. Okay. And you can see login over here. Okay. So this is 302 because we are being redirected. Okay. So you won't get 200 over here. This is 302. All right. And here, if you scroll down, you can see everything. Okay. You can see the response over here. Okay. Here, there is no response. Okay. Because you were redirected over here. Okay. But you can see over here, this is the login request. Okay. And you are seeing post over here. And if you scroll down here, you're going to see few response headers as well over here. Okay. Some headers which says X content type options, no sniff. So these are all the security related options that have been set by default for you. Okay. And of course, if you go to hello API call over here, okay, you will see 200. Okay. So on login, you will get 302 redirect, and over here you will see 200. Okay. All right. So this is about the default behavior. Okay. And this is how Spring security dependency or adding Spring security into your application. This is what the impact you see in your application. So I hope this was useful. So we do have access to a automatic generated user password over here. All right. And we are using this for our login over here, right? But this password is not static. It changes on every application restart. So one way to fix this particular password, so you don't want to have a new password every time you rerun your application. So to fix it, you can add a property. So what you can do is you can head over to system, you can head over to application properties, not system properties. And here you can add a property. You can say spring.security. So since this is related to Spring security, you can say user.password, something like this. Okay. And here you can add the password. So I can say demo@123, something like this. Okay. And now when I restart, let me see. So you can see there is no default password that is being printed right now. You can see over here. Okay. There is no default password. All right. And this is because we have added a password ourselves. Okay. So what I would do is I would head over to hello here, something like this. And I will say user and I'll say demo@123. And I'll say sign in, and you can see this is the password that we used to log in. So this way you can like fix your password. Okay. And you can even add a username if you wish to. Okay. So you can come over here. You can say spring.security.username, something like this. And you can say username is admin. All right. And you can rerun the application. And you can come over here. You can like head over to hello. And you will be asked for login information. You can say admin. And you can say demo@123. You can see. So this way you can configure one username and one password from the application properties. Please note, this is not the production ready way to do things. This is good for development purpose. Okay. Because here you are hard coding the password of the users. You're hard coding the username in the code base itself, which is not actually what you would want to do in a production grade environments. But this is how you can save yourself from copying the automatic generated password every time. All right. So right now we have a form-based authentication enabled by default. And what I mean by form-based authentication is we have a form in place that is being used to authenticate the users. All right. But if you're working with REST API, form is not what would work for you, right? So in REST API, you don't have an interface, and you would typically be making use of tools like Postman, right? So there is one more way of authenticating users that is different from form-based authentication. It is known as basic authentication. Okay. Basic, as the name suggests, is the basic way of authenticating users with the help of username and password. So let us see how can we configure our Spring Boot project to enable basic authentication. So what we will be doing is we will be first checking the code for our default authentication method. Okay, so what I'm going to do is here on IntelliJ, I'm going to enter shift 2 times, and I'm going to search over here for a file Spring Boot web security configuration. So you will see this particular class over here. Okay, web security configuration. Okay, this is an inbuilt class that is coming in from, you can see, Spring Framework boot auto configure security.servlet. Okay, and if you're not able to see this over here, like the internal inbuilt classes, okay, what I would request you all is you should go over here in file, you should select settings, and over here, so we will have to go to build over here, and there is a option for Maven. So Maven option you'll find under build tools, and over here you can select Maven, and here you select importing. So here, if you select importing, you're going to see these three options. So you can enable these three. Okay. So what this will do is it will automatically download the sources, documentation, and annotations for all the libraries or dependencies that you are adding. Okay. So if you're not seeing for some reason, you should be able to see after you enable this option. All right. So this is there, and I was anyway seeing this information here. You can head over to this particular class. Okay. So this is an inbuilt class. All right. And this is where you will find some source code written, and this is the class that has the method which has the source code for the default authentication method. So you can see over here, this is the default configuration, and this is how we are authenticated in a default way. So you can see over here, we have HTTP form login. By default, we have the basic authentication enabled over here. Okay. So over here, for some reason, I'm not seeing the comments appear over here. So what I will do is I'll do a Maven reload one more time. Okay. And let us see if we see the comments appear over here. Okay. So you can see over here, it's downloading Maven library sources and documentation. This will take a little bit of time. Okay. But it will automatically be downloaded, and it will automatically index it and show it to you. Okay. But if for some reason we are not able to see, we are good then too. Okay. But you can see over here, I'm able to see this over here. So after changing that setting in the preferences, I have the documentation also being added over here. Okay. And code is much more readable now, right? So you can see over here, you have access to the documentation. So it says this configuration that you're seeing here, this over here. Okay. This is the default configuration for web security. Okay. And it relies on the Spring Security's content negotiation strategies to determine what sort of authentication to use. Okay. So here, you as a user, you can see over here, you as a user can specify your own security filter chain bean. Okay. So we know the concept of security filters. So you as a user have the ability to define your own security filter, right? And how you have to do it, you have to create your own bean over here. Okay. And once you define that, this particular code won't be used. This is a default one, because if the user has not defined his own bean or his own way to authenticate users, then this one will be used. So it says clearly over here, this will be completely backed off, and users should specify all the bits that they want to configure as a part of custom security configuration. So I hope this is clear. Okay. Let me explain this code over here. So this is a short code that is written here. Okay. And as you can see here, this is the default security filter chain. It is taking in HTTP security as a parameter over here. Okay. And what it is doing over here is, first line, if you see, it is saying authorize HTTP request. Okay. And here, as a parameter, it says authenticate any request that is coming to the application. So any request that comes to the application is authenticated by default. Okay. This is a default behavior, right? And this is what we saw. Any API or any endpoint you try to access, it is authenticated by default, right? Second thing says that there is a form-based login that is enabled with default configuration here, all right? And then there is also basic authentication that is enabled with default. Okay, so form login is for web. So like we were accessing the API, right, from the web by entering the URL over here, right? So we were seeing the form-based authentication here. But if you try to access it from somewhere where there is no interface, like for example, tools like Postman. Postman does not have an interface to see the UI, right? You have to just call the API. So in that particular case, HTTP basic authentication will be used. Okay. That is something that will be used. Okay. And here, what we are doing is we are returning the HTTP build object. All right. So this is the default configuration. And as you can see, this is a bean over here. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to enable HTTP basic authentication only. We don't need form authentication. Let's take a look at what basic authentication looks like. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we need to write our own filter because we don't want the default security filter. Okay. We wish to use our own filter because we are now customizing it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to copy this code here like this. Okay. And here, if you scroll up, you'll see few annotations like configuration. This is a configuration thing. Okay. What I'll do is I'll come over here in my project. Okay. Here, I'm going to say security config, something like this. Okay. And I'll close this. And here, what we need to do is we need to paste the code that we have copied. Okay. So I'll paste this here. The moment you paste this, you'll see all the imports also come in over here. Okay. This is done. Now what we need to do is we need to mark this thing as a bean. Okay. Because if you read over here, if the user specifies their own security filter chain bean, so you need to like create your own security filter chain bean. So this is our bean. Okay. And we need to have a couple of annotations on this class as well. So first is you need to say that this is a configuration class, because you are specifying security configurations over here, custom security configuration. So you need to treat this as a configuration class. And then over here, you're going to say enable web security. Okay. This is another annotation that you will be making use of. Okay. And this annotation is being used to specify that here you have like security being enabled over here. Okay. And what I will do is let us run this and let us see what the behavior looks like. Or wait a minute, let me cancel this. I said we are going to enable basic authentication only, right? So we don't need this line, form authentication. Okay, so I'll just disable this. Let us see what basic authentication looks like. Okay, and this is our custom security config. This is done. If you come over here, let me go to hello. Here. You can see the form is gone now and you are now being shown an alert box. Okay. You're now being shown an alert box and you can enter your same credentials, admin and demo @123, and you can say sign in and you should be able to sign in. You can see over here. You can log out. Let us see. You cannot. There is no way for you to log out. Okay. So what you will have to do is you will have to close this session here. You'll have to restart the browser here, something like this, and you'll have to go over here again and you'll be presented with this. Okay. So what I would do is I'll go over to inspect over here and you can see everything in the network tab. So I'll refresh. You can say admin and here you can say demo @123. You're seeing hello over here. You can see, and this is done over here. Right, so you can see how this particular thing worked. Okay, and these are the headers. You can even see a header over here called authorization. Okay, this is something that we'll be understanding, but for now, yes, this is working perfectly fine. And what we have done is we have created our own custom security filter over here. Let me explain this code to you all line by line. Okay, so the first line is about an annotation configuration. So this annotation tells Spring that this class provides configuration to the application context. Okay. We have enable web security. This annotation tells Spring Boot to enable web security features in the application. Okay. And it gives us the liberty wherein using this particular class, we are able to customize the security configuration. So that is what this annotation does. We have bean annotation to mark this as bean. Okay. And this annotation will make sure that this is available as a bean provider. Okay. So if you go inside, okay, here you have this first line, okay, which says that any object or sorry, not any object, any request that the application gets is authenticated by default. So we have not modified this. This is the default behavior and this is what you are also taking it forward. Okay. Then you have this line wherein you're saying HTTP basic with defaults, and this line configures basic authentication and it specifies that Spring Security should use HTTP basic authentication with default settings. Okay. And then we are returning the, you can see over here, we are returning the HTTP security object. So if you hover on this, you should see the object over here. Okay, one second. So security filter chain is the object type. So we are returning the object of type security filter chain, as you can see over here. Okay, so this is what the code looks like, and here is how you can customize the Spring Boot security. All right, you can see how easy it was. We just took the default mechanism and we modified the code a bit to enable basic authentication into our application. So now it's time that we talk about form-based versus basic authentication. All right. So right now we have basic authentication enabled, and if you like access the URL, you're going to see this output. So the first difference is between basic and form is if you try to access login over here, okay, you're not going to see the default login page over here because we have said goodbye to form-based authentication, right? So there is no by default form that is incorporated. Okay, there is no logout as well. Okay, so there's no logout over here. No logout, you'll get an error. How do you log out? So if you want to access the API, you can access. Okay, and if I want to log out, I have to just close the session. Okay, I close the browser, I restart the browser, and I try to access the browser again. I'll be presented with the login form, or not the login form, I should say login pop-up over here, which is like an in-browser alert over here. All right. Now, let us take a look at basic authentication. Okay, so I'll say cancel over here. Okay, I'll go to inspect and I'll go to network over here, and we'll observe what happens when you log in via a basic authentication method. So I'll say refresh. You'll be asked for credentials. I'll enter my credentials. Okay. The moment I enter, I get hello over here. Okay. So this is the request that went through, and you can see this is the request. I get 200 OK. If you scroll down over here, okay, you have some headers being set over here, security related. You scroll over here, you have the authorization information being encoded in the header. You can see this encoding over here. Okay, it says authorization : basic, and then you have some encrypted value over here. So this is the authorization information that is going through the request over here, right? Then you have some cookie related information. Okay, so what happens is you will be seeing JSession ID cookie that is being set in the browser. So if you click on the cookie tab, you see JSession ID and it has this value. So this is the cookie that is being set because our server is making use of cookies for session management. Okay, and that is why you are seeing this over here. Okay. And yeah, that is what the information you should know about basic authentication. Okay, so you're making use of authorization headers over here. First thing, okay, there are no inbuilt forms like you saw. Okay, everything works on the basis of alert pop-ups in the browser, and it is making use of JSession ID as of now, which you have an option to disable via the source code. But for now, it is being tracked using cookies. The session is being managed using cookies. Okay. Now let us see the form-based authentication. So if I like disable the basic one here, if I enable the form-based, and if I restart this, okay, so the application has restarted. If you come over here, okay, let me come over here. I'll keep the headers selected, and let me go to hello again. So you will be presented with the login form again. Okay, and what you need to do is I'll just clear everything off. Okay. So this is a clear button, and I need to say admin, and I need to enter my password, which is demo@123. I log in. Okay. Login is done. Now you'll see login over here. Okay. You can see headers over here. Okay. This is the response headers. Okay. You can see the cookie information over here. So this is also making use of JSession ID cookie. Okay. And JSession ID is being sent back and forth between the client and server with each request to identify the user's session over here. Okay, so you can see that happen. You have the authorization information over here as well. Okay, and you have the explicit cookie tab, like the request tab cookie and also the response cookie. Okay, and that is what you are seeing. Also, you are seeing the payload over here. Okay, so this is how the information is being sent when you do the form-based authentication. So you have the username and password being sent like this. Okay, and you have the CSRF ID over here like this. Okay, now when you are making use of form-based authentication, you are submitting credentials via an HTTP or via an HTML form, not an HTTP form. It's an HTML form. And once the user is authenticated, there is a session being maintained between the client and the server. Okay. But there was no payload tab when we were making use of basic authentication. Okay. So this is something that you need to know. Okay. So that's the difference between form and basic authentication. So what I would do is I would switch over to the basic authentication again. I'll restart the server. Okay. And if you take a look over here in the basic authentication, okay, so let me head over here. Okay. And let me open the network tab at least. Okay. So if I go to network tab, you'll see even though we are making use of the basic authentication, we still have access to the cookies tab over here, right? Which means cookies being maintained. So which means this is not a stateless API yet. So you can disable the statefulness and you can make your API stateless by just adding a line of code over here. Okay. So what I can do over here is I can come over here and here just before this line here. Okay. So I can add a code over here. I can say HTTP dot session management. All right. And I'm going to say session over here. And I'm going to say over here session dot session creation policy. So I'll say session creation policy over here. And here we have an option. Okay, so let me take this to new line, something like this. And here session, one second. So this has to be capital, session creation policy. And you can see over here, session creation policy always, never, if required, and stateless. So I'll select stateless from here. Okay. So this will make sure that our requests are now stateless. So I'll rerun this. Okay. And let us see what this looks like. Okay. So if you come over here, you have the cookies tab, cookie being set. If you refresh, let me see. Okay. We are still getting the cookies right now. I've restarted the app. Let me close the browser and open it again. Okay. So I'll come over here. I'll say admin. Or wait a minute, let me open the network tab first here. Okay. And if I head over to here, I'll say admin demo@123. Okay. Let us see if we have cookie. We don't have cookies now. You can see the cookies tab itself is gone and we don't see anything like cookies. So this is now completely stateless. We have made our APIs stateless. Okay. And we have done this with the help of a single line of code. Okay. We have just added one line which says that, hey, I want my session over here. So you can see the session management should be stateless over here. And this has got us a stateless working API. All right. So I hope this was useful. Normally, when you are building a REST API, you would not be accessing the APIs like this from the browser, right? So this is not how would you access your API. So this is GET request, and that is why we are able to access it right from the web browser. But normally for POST requests, browsers won't work. And usually when you're doing API development, you make use of tools such as Postman, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to Postman over here. I have it installed already. I've created a new workspace as well over here. Okay. And a new collection called security. Okay. So I'll just rename this. Instead of security, I'll call this security course over here. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to see how this request behaves in Postman. Okay. So I'm going to add a new request over here and I'm going to say, or instead of saying, let me just copy this request here. Okay. And I'll come over here. I'll paste it. Now, if you send this request, you're of course going to get 401 unauthorized. This is obviously because we are not authenticating it. Now, the question is, how do you pass authentication information from Postman? So for that, you need to head over to Auth over here and you need to click over here on the drop down and you need to select basic auth over here. Okay. Now, if I minimize this, you are going to be shown a form over here. Okay, now what is this form? This form is the form where you can enter the username and password. So I'll enter my username as admin and password as demo@123. Okay. And with this information, if I say send over here, you are going to see 200 OK. All right. And this is working absolutely fine now. All right. So this is how you can get this particular thing work in Postman. If you want to see how your request was sent, you can click on console over here at the bottom. The moment I click on console, I'll see two requests. Now, these are the two requests that I triggered. The first one you'll see is 401, which means that this was the one that failed initially. Okay. And if you go to the second one, this was the one that passed. Okay. It's 200 OK. And here you will see the headers. So this is how the authentication information is being passed. So what happens is, I'll tell you, here in the authorization, you are entering your username and password over here, right? So this is a username and password that you are entering over here. Now this username and password is being converted into this authorization header over here, and the authentication information is encoded in this authorization header. Okay. And it is being encoded in base 64. Okay. So what base 64 is, so let me explain what base 64 is. So if I open Notepad here, base 64 is a format where the username and password is encoded in this format. So the format is, it's user : password. Okay. Or username : password. So in our case, our username is, what is our username? Admin : demo@123, something like this. This is what our username and password is, right? So it is being sent in this particular form, and I'll show it to you. So I'll copy this hashed string over here, encoded string. I'll copy this. We can go over to browser, and on Google you can search for base 64 decode over here. Okay, so this is a base 64 encoder decoder. You'll find a lot of base 64 encoder decoder. You can select on any one. Okay, and if you paste it over here, the copied string, and if I say decode, you will see admin : demo@123, right? So this is what the decoding is, right? So you can see this particular string over here that you saw is nothing but the base 64 version of our username and password. Okay. So it's being encoded over here to transform it into some other form rather than hard coding it in a raw way. Okay. So this is about the base 64 thing and how you can get authentication work in Postman. Okay. And remember, you have to select basic auth from over here. So right now we are making use of basic authentication, where we have one user configured in our application, using which we are able to access the APIs. All right. Now, one user might not be enough. Your security requirements would be complex. Like in future, you might need to have roles. So basically, on the basis of different roles that is being assigned to the users should be able to access and perform different actions in your system, right? And also, you might have different users that you want to keep track of. Here, as of now, we have only one user. Okay. So this method that we are using right now is very limited. Okay. We have one user who is hard coded. Okay. And also, like, you can add a role over here, but things can go beyond the capabilities of the basic authentication over here. Okay. So what I would do is we'll do away with basic authentication, and we'll talk about something called as in-memory authentication. So if you take a look at the diagram over here, right? Here you can see we have the user details stored in the database, and user details service is fetching in the data from the database. So typically what happens is you have a database wherein you have a table called users, and normally whenever user name and password is to be validated, it is validated against that particular table. But right now we have not configured the database. So what we are going to do is we are going to make use of in-memory users. So we are going to create users within the memory. Okay. They won't persist. So they would be users that exist within the memory, will configure our application to work with such in-memory users, and this is known as in-memory authentication. Okay, so let us switch over. So this entire flow will work as it is, okay, but we won't have the database. This is something that we'll bring in a bit later. Okay, so what I would do is I will switch over to security config over here. Okay, and to configure in-memory authentication, what we would be doing is we would be adding a bean over here. Okay, so let me add a bean. I'm going to say bean here. Okay, and this bean is going to be public user details service. So this is what it's going to return. So you can see user details service, which is a part of Spring Framework security core user details. Okay, and I'm going to call user details service over here. Okay, and here I'm going to return new in memory user details manager over here. Okay, and this is going to have the credentials of users. So for example, it is going to have user 1, it will have admin credentials and so on. Okay, so right now these are not defined, we'll be defining them. But if you head over to in-memory user details manager, okay, if you scroll up over here, okay, you would see this is a class, okay, and it is a implementation of, you can see over here, user details manager and user details password service. So if you go over here, user details manager, you can see it extends user details service over here. Okay, so this is an interface over here. Okay, and if you come over here, we are returning user details service. So in-memory user details manager is an implementation of user details service. Okay, and what in-memory user details manager does is it manages user details in the memory, and hence its name is in-memory user details managers. If you have any documentation over here, okay, so you can see over here, non-persistent implementation of user details manager, which is backed by in-memory map, and it is mainly intended for testing and demonstration purpose, where a full-blown persistent system isn't required. Okay, and this is the entire class over here, as you can see. Okay, there are several methods. One of the methods over here is user. So if you go over here, okay, one second, let me go down. There will be a method which is with, okay, so not method, but a constructor over here. Okay, so this is a constructor which accepts the type of user details over here. So you can pass in the user details over here. Okay, and you need to first create the user details object. You pass in the user details over here, and those users will be created with the help of this method create user. Okay, so what we would do is here we are passing the user details. Okay, you can see this is a constructor we are calling, and we are passing in the user details. So these two objects have to be of type user details. Okay, so what I need to do here is I'll come over here. I'll say user details. Okay, you can see this is also an inbuilt class that we are making use of. Okay, so if you go over here, it's an interface actually. Okay, and what it does is you can see it provides the core user information over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would come over here. I'll say user 1 over here. I'll say user dot, and I'll say with user details over here. Okay, now what we will do over here is I'll say user is user 1, something like this. I'll say password. So what is the password? I can set password as password 1 over here just for demonstration purposes. Okay, I'll go over here. I'll add the roles as well. So I'll add the role as normal user, and here I'll say dot build. Okay, so I'm making use of build over here, and what this is going to do is it is going to give me the object of user details type. Okay, so what we are doing over here is we are actually constructing a object of user details type, and we have all these details. Now we are getting a red mark over here. If you hover on this, okay, you'll see that it's a red mark. So required type is user details. Okay, but provided string. Okay, so what I need to do over here is I need to add a prefix. I need to say, okay, I realized like I'm using a different method here. So it was not with user details, it was with username. This is the one. Okay. So we are creating a user with this username, this password, this role, and build over here. Okay. Now I'll explain you what is Noop over here. Okay. So if I remove this, okay, it still works, but what happens is normally you would encode your passwords. Okay. So passwords and usernames are not stored this way. So not username, but here we have to add it to password. Okay. So passwords are not stored this way in a hard-coded text format in memory or in the database. So you have something called as a prefix. So you have to add this prefix NOOP, which tells Spring that, hey, this particular password should be saved as plain text. Okay. I'll tell you that this is not a production grade practice. We will be learning about password encoders and we'll understand how you can encode the passwords so that they cannot be read by anyone else. Okay. But for now, we are making use of Noop over here until we understand how you can make use of password encoders. All right. So this is what it is. What I will do is I have this user created over here. Okay. I can create one more user if I want to. Okay. Or let me add one more user. I'll add one more. Okay. I can say admin over here. Okay. And this one I can give admin here. Okay. And I can call this as admin here. And this one can be admin pass, something like this. All right. So 2 users have been created. And now let me run the application. So let us run the application and let us see how this works. Okay. So the application is up and running. I'll just close this. If you hit refresh over here, you're being asked for password. You can say user 1 and here you can say password 1. And you can say sign in and you can see this works over here. Okay. Even with the other user, it will work. Okay. And even it will work from the Postman. So if I say admin and if I say admin pass over here and if I say send, you should see 200 OK appear over here. Okay. So this absolutely works and this is working perfectly fine. All right. So what we have done is we have made use of in-memory authentication to create multiple users and we are managing this in the memory. Okay. So the information is right now not persistent in the database. Okay. We are straight away making use of memory to create and store the user information. You can create as many users as you want. Okay. Just remember, in-memory user details manager will need an object of type user details like we saw in the interface. Right, we saw in its implementation over there. Okay. So this is a class and we saw it in the implementation. And here you can construct the user details object in this way. All right. And we are making use of Noop over here, which is not a good production practice, but since we are learning, we are using it and we'll do away with this soon. All right. So this is about how you can manage your users in memory. Right now, how our API is working is we have this endpoint, which is secured. And anyone in our application, like any user, can access this endpoint. So I can access it using this admin credentials from here. I can even access it using the user credentials. So I can say user 1 and password 1. Okay. This is good, but there will be scenarios in your application. Like if you're building a complex production grade application, it's common to have a functionality where you want to control access to different parts of your application based on the roles assigned to the users. For example, you might only want to allow administrators to delete any data or update anything, while regular users can only view the data, right? There might be teams in the organization who is using your product and they might want to have a customer support specialist, for example, want to only view the data. And they want to hide the phone numbers from the customer support specialist, right? And administrators like the store managers or someone like that, or someone at the admin level can only edit and modify the data, view the phone numbers and all, okay? So you could face this scenario wherein certain APIs are restricted to people with certain roles, okay? And this is often implemented with the help of annotations to make it easy to manage. Okay, and Spring makes it really easy. What we are going to do is we are going to add one more API over here. Okay, and we are going to talk about how we can get role-based access. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of more APIs over here. Okay, I'm going to say hello here, and here you can say user endpoint, something like this. Okay, and this can be /user here, and I can say hello, and I can say user, something like this. Okay, and then I can even have the admin endpoint. So I can just copy this, come down, and this can be the admin endpoint, right? And this can be admin, something like this, right? And here instead of user, I can say hello admin. Now if I run this, everybody is going to be able to access this. Okay, so if I say hello, and if I say user, for example, over here, okay, so this is going to work. Admin is also going to work, right? So right now we are signing in from user credentials, and we are also able to access this admin API, right? But let's say I want to restrict the access level of these APIs to users with certain roles. Okay, so I can make use of annotations over here. So first thing, what I need to do is I'll add an annotation here. Okay, I'll say pre-authorized here. Okay, so by using this annotation, you are telling Spring Security that, hey, I want only users with a specific role to access this particular thing. Okay, so what pre-authorize will do is, pre-authorize is used to check authorization before executing a method. Okay, and you can specify conditions that need to be true for the method to execute. Okay, so for example, here I can specify a condition. I can say has role, and I can say over here, okay, user, something like this. Okay, so this is the pre-authorized annotation. And for this to work, what I should also do is I should go to my security config here, and I should enable method security. Okay, so if I add this annotation, okay, this thing will start working. All right, so let me run this. All right, so what we are doing is we want only user to access the user endpoint. Okay, and if I come over here and if I say admin, and here if I say admin pass, he can access the admin API. But if I go to user, let us see if this works. You can see 500 internal server error. Okay, interesting. This is not what we expected. Wait a minute. So if I go over here, now if you see the error over here, cannot find terminating like quote for the string. So here we missed this closing quote. Okay, small mistake. But if I rerun the application, okay, this should work as expected. No issues as such. So if I come over here and if I try to access this, you should see 403 forbidden. Okay, now we are not getting 401 unauthorized over here. Okay, because if you're logging in with the credentials that are recognized, okay, and those credentials do not include the permission to access a specific resource, the Spring Security will issue a 403 forbidden. Okay, this is because authentication is successful. So what this means is the request is authenticated, but accessing this resource is forbidden. Okay, so Spring Security understands the request, understands the credentials, but it is not able to give you access to this particular thing. Okay, and it says the request was a legal request, but the server is refusing to respond to it. Okay, and this is unlike 401 because authenticating will make no difference. Okay, so I hope this makes sense, and we are not able to, or we are not allowed to access this resource, but we can access hello over here. So this would work as it is. Okay, so you can see how this is getting to work over here. Okay, so here hello is working, but we have just blocked the access to this particular endpoint over here. Okay, and we have blocked it for user. Okay, so here you can update this for admin. So let's say only admin can access this and no one else. So if you try to log in over here with the help of users, you are going to get an error. Okay, so here if I say admin, okay, and if I say send, you'll see this works. And if I say user 1 and password 1 over here, okay, so if I say password 1. And if you say submit, you'll get 403 forbidden again, because this is the admin endpoint. Okay, so this is how you can enable role-based access. So it becomes pretty easy when it comes to Spring Boot when enabling role-based access. And this is because of the wonderful annotations that you get access to. Okay, now there is one more annotation, in fact, that I should talk about, which is post authorize. So here what happens is, if you see this code, pre-authorize is running before executing the method. There is post authorize, which is used to enforce security after a method has executed. Okay, and that allows you to take decisions based on the result of the method. Okay, so there is post authorize as well. Okay, but we are using pre-authorize over here because we want to block the execution of this method, and we want to allow this with a specific role only. Okay, and if your question is where we are setting this role, so we are setting this role in security config over here. So if you come over here, you have user, admin. These are the roles that you are setting over here. Okay, so if you switch the roles, the behavior will also be switched. Okay, so this is how you can implement role-based security in your APIs. So I hope this was useful. So far, we have an in-memory authentication in place where we are authenticating users with the help of the user information that is being managed in memory. All right. Now, we need to configure H2 database so that we can move this information that we are managing in memory as of now to a database, right? So we'll begin the configuration for H2 database. And for that, we'll head over to our favorite website, which is Spring Initializer. I'll make sure I select Maven here. I'll head over to dependencies and I'll select a couple of dependencies over here, which is H2 and JPA. Okay. And I'll go to explore and we'll scroll down over here and we'll copy these two dependencies that we need. Okay. So these are the two dependencies that we will add to our project, which is pom.xml. All right. We'll keep the rest of the things as it is and we'll hit Maven refresh. Okay. So what is happening over here is we got the dependencies. Now what we need to do is we need to enable the console over here, right? And to enable console, we'll add just a couple of properties over here. Okay. So I'll say Spring dot, I'll say h2 dot console dot enabled is equal to, I'll say true over here. And I'll also add the data source. So I'll say Spring data source dot URL over here is equal to JDBC colon h2 colon mem colon test. Okay. And I'll run the application. Okay. Now let us see what the behavior is when you try to access H2 console. Okay. So if you come over here, if you head over to this URL localhost colon 8080 H2 console, you will be presented with a login alert. Okay, of course, because we have basic authentication enabled for all the endpoints, and H2 console is a part of our application. So I can say user 1 and I can enter, let's say password 1 over here. I'll be taken to this page here. I'll say connect. I'm being presented with this again. Okay, so I'll say user 1 and password 1. So this H2 console page, okay, again this pop-up comes. So this H2 console page is already authenticated, right? H2 has its own authentication form from where it is authenticating the users. So what we can do is, if we want to disable the login on that particular page, the Spring Security login, you have an option to do that, okay? And for that, we can switch over here, okay? And we'll head over to our config here. I'll scroll up. And here we are saying request dot any request, right? So what I would do is I would take this any request to the next line, and I would also add one more line over here dot, I'll say request matches. Okay, so I'll try to match the request with a pattern in the URL. Okay, so you can see string patterns is what you can pass in. So I'll say /h2 hyphen console over here. And then I'll have 2 stars over here. Okay. And if it matches this, I'll say permit all. Okay. So if the request that I'm getting, if it's matching this URL pattern, then I'm permitting without Spring Security Authentication. And apart from this, any request, I'm marking it as authenticated. So I'll rerun this. Let us see what the things look like. Okay. And if you come over here, let me go to H2 console now. Okay. So you can see we were not asked for any sort of authentication now. And if I say connect now, okay, we are being asked for this authentication still. Okay. And let me see what is the reason over here. Okay. So we are saying request matcher and dot permit all. Okay. Which is absolutely fine. Okay. So I just restarted the application and I tried testing it and it seemed to be working now. So if I connect, you see that I'm not getting that alert pop-up. Okay. But I'm getting something else. So you're seeing over here, localhost refused to connect. Okay. But if you're getting the alert pop-up again and again, despite disabling this from request matches over here, okay, then restart your application and even like close the browser and start it again in incognito mode. So there is a possibility that some session information must be stored in the cache or something. And that is the reason why it's showing you authentication pop-ups again and again. Okay. But yeah, since that is gone, now you can see over here, we have a new issue. Okay. Here, nothing is loading. So if you right click and if you say inspect over here, okay, you'll see that everything is a frame over here. You can see this is a frame, this is a frame, this is a frame, right? Everything is frame. And by default, these frames are disabled. Okay, so you need to enable this for this to work. Okay, and how can you enable this? There is a configuration for that as well. Okay, so you can come over here. I can say http.headers and I can say headers. I'll have lambda over here, headers dot, I'll say frame options. Okay, and let me take this to new line, frame options, and I can say frame options, and I'll say over here frame options dot same origin, something like this. So this is a line of code that you need to add. All right, what we are doing is for HTTP headers, we are saying headers, and within headers for frame options, we are allowing the frame options from the same origin. So once you use this, okay, there is also a suggestion over here. If you hover on this, you can replace lambda with a method reference. This is also doable. Okay, and if you refresh this, okay, you can restart the application. And now if you refresh, let me refresh. Okay, so I'll come over here again and I'll say connect. Okay, it's asking me for the pop-up again. Okay, so this is because probably we have the CSRF enabled and we have not disabled it. Okay, so what I would do over here is right now, I will come over here. Okay, and I'll have http.csrf and I'll say CSRF and like this CSRF.disabled. Okay, so this is disabled and I can run this again. Let us see what the output looks like. This is working and let me like hit refresh, connect, and you can see this works now. Okay, so there's no issue as such. Okay, you can like log out from here, disconnect, test connection, and all the endpoints or all the URLs will work starting from H2 console. Okay, so what we have done over here is, okay, first of all, we have like allowed all the requests coming in to H2 console. We have allowed them bypass the security. Okay, we have also enabled the frames over here from the same origin. Okay, so we have allowed the frames for H2 console and then we disabled the CSRF to get it to work. Okay, all right, so with these settings we have the H2 console enabled. You can hover on this and you can replace lambda with a method reference. Okay, and I can run this again. Okay, so if you come over here and if you refresh and if you say test connection, connect, you can see that it's working absolutely fine. Okay, so what we can do is we can get this information now into H2 database and we don't need to make use of in-memory user details manager. All right, so I hope this was useful. So far, what is happening is we are making use of in-memory user details manager to create users in memory, which means that these users are not getting created in the database. We already have a data source or a database configured with our application. And right now we are making use of H2 database, right? So it's time that we start moving these users instead of in memory to the data source or the database that we have configured. So tomorrow it might be like you might have, instead of H2, you might have PostgreSQL or MySQL or any other database configured. And what would happen is with the changes that we are going to do, you would be able to create users over there. All right. So here in the security config, what we need to do is we need to make use of something called as JDBC user details manager. Okay. So here I'll just type in, okay, JDBC, and you can say user details manager. You can see like this is also a user manager. Okay. It's a, if you go over here, you can see over here, it's a user detail manager. It's an implementation of the same. Okay. And if you go over here in memory detail manager, it is also a implementation of this. Okay. User details manager, but the purpose is different. This is used to create users in memory. This is used to create users in a database. Okay. So what we are going to do is we are going to make use of JDBC user details manager, and I'm going to create an object over here. So I'm going to say user details manager is equal to new JDBC user details manager. Okay. Now what happens is this JDBC user details manager needs a data source. So if you go to the class here, you will see, so this is a default constructor with no parameters, but it also accepts parameters. This is another constructor where you can pass in a data source, and data source is nothing but actually it's source of data. Okay. So wherever you are storing the data in your application, and right now in our application, we have a data source configured. So here, if you see here, we have these properties, and these properties indicate that there is a data source configured called H2, okay, which is H2 database. So what I would do is I would make use of data source over here. Okay. So I'll say data source, and I'll get this auto wired. Where do I get this bean from? So actually, if I specify something like this, what I'm saying is that inject the dependency called data source into this particular object. Okay. And how does this happen? So what would happen is Spring Boot will automatically make use of auto configuration to set up a data source bean for us. And you will ask, hey, how Spring Boot would automatically do this? So it has all the configurations of your project. Okay. It knows that in pom.xml, you are making use of H2 database, JPA. Okay. And in application.properties, you are specifying these two properties. So based on this configuration that you have provided to Spring Boot, it will automatically have a data source bean available for you. And it will automatically set up this bean, and it will auto wire over here because here you are asking for it. Okay. So we'll have this. We don't need to define this because this is automatically taken care by whom? Like I said, Spring Boot. Okay. So I have this bean created here, and what I would do is I would come over here to user details manager, and I would pass in this object. Okay. Now this is done. All right. And here, instead of sending this to in-memory user details manager, what I would do is here, I would say user details manager dot create user. You can see this create user method here, and I can say over here user 1. I'll duplicate this. I'll say create user as admin as well. Okay, this is done. And here I can say return user details manager, something like this. So this is done. Okay. And this is taken care of. Okay. So what we have done is we have just replaced the implementation of in-memory user details manager with the help of JDBC user details manager. That is it. And this will make sure that our data is being stored in the database. Okay. There are a few things still pending, but let me run this and show this to you. Okay. So it will throw an exception or an error. I should warn you in advance, but we'll see that error and we'll learn something. Okay. So you get an error. So I'm purposely generating this error. You can see this error now. It's telling you that table users is not found. Okay. If you scroll up, okay, is it the same error here? Okay, user details. You can see users not found. So it's trying to run this and it's getting an error. Okay, users not found here. It's all about the schema being non-existent over here. Okay, so you can see if you take a look at, if you read errors, this query is again failing. So we got same error twice because we are trying to create two users. Okay, so let me tell you, in order to save details of a user into the database, you first need a schema. Now, what is a schema? Schema is nothing but a structure of the database. Okay, like you need some tables already created inside which you are going to store the user details, right? And here what we are doing is we're making use of user details that is inbuilt, right? So we can make use of some default schema that exists with Spring Boot. So what we are going to do is we are going to head over to GitHub. Okay, so for that we are going to head over to browser and I'm going to search for Spring Security GitHub. Okay, so you'll find the official source code of Spring Security on GitHub over here under Spring projects. Okay, and here you can search for users.ttl. Okay, if you search for this, you should see this location: core src main resources org spring framework security. So under security, it's under core user details jdbc and users dll. Okay, so if you come over here and if you go to this file user details, okay, you'll find org.spring-framework security. Okay, so you'll find over here org.spring-framework security, then core user details. Okay, so you can see core user details. Okay, so this is a path. Okay, and within core user details, it will go further calling jdbc and users ddl. So you will go to this particular file. Let's go to this file and you can see this file with some schema over here, like the schema definition. Okay, so this is the schema definition that we need in order to like have the tables and everything created where our users can be stored. Okay, and what we can do is I'll just copy this, like just copy this thing over here, just come back to your project and just go over here. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that H2 picks up this particular schema, and when the application starts, it is created automatically. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file over here, which is going to be schema.sql file under resources, and here I'm going to paste that schema that I copied. Okay, so this is an SQL file. Okay, and this is saved. Okay, so yeah, this is done. And yeah, what would happen is I'll tell you. So since we are making use of H2, which is an in-memory database, the data gets cleared and hence we need to get the table created when the application starts. So if you are using some other type of database like MySQL and PostgreSQL, which are non-memory database, then in that case, the schema will persist. Okay, so in that case, what you can do is you can copy these SQL commands and you can run it in the respective tables or respective database over there. But for this, what we need to do is for every application start, we need to make sure that this schema is loaded into the database. Okay, so to load an SQL file on an application start in Spring Boot application, especially for setting up security or initializing any sort of database table, you can make use of Spring Boot's automatic schema initialization feature. And this feature automatically runs SQL script during the startup, which is particularly handy for creating schemas like this. If you want to insert any default data, you can do that, or you can configure any sort of tables or anything for that. And the process is you just need to create a schema.sql file under resources folder over here, and it will automatically be picked up by Spring Boot. Okay, and since we are making use of everything default, right, we don't have our own custom user details or our own user structure. We can make use of default schema which exists with Spring Security. And where did we get this schema from? We got this schema from the official source code of Spring Security, as I've shown you. Okay. And what we will do is we'll run this code again. Let us run this code and let us see what happens. So earlier we were getting an error. Now we are not getting an error, as you can see. Okay. So the error is gone and it indicates that schema has been created. And to confirm, what I would do is I would just head over to H2 database. I'll connect and you can see two tables automatically appear over here. One is users and one is authorities. So if you take a look at this schema definition or the queries over here, you're creating two tables. Okay. Now let me take you to the tables. Okay. If I say select star from users, you can see your users are also created. Isn't this amazing? Okay. Your users are also created. You can clear this. Authorities, you have some authority as well. So admin has the role of admin. User has the role of user. Okay. And this is something you just got created with few changes in the code. Okay. So you just added schema.sql and you updated this thing to work with user details manager. Okay. And now if you test your application, it is going to work with these credentials. Okay. So if you come over here, okay. And here, if I say user 1 and password 1 here in the basic auth, okay. And if I say send over here, okay, we got an error. Okay, so I'm trying to access the admin API. Okay, so I'm saying /admin. So let me head over to the controller. Okay, so if you go to admin, I can say /user over here. Okay, so if I say /user here, if I say send, you can see hello user. Or if I go to hello, this should work. Okay. This should work. You can see perfectly working and it's amazing. Okay. So this is how you can move everything onto the database without making use of in-memory stuff. Okay. Still we are making use of H2 database, which is right now in memory. But if you have any sort of database like a Amazon RDS, for example, remote database, if you have a project that is making use of SQL, if you have a project that is making use of MySQL, PostgreSQL, any sort of other database, you can do things this way. And in that case, if it's not an in-memory database, you don't need to add schema.sql like this. Okay, we have added this because, like I explained, we are making use of in-memory database because the data is being cleared on every application restart. So you need to have schema that is loaded every time the application starts. And this is the simplest way of setting things up. Okay. So yeah, this is working absolutely fine. Still, you will be able to see the password in the database. And this is not a good practice right now. We are not making use of any encryption mechanism right now. But yeah, we are getting there. Okay. So we are taking one step at a time. But yeah, things are working. And from in-memory, we have graduated. I should say graduated. Okay. Because we have come so far. So from in-memory, we have graduated to the database-backed authentication. And that's amazing. Pat yourself on the back. So that's about the database authentication. And I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we talk about hashing and understand what it is. So what is hashing? Now, hashing is a process wherein if you have a message that needs to be transmitted, okay, or sent over the network, then in that case, you can hash the message, which means that you can take it through a process where the message looks something different than the original message. So I should say not something, but it looks a lot different than the original message. Okay. So if you come over here, let's say as an example, I have this message or a string I wish to send to the server over a network. And the string is programming. Okay. Now I can make use of hashing and I can convert it into something called as this or something like this. You can see the string. This string looks very different than that of programming. Okay. And this process of converting programming like a normal string to something that looks like encrypted message, it's called hashing. And this is what hashing is in simple terms. Okay. So hashing, it's a one-way process. Okay. and you can't turn it back into like the original string that you have. Okay, and once the other side receives this string, it will decrypt it and convert it into original message. Okay, so this is what hashing is, and how this hashing works is it involves making use of algorithms. So there are different algorithms that exist, and these algorithms are used to work on the message or the string, whatever data you're willing to transmit, and you get the hashed value. Okay, now there is one such algorithm called Bcrypt. Okay, and it has a feature called salting, which is something that we'll talk about. But Bcrypt is an algorithm that is often used, and it is considered as secure algorithm, wherein using Bcrypt you can take a message, you can pass it through the algorithm, and you'll get a encrypted message. Okay, and Bcrypt is one of the most popular algorithm that is used widely. Okay, so if you read about hashing online, it's unlikely you won't come across a Bcrypt. Okay, and it has a process called salting. Okay, so let me tell you what is salting. So salting helps increase security. How? So what happens is, normally you would hash this particular value, right? So you have programming and you would hash it into something using the algorithm called Bcrypt. Okay, now what salting would do is it would add an additional layer of security, which means like you have this string. Okay, so you would add a random string over here, randomly generated string, or any data, which is known as salt. Okay, and then together these two will be used to convert into hashed value. Okay, so password, or so this can be a password as well, or any sort of data. Okay, normally passwords are encrypted. Okay, that is where encryption is used, hashing is used. Okay, all of that. So any sensitive data, but if you're working on any sort of application, like for example banking application, where like a lot of stuff is hashed, you may hash a phone number, okay, of a user if you are working on a security grade application, something like that. Okay, so programming here, let's say is a password, you would add some salt to it, and then these two would be hashed together using Bcrypt. Okay, and this process is known as salting, and this thing makes this algorithm even more secure. Okay, because for every hashing that happens, the salt changes, so you cannot predict what the salt is. The message can be same, but if you add different salt, the output would be different. So here you have programming plus this salt, which is XWZ78. Okay, if you add some other salt over here like this, okay, then you will get a different value. So you can see over here this value is different. Okay, that is how the entire process works of salting, and this is how it processes this is how it makes sending data easy and in a secure way. So if you are storing this, let's say, or if you're transmitting this data over a network, you can transmit the hash value. Or if you're storing this password, let's say programming is a password, if you store this as a raw text, it would be readable. But if you hash it and encrypt it, something like this, wherein you add salt and then you convert it into hashed value, then this is not readable, right? Nobody can tell what your password is, right? Unless and until it's reverse engineered. So this is much more secure way of storing passwords. And this is even used to send some data which you don't want others to understand over a network. Okay, so that's hashing, and that's about Bcrypt and the process of salting. So I hope this was useful. Now it's time that we implement encoding or encrypting into our application. So right now I have this application up and running. I have the users being created over here. So these are the users that are being created into the database using JDBC User Details Manager. Now, if you come over to the H2 database, okay, or H2 console, I should say, and if you log into the H2 console and then if you query the users table here, you will see users table having this data. So the passwords are stored in this way. Now, this is not actually a good way to store passwords because these passwords are readable and anyone who has access to the database can access this information, which is not good. So passwords need to be encrypted and there has to be one more layer of security that we need to add to as a best practice essentially. And it's not good to have passwords being stored in plain text format. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to encode our passwords, and we are going to make use of password encoder. Okay, so here what we are going to do is we are going to say public, and I'm going to make use of password encoder over here. Okay, so if you hover on this is an interface. If you go over here, and this is a service interface for encoding password. Okay, and you can see the most preferred implementation is Bcrypt password encoder. Okay, and yeah, so that is what it is. And if you see Control B over here, okay, so I'm not getting, okay, here you can see password encoder. Okay, Bcrypt password encoder. So if you press Control B, and here this is a class which is making use of password encoder, and you can see over here this is an implementation of password encoder that uses Bcrypt strong hashing function. Okay, and yeah, so this is what we are going to use over here. So I'm going to say password encoder here, and we can name the method whatever we need. Okay, so I can say password encoder over here. Okay, because that's what people normally name it. And I'm returning the instance of this interface of, so the instance has to be of type password encoder. Okay, and I'm going to say return new Bcrypt encoder, right? Bcrypt password encoder. So I'm just getting it like this, and what I also need to do is I need to mark this as a bean. Okay, like so. Okay, so this is done, and we have an instance of password encoder. Okay, now in future if you need to change the encoding algorithm, you have to just come to this bean and give that particular instance. If you have your own algorithm, so this is inbuilt, right? This is inbuilt, and within the security framework. Okay, Spring Security over here, you can see it's coming in from this package. Okay, so this is pre-built, but if you have your own algorithm or anything, you can instantiate it over here. All right, and what we are going to do is we are going to make use of this when saving password. Okay, so understand this. Here what we did is early on we made use of this prefix over here. This prefix stands for noob. Okay, and what is noob? So the noob prefix that we are using in our password is a way to tell Spring Security password encoder that no encoding has been done. Okay, and the password should be used as it is. Okay, this is useful if you're building a demo application where you don't want to encode stuff. Okay, but normally you would get rid of this. Okay, and what we would do is we would say over here within this we would say password encoder, and you'll say dot encode, and within this you will pass in the password that you wish to encode, something like this. Okay, this is done, and I would copy this. Okay, and I would come over here and I would paste it over here. I would remove noob from here, and I would add a closing bracket over here. So this is done. All right, and let us see how this works. Okay, so we'll rerun our application and we'll check how the values are being stored in the database. So we did not get any error, you can see. Now if you come over here, this is how we were seeing the password currently. And if I say refresh, and if I connect again, and if I go to users table, you can see this is the password now. Okay, so yeah, this is not readable now, and anyone who is having access to the database cannot read what the password is. Okay, so this is really helpful over here. Okay, and you can imagine as to how, so you must have seen a lot of applications doing this, right? And in Spring or in Spring Boot, this is how you do it. Okay, so you hardly like made use of inbuilt classes that you had, inbuilt implementations, and you just made use of a method over here to get this encoding done. Okay, and this is automatically making use of salt and everything. Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. All right, so yeah, this is about password encoding. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we start talking about JWT or JWT authentication. And before talking about this concept, it's best that we talk about how things work without JWT, and we'll understand how things work, and this will also help us clarify as to why this concept of JWT is needed. So first point, current authentication that we have essentially, or normal authentication that we have in Spring Boot, like in-memory or JDBC authentication, it does not have advanced feature. So one of the advanced feature that I can talk about is expiration time. Okay, so if you have authorized someone to your system, there is no expiry of that authorization, right? So let's say if you want to expire if you want to take away the authorization like in a day or so, there's no way to do that unless and until you customize it. Okay, and without like the normal authentication or the normal hashing encryption that happens, it can be decoded. Okay, and there are ways to do that. Also, if you want to have a secure system, one way is like to have your own token system. Okay, now what token system means is, if you have a user, let's say, and that user has access to the system, okay, you have authorized that user. So instead of asking for username password always, what you would do is you would give that user a token. It's like a ticket essentially. And whenever that user presents that ticket, you're going to give him access to your application features. Okay, so that is what known as token system. Okay, now if you create something like a token system, and why would you create a token system? So that he or she or the user does not have to share the username and password every time he tries to access the system. So he'll share it once, he'll get the token, and then next time for any sort of API request, he'll just present the token, right? And if you want to have advanced feature in this token system like the expiration time and all, and also with a strong encryption or strong hashing, then in that case you will have to implement a custom token system. Now the problem with custom token system is it's custom to you, right? Like the world isn't aware, there is no standard in this. Okay, and this is where JWT comes into picture. Okay, so JWT or JWT, so I'll refer to this as JWT. Okay, JWT stands for JSON Web Token. And what is JSON Web Token? It's a sort of token mechanism using which you give authorization or you authorize your users essentially. Okay, and JSON Web Tokens are open and industry standards. Okay, it's a industry standard and anyone can implement it in their application. Okay, that's something that you need to understand. Let us talk about how JWT works. So there are two things in the system. Like one is the user, another one is the server where your code resides. Now user is a user who wants to access your system, right? So what user would do is it will send a request along with it will try to log in. It will send the request along with username and password to the server. Okay, and this would be on a specific endpoint. So for example, a sign-in endpoint. You can have a sign-in endpoint and user will send the username and password to the server. What server will do is it will take a look at the username and password. It will authenticate it using Spring Security and it will generate a token. This token is the ticket that I was talking about. So this ticket or token is issued to the user as a response if it is a valid user. Okay. Now what user does is it has sent the username password and it got the token from the server. Now with every request or any sort of request it wants to do to the server, it is going to send that particular token to the server, right? What server will do is server will take a look at the token. It will validate the token, whether the request is valid. And if it's valid, then it is going to authorize the user and it is going to send the response. And if there is the token is not valid, if that's the case, then it will raise an error. Okay, this is how this entire process of JWT works. So first, if you are trying to access the APIs, you have to first get the token. You have to and server will generate the token. It will issue it to you. You have to take the token and you have to send it in the APIs, like every API. So you don't need to enter your username and password always. Okay, it's just a token that you have to present to the server to tell server that, hey, I'm a valid user. All right. So this is how JWT works, and this is how the entire process takes place. Okay. Now let's talk about how token is sent. Okay. So how is token sent? Token is normally sent using the HTTP authorization header. So in the HTTP request, so request is normally transmitted over the HTTP protocol, right? And there is something called as headers. So you can add your own header with the key, and the key name is, you can see the key name is authorization, and the value would be bearer space token. This is what the value would be. Okay, so this is how the token is sent to the server, and server will basically read this entire thing in the format and it will validate it. Okay, this is about JWT and how it works, and here is an example of a JWT token. So this is a token that I have, and you can see over here there are 3 color codes. Okay, so this part is a red color, this is purple, and this is blue. Now talking about individual parts, this red part is a header. Okay, and header typically consists of 2 parts, the type of the token, which is JWT, and the signing algorithm used. So you can have SHA-256 or RSA, different algorithms which is being used to sign this particular token. Okay, then you have the payload. Okay, so payload contains the claims, and this will include specific information about the users like user ID, username, permissions, and any sort of metadata that can be added in this particular part, which is payload. Okay, third part is the signature. Okay, and signature is like a secret. Okay, and it's appended in the end of the entire token. Okay, so this is what a token looks like. Okay, and you can see this is how it is. So you have this token on the left hand side, and here you have the decoded version. So this is the encoded version of the token, and here you have the decoded version. You can see like this particular token has or is being signed using this algorithm. The authorization for this, or the username, is admin over here. Okay, you have the expiration time. Okay, this is all in Unix time format. Okay, and then you have some signature related information over here. Okay, so this is what JWT is all about. Let me take you to the website. So now here on the website, like on Google itself, you can search for JWT and you will be landing on this website, jwt.io. You can see JSON Web Token. This is what JWT is, and these are open industry standard. Okay, and they are used for representing claims between 2 secure parties. Okay, and this particular website allows you to decode and verify and generate JWT. Okay, and if you scroll down, you can see like different algorithms that can be used for signing. Okay, you have like the encoded part, which is the token. So if you paste a token here, you can see the decoded version of token. So you can see the type over here. Okay, so one second, this is the algorithm and the type. Then you have the payload, which is the name. You can see the name is John Doe. So this is the subject to whom the token refers to. Okay, and all of that you have what is this? So this is the timestamp issued at. Okay, which is I at, and this is the time format. Okay, then you have the signature related information. Okay, so all of this is here, and you can see this is how token is, and this is what it looks like. Okay, so I hope you have a clear understanding of JWT and how it works. So let's talk about the implementation of JWT and understand how we would be implementing it. Okay, so implementing involves quite a few files. Okay, I would say like we'll be creating at least 3 files to implement and write code. Okay, and normally people get overwhelmed, so this is one of my attempts to break it down into simple steps and try to explain you as to why we would be creating this file, why would be creating that, and all of that. Okay, so here this is what we are going to do. Okay, so there are 3 main files that we are going to need. One is JWTUtils, this is a file. Auth token filter, this is another file. AuthEntryPointJwt. Okay, so these are the different classes that we'll be creating. Okay, and of course there is security config file as well, where we would be managing the configuration. So that I have highlighted separately. Okay, let's talk about each file and let's understand the importance of each. So the first file, JWTUtils, this particular file is going to have the utility methods for generating, parsing, and validating JWTs. Okay, So of course you will be doing a lot of operations with, like, you would want to generate JWT tokens, parse them. You might want to validate them. Okay, so if any user is sending in a token in a request, how do you know that's valid or not, right? So you need to validate it. And this is where you would need this particular class created, wherein you would have these helper methods or utility methods, you can say, okay? And you'll have all these methods defined in this class, okay? And this would also include like generating a token from the username and extracting the username from the token. Okay, so if you remember, we would be sending JWT as the authorization header, right? And we are going to have bearer, space, and the token, right? So you need to remove bearer and the space to get the token itself, right? So that you can validate it. So this extraction will also be happening in this particular utils class, okay? Then you are going to have auth token filter. Now, what is auth token filter? So of course, if there is a request coming in, it goes through a series of filters, right? And you need to add your own custom filter over here. So we'll be writing our own custom filter to intercept the request and do the validation with the help of JWTUtils that we have created, okay? And if the request is valid, we would be setting the authentication context as well, okay? So this file is going to have operations such as a validation, and it is going to essentially be a filter that will be intercepting the request, and it will help us get the token and then set the context as well, okay? So this is the custom filter that we'll be making. And then you have AuthEntryPointJwt, okay? Now this would provide a custom handling for unauthorized requests. So there is a possibility, like if you are getting requests, a lot of requests using tokens, then there is a possibility like some token might have expired or some token might not be valid. How do you handle those requests? So this is the handler that is going to be there. And whenever the authentication information is not valid, you will be defining the logic as to how that is supposed to be handled, okay? And if there is an issue in the authentication and if it's not valid, then you can log the error and return the JSON response with the error message, status code, and even the URL endpoint or the path that was attempted to access, okay? So this is what it's going to be about. These are 3 files. Then we have security config, okay? So security config, we are going to have security config file that is going to configure the filters and the rules of the application. So like I said, we are going to have a custom filter, right? Auth token filter is a custom filter, okay? We need to tell Spring Security that, hey, this is a custom filter that you need to consider, and here is how, and here is when you need to execute it. So you need to essentially set up the security filter chain, okay? And you need to also have the configuration as to how the authentication would work. There is some configuration work that we'll be doing in this particular config file. Okay, so these are the changes that we'll be working on, and this is the importance of each and every file that we are going to write. So let's talk about how can you set up the project to work with JWT, and this would involve adding all the dependencies that you would need. So right now, here we are in the pom.xml, okay? So in pom.xml, we don't have the dependencies added for JWT. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the browser, and you can search for JWT GitHub Maven, okay? So the moment you search for this, you'll see this Java JWT, which is like a JSON web token for Java and Android, okay? So this is the repository, the official repository on GitHub. You can even search for this official repository on the github.com, okay? You can see this is the name of it, okay? So if you scroll down over here, you're going to see a lot of documentation over here, okay? You can see, and there are a lot of things, and you can read if you want to, but I'm going to quickly go to installation, and here you can see JDK projects Maven. So you can select installation, and under JDK projects, you have Maven. And here you can see these dependencies that exist, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these dependencies, okay? This is done. And then you can come over here and you can add these dependencies onto your project. Okay, something like this. The moment you add this, of course, Gradle sync is, Maven sync is important and necessary, and you should see like some processing happening, and all the corresponding dependencies would be added into your project. You can see over here. Okay, you can see like these are all JWT related dependencies. So this is how you can add the dependencies. Okay. If you go to start.spring.io, you won't see JWT over here. Okay, so that's why we have to go to the official repo or GitHub, and you have to get it from there. Okay, so yeah, do remember the repo name over here. Okay, it's JWT. You can see. Okay, and this is the URL over here. You can also search on github.com. Okay, so yeah, this is about how you can configure your project to work with JWT. So right now, what we have done is we have configured the JWT dependencies into our project. And as a next step, what we need to do is we need to add a helper class. Okay, and that helper class is going to be JwtUtils. This is going to have all the utility methods for generating and managing and working with JWT tokens. All right. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to like add a package over here. So it's best that you have all the JWT related code in a separate package called JWT. Okay. So I'm going to have that here. And then I can like create a new Java class. I'll call this class as JwtUtils. Okay. I'll add it to the tracking system, and over here, what I would do is I would switch over to this notepad, and in this notepad, I have the entire source code, as you can see. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'll copy this entire thing. Okay. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Something like this. Okay. So this is the entire source for JwtUtils. Now we will go through the entire source code over here. So the file begins by like, this is a logger that I'm creating. Okay, so that's absolutely fine. But over here, you can see this is defined as a component. Okay, and if you scroll down here you are creating two variables. One is JWT expiration millisecond, and here you have the secret for JWT, and this is a secret that will be used for signing the tokens. Okay. So we'll go through every method, okay, and this is fetching in. So these values are being fetched in from the application properties file. So you need to configure this as well, okay. So we'll scroll down. We'll talk about the first method, and this particular method right now is for getting the JWT token from the HTTP header, okay. So what we're doing over here is we have the request as the parameter, which is HTTP servlet request. And from the request, we are getting the header, and the header name is authorization. So to explain you, I'll switch over to Postman here. Okay, so here we have this hello request. What we are going to do is we are going to pass in token here under header, and we are going to add this authorization as key over here. And we are going to check this, and we are going to have the token over here. So we are going to say bearer space, and here we are going to have the token. Okay. So this is how it's going to pass. So you need to get this authorization from the header. And that is what we are doing over here with the help of this particular like line over here. Okay. So we are getting the header from the request, and the header name is authorization, right? And then here, what we are doing is we are checking if the bearer token is not equal to null, and the bearer token starts with bearer space. Okay, so if both the values are true, then what we are doing is we are getting the substring. Okay, we are getting the substring, and we are getting it from the index 7. So we are excluding this bearer space from the entire string. Okay, and we are returning just a token. Okay, otherwise we are returning null over here. Okay, so the logic is clear, I hope. What we are doing is we are simply getting the JWT from the header. So we are extracting the JWT token from the header, and that is what this entire method is for. Okay. If you scroll down, you have a method over here which is going to generate the token from the username. Okay. So what we are doing is we have a parameter over here which is user details. Okay. This is an object user details. We are getting the username from the user details, and then we are making use of this particular thing over here. So this line of code, okay, we are making use of JWTs, okay, JWTs. So if you hover on this, okay, this is a class, okay, and this is coming in from io.json web token package, and this is coming in from our dependency. So we are building a token and we are setting different things over here. So we are setting in the subject, okay, then we are setting in the issue time. We are setting in the expiration as well. So what we are doing here over here is with this line, we are getting the current date and time, and then we are adding in the expiration that we had defined over here in milliseconds. Okay. And that is the expiry that we are setting over here. And then we are signing it with a key. And this is a method that we have defined over here at the bottom. Okay. We are signing it with key and we are saying .compact. Okay. So what this will do is this will actually build the JWT and serialize it to compact URL safe string according to the serialization standards over here or rules over here. That is what this method does. Okay. So this is what we are going to do. If you scroll down over here, you're going to see get username from JWT token. Okay. So this is a method that will be used over here to get the username from the token. So here we are generating the token from the username, and here we are getting the username from the token. Okay. So we are extracting the username in a way, and like you can say we are decoding. Okay. So whenever we are creating the JWT, you are actually setting the subject as username. And what we are doing over here is we are saying JWT.parser.verify with, and then you are saying build over here. Okay. So one second, let me format this better so that it's much more readable. Okay. You will say build over here. Okay. And then you are like getting the payload and then the subject. Okay. So this is what you are doing over here. Okay. So you're saying JWT.parser. Okay. You are verifying it with the key. You're building. You're doing this over here, and then you are getting the payload and the subject over here. Okay. So you are actually making use of this. Okay. So these are all inbuilt methods you can see. Okay. It is parsing the JWS argument expected. So essentially this is actually building and then enabling you to get the payload, and from within the payload you are getting the subject. Okay. So that's what it is doing over here. If you scroll down, this is the key. Okay. And you are setting up the key for signing JWT. Okay. So that is what you are doing over here. And here there's a method where we are validating the JWT token. Okay. So we have some println statements over here, and if you don't want, you can get rid of them. That's absolutely fine. But here we are verifying it. So you are making use of parser, verifying it with the secret key, and then you're building it, and then you're making use of token over here. Okay, something like this. And you have different exceptions set up over here, and if it's not validated or verified, you return false simply. Okay. So this is what you are doing over here, and these are all the methods that you need to work with JWT. So you're going to make use of these methods at different point in time. Okay. And now it's time. What we should do is we would set up these configuration properties. So these are the couple of configuration properties like secret and expiration millisecond. Okay. Now we would be needing both these parameters or configuration properties. So what I would do is I would copy these and I would go to application properties here. Okay. And over here, I would add both these. Okay. Something like this. Okay. So here and here. All right. And here I need to define the secret over here. Okay. So secret can be any sort of secret. So I can say my secret key 123 exclamation hash, and I can have some random numbers. Okay. So you can have a secret key of your choice here, which is secret to you. And here you can have the expiration millisecond. So expiration millisecond
you can like actually, I'll just have a very large number over here because I don't want my JWT key to expire quickly, right? Since we are doing development. But when you move this to production, be sure to have valid values over here, okay? And this should be the actual expiration that you want to set in your application. And this is actually in milliseconds, ms, okay? So keep this in mind. We have these two properties defined, and with the help of @value over here, what we are doing is we are fetching it from the properties. We can even initialize it over here, but I believe that is not the best way to do things, right? You should have properties over here when you're doing development, and when you're deploying it, you should ideally supply it with the help of environmental variables. Okay, that is really important. All right. So yeah, that's our helper class for working with JWT. This is like the main class, I should say. It has a lot of stuff, and all these methods are important. Okay, so I hope this was useful. Also, I should highlight one thing. All these methods have been like worked or have been modified and taken care to work with the latest versions of JWT. So let me tell you, there's a lot of code you will find on the internet. Okay, and the latest version of JWT that is available today, there have been a lot of methods that have been deprecated. Okay, and a lot of better stuff has come in. So you are not seeing any sort of errors or warnings over here in this code. Okay, and that is because I have done research and like updated or I have worked on this and made sure that everything works with the latest versions of the code. So that is something that you need to also understand, because this will work with the latest version, and all the methods that I'm using are the latest ones, and I'm not making use of any deprecated stuff over here. Okay, so something for you to know. All right, so that's about this class, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we talk about this filter, which is the auth token filter. Okay, and this will be a custom filter that we'll be building that will be specific to JWT. Okay, and what it will do is it will intercept the incoming request to check for a valid JWT token, and if the token is valid, only then it will allow the request to proceed. Okay, so this is something that we are building very custom. Okay, and to implement this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this source code over here, or this file over here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this entire thing, come over here, and I'm going to go to the JWT package here. I'm going to call this as auth token filter over here. Okay, and I'll just paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and let us go through the entire file over here. Okay, so yeah, these are all the import statements like we know. Okay, then this is where the definition of this class starts. Okay, and this is where we are saying the class extends one request per filter. Okay, sorry, it's not one request per filter. I'm sorry, it's once per request filter. Okay, so what this means is this is a class provided by Spring Security. If you hover on this, okay, so you can see this is a class provided by Spring Security itself. It is coming in from org.springframework web filter. Okay, and this is a class that makes sure that this particular filter executes only once per request. Okay, and this filter is typically used when you want to perform certain actions or apply logic only once per HTTP request. You can read more about this from the documentation over here. Okay, you can see over here this entire piece of documentation here, but that is what essentially it means. Okay, so we are executing this once per request. Okay, and make a note over here, this is a component. Okay, so this is a Spring managed component allowing Spring to handle its life cycle. Okay, here we are auto wiring a couple of things. Okay, we are doing field injections over here, and we are automatically auto wiring the instances of JWTUtils and user details service over here. Okay, and what is happening over here is so this is actually marked as a component over here. So this is actually Spring managed. Okay, so this will be auto wired,
And user details service is inbuilt. Okay, it's coming in from org Spring Framework Security Core. Okay, and it is actually an interface. Okay, over here is what you can see. Okay, this is a logger. Okay, it's not mandatory. You can skip this if you wish to. But here we have the actual implementation over here. Okay, so this is the to filter internal. This is the method that is being overridden. Okay, and this is coming in from this once per request filter over here. Okay, so we are overriding this. Okay, and what we are doing over here is we are getting request, we are getting response, and we are getting the filter chain over here. Okay, and if you see over here, we have a try catch block to begin with. Okay, a try catch block. Now within the try, what we are doing is we are first parsing the JWT token. Okay, or I should say we are extracting the JWT over here. Okay, parse is the method. We are actually calling parse JWT to extract the JWT token. Now, if you scroll down, this method is something that we have defined in this class itself. Okay, what this method does is, you can see there are a couple of operations. It calls get JWT from header, and it is passing the request object over here. Okay, what is get JWT from header? It is this method that we have in JWTUtils, and the job of this method is to extract the token and return it in the string format. You can see it's returning in the string format. It is removing the pair prefix over here. Okay, so here if you see, we are getting the JWT over here, we are logging it, and then we are returning the JWT. Okay, and then we have JWT in this particular method here. Okay, so far so good. Okay, now we begin the validation process over here. So here we are saying if JWT is not equal to null, okay, and if it's a valid token, so this method is again coming in from this class over here, validate token. Okay, so if this is true, only then what you do is get username from JWT. Okay, we are getting the username from JWT, and this is a method again defined in JWTUtils here. Okay, so if you scroll up, get username from JWT, we get the username as string. Okay, and what we are doing is we are loading the user details. Okay, so if you see over here, we are loading the user details based on the username that we have extracted from JWT. All right, and then if you scroll down over here, okay, we are making use of authentication token over here. So username, password, authentication token. Okay, and we are creating the authentication over here, which authentication is the object name. Okay, and we are passing in the user details along with the authorities. Now, what does authority mean? Authority means like what sort of roles does this user have? Like for example, if you go to config over here, we have set the authorities over here. Like for example, role is user, role is admin, and so on. Right? We've done this. So that authority we are getting over here, we are passing in over here. Credentials are null, and we are passing in the user detail object over here. Okay, I'm simply logging in the roles from the JWT over here just for debugging purpose. But if you don't want, you can get rid of this. Okay, this is just for debugging. Okay, so we are getting the authentication token created, and then what we are doing is we are setting the details over here. So with this line over here, what we are doing is we are actually enhancing the authentication object, I should say. Okay, so we have this authentication object created with user details and the authorities. Okay, this is like the token essentially, username, password, authentication token. Okay, so we are enhancing this token over here with additional details that we are getting from the request. Okay, like for example, session ID and all. So all of that we are setting into the authentication token. Okay, and then we are setting the security context over here. Okay, so we are taking the object and we are setting the security context, effectively authenticating the user for the duration of the request. And if you scroll up and if you hold control and if you go into this class username, password, authentication token, you'll know that this is an implementation that is designed. So this is an implementation of authentication over here. You can see that is designed for simple presentation of username and password. Okay. And this is actually the authentication object is what you can say over here. Okay. And once the user is validated, okay, once the validation is done, we are creating this object and we are setting this in the security context. Okay. So this is how it is being set. Okay. And yeah, this is what it happens. And then we have a catch block to catch any sort of exception over here. Okay. And then we have this particular line. Okay. So this line says filter chain dot do filter request and response. So what we did over here is this was a custom filter that we added in between, right? We added a custom filter. So what this line will do is it will say continue the filter chain, and this is a request and this is a response object. Okay. So it is essentially telling that this is the last, sorry, this is not the last filter, but this is telling like you continue this filter chain because this was added somewhere in between, right? This was a custom filter that we have added. And this is something that we'll be configuring the addition of filter in the security config. We have not yet done this, but we are adding this somewhere in the filter chain, and we are instructing with this line that, hey, continue the filter chain as usual. Okay. That is what we are doing. And then if you come over here, this method is just to parse JWT. Okay. So this is actually the method or the filter, I would say, that enables you to work with or to intercept the request that is coming in. And it intercepts every request to check if it is authenticated. Okay. And you can see this filter chain is coming in as a parameter over here. Okay. This is response is also coming in over here along with request. Okay. So yeah, this is about the auth token filter, and I hope this is useful, and I hope this is clear as to how this is working. So now it's time that we talk about another class, which is AuthEntryPointJwt. Okay. So this is a class that we are going to use, and it is going to provide us with some custom handling for unauthorized requests. And this class will be invoked typically when authentication is required, but the authentication that is supplied is either not valid or it is not supplied at all. So whenever there is an unauthorized request detected, that is when this class method is going to be invoked. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, and here, in fact, in Notepad, I have this class ready here. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add this class over here. Okay. And I'm going to call this as AuthEntryPointJwt. I'm going to paste it over here. Something like this. Okay. So this is done. Okay. And what you can do is you can add something like this, and we'll go through every line. Okay. So it starts with component. Okay. Which means it's a Spring managed component now. Okay. We have the class definition here. Okay. We have logger being created here. Now we have this commence method, which we are overriding. Okay. Where are we overriding it from? So we are actually implementing the authentication entry point. And this indicates that this particular class will provide custom handling for authentication related error. So that is what it tells. So if you're implementing, or if you want to provide custom handling for authentication related errors, you need to implement this interface. Okay. And you can see over here, there's not much in the documentation, but yeah, it has commence method over here that will have request, response, and authentication exception as well. Okay. So what you would do over here is, once the exception has occurred, okay, you would override this. Okay. And this particular method will be invoked. Okay. And if you scroll over here, first thing what we are doing is we are setting up the response. Okay. So we are setting up the content type. So I'm actually printing and logging few things over here. Okay. This is not mandatory. So I'll just get rid of this. Okay. We are actually setting the response over here. Okay. We are setting up the content type and the authorization over here. Sorry, not the authorization. This is status. Okay. The status over here. And you can see this is SC unauthorized, right? This is 401. And then we are creating a hash map over here where we are putting in a few things like status, error message, and the actual message, and the path over here. Okay, so path means the URL that the user was trying to access. Okay, so this is custom that we are creating, and we are going to send this as a response over here. Okay, so that is what we are doing, and that is how we are handling. You can add your own handling mechanism over here specific to your project. Okay, but we are handling it this way. We are simply returning a hash map over here. Okay, and you can see this body is being sent or it's being mapped actually to it's actually being mapped into JSON format, and it's being written to the response output stream over here. Okay, that is what is happening, and this is what this method, or sorry, not this method, this class actually helps with. Okay, so I hope this is clear, and I hope you understand the significance of this class here. So now it's time that we begin talking about the sign-in flow. Okay, so what happens normally is user would try to log in, and this is the flow wherein user would call the sign-in endpoint. Okay, and typically what happens is he passes in the username and password through a endpoint. Normally it's the /signin endpoint, and then once the user is authorized, the token is generated. Okay, and the token is issued to the user. So this endpoint we need to create to get the token. Okay, and that can be /signin. And what I'm going to do is here in the project, I am going to create an endpoint in the greetings controller here, this point here. Okay, and I have some code already written for this. Okay, we'll go through the entire thing line by line. Okay, and of course we also have login request. So this is the DTO, you can say, or the request structure, you can say over here. Okay, of course we are making use of getters and setters over here. We can make use of Lombok if you wish to, and if you're aware of what Lombok is, that's absolutely fine. You can make use of Lombok, but I have used the getters and setters. That's absolutely okay. Important is you learn what is being taught. Okay, you can actually modify this code to get Lombok into picture. Okay, so login request here and login response here. So this is the login response. So in request, you can see we are getting the username and password. Okay, so user will pass in the username and the password, and in the response, we give JWT token as the response along with username and the list of roles. Okay, so this is the response structure that we have. Okay, and these are the getters and setters for the same. Okay, so let's go through each and everything and let's move this code into our application. So I would copy this entire thing, okay, this entire piece of code here. I'll head over to the greetings controller, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually paste it over here. Okay, here in the end. Okay, we see a lot of red marks. That's absolutely fine. We need to import a lot of stuff here. So I'll just go ahead and import everything. Okay, so here you can see request body. Here you have authentication. I'll import this class. Okay, and you can see this. There are multiple authentications here, but you need to get the security core one. Okay, authentication manager. So this is the local variable that we need to create. This is something we'll be creating shortly. Okay, username, password, authentication token. I'll import this. Authentication exception, import this. This will come in from security core. Okay, hash map, import. HTTP status also import. Okay, hash map is coming in from, okay, I guess let me do control Z. Okay, and hash map is, we need to import it from, so I'll import it from util. Okay, and then I need to even get the map over here. Okay, from util. HTTP status is something that will import. Security context holder, import user details. Okay, we need to create a parameter of type user details. Okay, but I'll just import this for now. JWT utils. So this is the class that we have, and we need to create an object of the same. Okay, I'll get this list imported, collectors imported. Login response is something that we'll create. Okay, so these things are done. Okay, now here at the top, what we need to do is there are quite a few imports that we have added. Okay, now what we need to do is here at the top, I will add some variables. So we need authentication manager. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to come at the top of the class. Okay, and I need to add a authentication manager. So I'm going to say here, so it's authentication manager. You can see this one over here. Okay, and something like, okay, it will be authentication manager, something like this. Okay, and then you will have JWT okay, like this, and you will create an object of the same. Okay, something like this. Okay, and you will mark these two as private. Okay, private. Okay, and you can auto wire them. Auto wired. I'll auto wire this thing as well. Okay, you can even do a constructor injection if you wish to, but I'll just get them auto wired. Okay, and you can see JWTUtils. Okay, what happened? Okay, it's named as utils, so it should be JWTUtils. And authentication manager, I guess, is, so we were getting an error over here. So yeah, this is gone. So now there are two errors left. One is login request and other is login response. Okay. So what I would do is I will create a class called login request here. I'll say login request, something like this. And what I would do is I would come over here. I would get this code. Okay, login request. And I'll paste it over here. This is done. This is login request. And then now you can get the login response. So I'll go over here. And I can go away. Login response. Okay, and you can import this from util. Okay, so this is done. Now coming back to the controller, you just need to import these two classes. Okay, so request is imported and the response is also imported. Okay. So yeah, this is done. Okay, and let us go through what we just did. Okay, so I'll tell you first login request over here. Okay, there is, so let me get rid of this. Here, if you see, okay, login request is something that I closed, I guess. Okay, here. So what is login request? This is the format of the request that we get for logging in from the users. Okay, and this is the class that represents the request that you get. Okay, so you can see username, password. And like I said, we have getters and setters. You can make use of Lombok. That's absolutely fine. Login response, you have JWT token. So in the response, you will send the username with JWT token and you will send the list of roles. Okay. You can customize this depending on yourself. Okay. Now you'll come to greetings controller. Okay. So here, what we are doing is this particular controller method is mapped to the sign-in API. Okay. And first thing, what we are doing is we have this structure over here, like the method structure. So we are making use of post request and we have login request as the input. So the request body is supposed to be in the form of login request over here. Okay. And then over here, we have the authentication object created. Okay. Now, authentication object is created, and if you hover on this, this is coming in from the security core package. Okay, so this is the core authentication object that exists in Spring Security. And here, what we are doing is we are making use of authentication manager to authenticate this user. Okay, and what is happening is using username, password, authentication token. A token is created. Okay, and this is created with the help of the username and password. Okay, so you create a token first and then you authenticate the users. Okay, and there is a possibility of you getting the authentication exception, and in that case you are throwing this error or you're sending this response that not found, bad credentials. Okay, so this is something that you are doing. If you're not getting an error, and if you happen to go through this try block, then in that case, you are setting the authentication in the security context. So you have the authentication object being set in the security context holder to establish the security context for the session. Okay. And this is crucial as it officially marks that the user is authenticated in the Spring security context. And context is what is referred every time. Okay. Then you have user details over here. Okay. What we do over here is we retrieve the user details and we generate the JWT. Okay. So from the authentication object, we are getting the principal. Okay. And we are casting it to user details object. What is user details? It is the part of a security core package here in Spring Security. And then we are making use of JWTUtils to generate a JWT token from the username. Okay. So if you talk about the flow, we are authenticating first. If the authentication is valid, we set the context, and then with the help of user details, we are generating the JWT token. So JWT token is only generated if the user is authenticated. And then what we do is we get the list of roles because we need to pass this roles in the response, right? So if you take a look at the response structure, you are giving roles. And if you are removing this, or if you don't want to give roles, then you can get rid of this line. Okay. Then what we do is we have the response crafted. So we have the roles in our hand. We have the JWT token, and we have the user details from where we can get the username. And if you take a look at the response, you need JWT token, you need username, and you need roles. And all these things we have now. And then what we do is we create a login response object, you can see, with these parameters. And we send the response status as OK along with this response. Okay. So I hope this is making sense now. Okay. So this entire method is fundamental in a way like it helps you set the authentication flow from initial authentication to issuing JWT token, to setting up the security context, and to send back the feedback on authentication to the user. Okay, so this is what it is, and this is how the entire method works. Okay, and here you are doing a really good job of having a DTO created, or a response structure, and a login structure, like a request structure created. Okay. And you can directly like create a string over here and return it as well. Okay, but I won't say that's a good practice. It's best to have a separate request and response classes and DTOs set up. So yeah, I hope this is making sense now. Okay, and this was the first step over here. User tries to log in, token generation, token is issued to the user. Okay, and then in the subsequent request, the token has to be sent by the user. Okay. So I hope this was useful and you were able to follow along. So now it's time that we make some changes into our security configuration and we get whatever we have built to work. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll switch over to my notepad here, and here I have some code that we'll be making changes with. So first thing is we are going to expose the bean of auth token filter over here. Okay, which is like authentication JWT token filter, and we'll make use of that method over here. Okay, we'll also expose the authentication manager, and we have some changes here in the filter chain. So what I would do is I will copy this filter chain method here, this entire method here until this. Okay, I'll come over here. Okay, and here I have this filter chain, so I'll just copy this entire piece of code, something like this, and I'll paste it. Okay, now you'll see few red marks. Okay, and that's completely fine. Okay, we are getting red marks because we don't have these objects created yet. Okay, unauthorized handler, and these all things we need to get them done. Okay, so what I will do is I will get this bean and these things added. Okay. So let me come over here. We have just data source over here. So I'll override this with this. So data source already existed, but we have added a couple more. Okay. These are all red because we need to import them. Okay. So I'll just import. All right. So this is done. The error is gone. And this thing is still giving error because we need to import it. This is done. Okay. And then we also need to expose the authentication manager bean, something like this. Okay. So I'll expose it over here. Okay. Like so. So we import all the relevant classes and we are done. Okay. Now let me take you through what we are doing over here. Okay. So first thing, we are having a couple of variables created. So one is data source. We added two more, or one more, I should say. Okay. So this is unauthorized handler. The object name is unauthorized handler, and it is a type of AuthEntryPointJwt. Okay. So if you go over here, AuthEntryPointJwt, this is like our method or a bean that was created to handle unauthorized access attempts. Okay. And we have a custom response over here that we were sending. So that is something we are auto injecting over here. Okay. Then we are also creating a bean over here, which is of JWT authentication filter type. And this filter will intercept the request to check for JWTs in the request header. Okay. So you can see this. Okay. This is a method. Now, if you come over here, this is the default security filter chain. We have done quite a few modifications over here, and I'll take you through the modifications. So number one is here we have defined the interceptors. Okay, so what we have done is we have first said that whenever in terms of security, we want to permit everything that comes to H2 console. Okay, we also want to permit everything if the API is sign-in API. Okay, because of course this has to be unauthorized endpoint. Only then the user will be able to sign in. Okay, this will be used for authorization, and any other request is then authenticated. Okay, so we are just permitting two endpoints over here, H2 console and sign in. So this is H2 console, and then we have sign in. Okay, this is done. Then what we do is we mark the session as stateless over here with this code. Okay, and this is suitable for REST APIs where no session state is maintained between requests. And since we are implementing JWT, it has to be stateless. Okay. Then if you come down here, what we are doing is here we are adding an exception handling mechanism. Okay. So we are saying HTTP.exception handling. Okay. And we are saying the exception handler should be the unauthorized handler. What is unauthorized handler? It is of type created over here, AuthEntryPointJwt, which is the custom handler that we have written. Okay, so we are adding that to the authentication entry point over here. Okay, and we are passing this handler over here. Okay, so it configures the exception handling to use the custom unauthorized handler for authentication related errors. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Then over here, what we have done is we have set the header configuration. So what we have done is we have disabled the frame, or we have set the frames to frame options to same origin, which allows the frames to be used only from the same origin. Okay, this was done for H2 console. Then if you come over here, we have disabled the CSRF. This was done again for H2 console. Okay, and now here we have added the filter over here. So what we did is the filter that we created. Okay, this is a custom filter, right, which we have created. So this filter is auth token filter, this one. This is a custom filter and it needs to be added in the filter chain, right? How would you get it added to the filter chain? So we have said HTTP add filter before. Okay, so you have said add this filter before the username password authentication filter in the filter chain. So this is an inbuilt filter that exists. Okay, username password authentication filter, and you can see it processes an authentication form submission. Okay, so just before this filter we have added our own custom filter. So in the filter chain, whenever all the filters are being executed, this one will be executed just before this one. Okay, I hope this makes sense. And this returns the filter chain. Okay, it completes the configuration and builds the security filter chain. Okay, so this is what the entire code looks like. Here we are having the bean like we had early on for user details service. Okay, we have not made any change over here, but we might need to make any change over here. but for now I'm just leaving it as it is. Okay, we have password encoder bean, which is being used for encoding password over here. And then in the end, we have authentication manager bean. So this is exposing the authentication manager as the bean, which is being used by Spring Security to handle the authentication. Okay. So yeah, I hope this is making sense, like this entire configuration that we did. There are some changes that are important. Like if you create a filter and if you don't add it in the filter chain, okay, that filter is never executed because it's not added into the filter chain. Like Spring Security, you need to tell Spring Security that, hey, this is the custom filter that I created and you need to execute it at this point. And here we are specifying exactly that point over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done. And yeah, this is our setup for the configuration of security. So I hope this was useful and I hope this was clear. So we have come with our application really far. We are done with the JWT authentication implementation. And now it's time that we test the application. But before that, there are some loose ends that you should be aware of. So here, if you see the post mapping, the endpoint is /signin. We don't have anything at the controller level, no request mapping annotation. But if you come over here to security config, what we are doing is we are saying permit /API/signin. So this is incorrect. We need to correct the URL. Just make sure that you are having the correct URLs. Okay, this is done. Now what we would do is we'll run this application. Let us see this application in action. Okay, all right, we start getting errors. And okay, so this is a number format exception. This number is very long. Okay, so and this is coming in from properties, application.properties here, where we have specified a very long expiration time. So I'll trim that out. Let us run this. Let us see how things go. Okay, we got one more error. Let us see what this error is. Okay, so this is the error which says table users not found. And this database is empty. Okay, so let us head over to security config and let us see user details. So we are creating the users over here, but still we are getting this error. If you scroll up further over here at the top, okay, you will see an error. One second. So let me go over here. You will see an error that this factory method user details service threw an error. Okay. So it is saying bad SQL grammar, okay, which means this table probably does not exist yet. But over here, we are actually creating the table. So what is the issue? So the problem over here is coming in because we are making use of user details service and we are creating this bean and we are also trying to insert the user into the database as the part of bean initialization process. And at this stage, the database might not have been fully configured, right? And that is the reason why we are getting this error. And the necessary table that we need might not have been created. Okay, and that is why we are getting that SQL exception. So what we can do is we can actually separate this user creation process. So what we can do is we can have a command line runner in use. Okay. Now you can make use of command line runner to get a part of the application execute at the application startup. Okay, and once the application context is fully set up. Okay, so if there are any initialization pending, that would be done, and only then the part within the command line runner would be executed. Okay, and you can separate this bean creation. So we need a bean of user details service over here. We are returning it. So instead of having this logic of user creation inside this entire bean initialization process, you can separate this out. So I would suggest over here, you have this kind of a logic here. Okay, so I'll move this logic or move this code over here to this file and let me show it to you what I mean. I'll paste it over here. Okay, and you can see I'm making use of command line runner. You can import this. Okay, command line runner. It is coming in from org spring framework.boot. If you hover on this, you can see it's an interface. Okay, so what we are doing is we have added two methods. One
is the creation of the bean. We are creating a bean over here. Okay. Here also we were returning the bean. Okay. So bean was getting created after inserting the user. But here we are quickly creating the bean instead. And then we are making use of command line runner initialize data over here. This is also bean. Okay. And this will be executed on the application startup. Okay. And this execution will happen after all the initialization have been done. Okay. So what we are doing is here, you get this bean using user details service. And if you come over here, you're making use of user details service over here. Okay. Here you can see. And this user details service is coming in. If you scroll up. Okay. Where is it coming in from? 1 second. So it is coming in from this as a parameter. Okay. And it is being injected over here. And it's actually coming in, like we are creating it over here and it's getting injected over here. Okay. And then we are making use of it to create the users. You can see all the encoding and the logic remains same like we had over here. But just the bean creation and the user insertion is being managed separately. So I'll just get rid of this. Okay. I'll just remove this part over here and I'll run this application now. Let us see how this behaves. All right, you can see the application is running up and fine. You can head over to H2 console, you can connect and you can see the user creation is done. Okay, you can even clear this and you can check the authorities. Admin is of role admin, user 1 is of role user. This is done. All right, coming back to our code, what we can do is we can come over to Postman, right? So here we had mentioned that if you want to query the API, you need to pass in the authorization header followed by the value should be bearer followed by token, right? Now we need the token first. So what I would do is I'll duplicate this. Okay, we can duplicate this to sign in. Sign in is the API name. Here in terms of auth, I'll say no auth. Okay, so be sure to select no auth over here if you're duplicating. In the body part of the request, I can say raw JSON over here. Okay. And here I can say username and I can say username as user 1. And here I can say password as, okay, 1 second. So password is, let me check the password. What was the password that we set? It should be exactly the same one over here. User 1, password 1, admin and admin pass. You can see over here, password 1. Password 1. Let me send this and let us see how this works. Okay, so we are getting 401 unauthorized. Now to check the issue, what I'm going to do is I'll head over to our application. We'll open this and we'll see. So there's an exception here. Okay, let us go to the top. Okay, so you can see over here, cannot set user authentication. So it is JSON web token.io decoding exception, illegal base 64 character exclamation. All right. So if you come over here to application properties, we have the secret over here, which we are using for encoding decoding. Right. So I'll get rid of exclamation and any sort of special characters, and I'll also increase its length. Okay. So, or let me not increase the length. Let me just run and let us see what happens. So I just removed the characters which were causing issue and it's up and running. I'll come back. I'll say send. We get this error again. Let us see what the error is. Is it around the length? Yes. So you can see is of 120. So the specified key byte is 120 bits, which is not secure enough. Okay. So you need to have a long key over here. Okay. And that error related to exclamation is gone. So I'll just type in some random characters, something like this. Okay. You can make a long key and you can run this. Okay. So it's running and we can come over to Postman now and you can say send. Okay. We are still getting an error. Interesting. Okay. It says get is not supported, which makes sense. We need to switch to post, and I'm sorry about sending get request over here. Post, if you say send, hooray, we have the JWT token over here. You can see. So you can see over here, JWT token, username,
and you have the rules over here. So this user has this rule. This is something that you know, and this is something you're getting in from where? You're getting in from, if you come over here, login request. Okay, so this is the request that you sent, and login response is the response that you got. Okay, this is what is in action over here. Okay, so you can see over here. Okay, and there are some logs over here. Okay, so you can come over here, you can copy this token now. This is your token, or you can say this is your ticket. All right, I'll save this request. I'll go to the other request. Here, I'll add this token. Okay, something like this. Now, if I send this, I'll get 401 unauthorized. Okay, I know why this is coming unauthorized. Okay, but I want you all to understand as well. Now, one thing you need to understand. Okay, I have not enabled logging over here. So you can enable logging to know more about the issue. So if you copy this, what we are doing with this is we are enabling logs for Spring Framework, SQL related logs, security related logs, and even our application related logs. So I can copy this, I can come over here, and in application properties, I can paste this. Okay, this thing, right? And let me run this. Okay, this is running. I'll just clear this logs. Okay, and I'll send this. Okay, now you can see over here you have, okay, you can see authentication filter.java null. Okay, authorization header. Okay, so if you copy this, we are printing this in JWTUtils. So if you go to this particular class, we are printing it over here. You can see if you clicked on that, we are printing here, and bearer token is coming in as basic, and this is a token. Okay, so I'll tell you where. So ideally it should not be basic, it should be bearer and your token, right? Bearer and your token. But where is this coming in from? Basic. So if you go to authorization, here we had selected basic auth early on, right? And we are using that same request to add the header. All right, so basic authentication header is being passed in instead of this one. So you need to, so there is no issue with our code, it is issue in the way we are sending in the request or how this Postman is set up. So this was early on set up for basic authentication. You need to select this and say no auth. So we don't need any auth over here, right? We need to disable auth, and from header here, you need to send this, and you can see hello is over here. Okay. And if you come now over here, earlier we were getting basic this. If you scroll down, you can see authorization header. Now we are getting bearer and the entire token. Okay. You can disable these logs, like you're printing in token and all. So you can disable them, but you can see how hello has been printed. If you come over here, somewhere we are also printing like what kind of user this is, like what role it has. So you can see auth token filter is printing. If you see here, if you click on this link is printing the authorities of the token. Okay, so here the role from JWT is role user. Okay, so server knows now, okay, this token is being presented to me. This is the user and it has this username, and this is the role. So this is what I need to give it access to. Okay, if you come over here, okay, and let me try to access admin API. If I say send over here, you get unauthorized. And if you check the logs now, let me scroll down. Okay, this is the entire log. Okay, this is the entire log. If you come over here, you can see this is a second request now. Okay, to /admin. If you come down, it says role user and it's trying to access /admin. You can see auth token filter called for this URI. Okay, and if you come here, you will see an issue somewhere. Okay, you can see here, this is the issue, failed to authorize, right? And it's saying that this particular endpoint, admin endpoint, is the target of class this. Okay, and you can see it has this attribute, has role admin. Okay, now what has happened is because of this, it failed to give it access because it's not allowed to access. You can see unauthorized error, full authentication is required to access this resource. Now you can generate admin token as well. You can come over here, instead of sign in with the user, you can say admin, and you can say admin pass. You can say send. This is the admin token. You can see what the role is. Username is this, role is this. Now you can go to hello
this admin slash, and you can change the token here. So I've presented a new ticket. I'm saying send, and you get hello admin. Okay. So it's working absolutely fine. You can see we have been able to implement JWT in with amazing learning experience, I would say. There were a few changes that we did, okay, during testing, but I think that's fine. And it's a good learning experience so far. Okay. So you can see we have also taken care of making sure that the DTOs are separate, like the request and response objects are separate. We have 3 classes that are helping us do, like one is the filter, like the custom filter, which is auth token filter. We have a helper class, which is JWT We have this class, which is used to handle the unauthorized requests, right? So AuthEntryPointJwt. And then we have the security config, wherein we are configuring JWT to work with our application. So I hope this was useful, and I hope you learned a lot. Okay, this entire thing is a really good learning experience, and I hope you will be able to implement JWT in your real world projects. All right, so we do have our application working successfully with JWT and H2 database. Now, there will be scenarios wherein you don't want to work with H2 database, but you would want to have a proper database like PostgreSQL or MySQL, because H2 database that we are making use of over here in our pom.xml or in our application is an in-memory database, and there would be requirements wherein you want to make use of a proper database server like PostgreSQL and MySQL. Now, what happens is whenever you're working on a production grade application, you would have a database server set up in the cloud. For example, if your company is making use of AWS, then Amazon itself has something called as RDS, wherein you can create a RDS instance and you can select the database engine that you want your application to work with. All right. So let me showcase as to how you can make use of something else apart from H2. All right. Now, what I will do is I'll switch over here to google.com, all right, to our browser. And here, what we need to make sure is we need to make sure that we have the right dependency set up. So I'm going to switch over to start.spring.io over here. All right. Now here, we need to make sure we have selected Maven. And let's say you want to work with PostgreSQL. So what you need to do is you need to select PostgreSQL over here. Okay. So this is a driver that will allow your Spring Boot application to connect to the PostgreSQL database, right? And if you click on Explore, you will notice this dependency being added over here. So you can copy this dependency, all right? And you can switch over here. You can comment this out, all right? And you need to paste it over here, all right? So the dependency is added over here, all right? And you'll see this icon appear wherein you are being asked to load the Maven changes. Now, why are you being asked to do so? Because you have made a change in pom.xml. So I'll say reload Maven changes, and yes, everything is reloaded. Now we just have the dependency added. We also need to make sure that we prepare our application to work with PostgreSQL, right? Now, how do we do that? So what happens is there is a lot of auto configuration that works behind the scenes, right? We don't need to write code wherein we will make sure that our Spring Boot application connects to the PostgreSQL database, right? So we don't need to write code at that level, but of course we need to tell our application where the database is, how it can connect, meaning it needs access to the credentials, right? So all of that we need to specify. Only then our application will be able to connect to the PostgreSQL instance. So just to make our life easy, I do have a set of properties that I have pre-written, all right? And we'll add these properties into our application.properties. So I'll copy this, okay? These are not complete yet, but let me move them over here and then we can work on it, all right? Now I'll paste these properties over here, okay? And I'll add a comment here, okay? I'll say PostgreSQL, all right?
So this is a comment that is added. So yeah, now these settings that you are seeing over here is for the H2 database. So I can happily comment this out because we are no longer making use of H2 database, but in fact we are migrating to PostgreSQL. Okay. Now here, what you're seeing is the properties that we need. Okay. So here you can see this is the URL. Okay. So like I said, of course, a lot of stuff is being taken care by Spring Boot auto configuration, but we still need to tell it where our database resides, what is the username, what is the password, and how it can connect to the database, right? So here, this part of the property says URL. Okay. So this is the protocol JDBC. This specifies the type of the database, and this will specify the URL of the database. Okay. So I'll be talking about what is localhost 5432, and then we need to also add the database name. Okay. So localhost 5432 is nothing but localhost means your local machine. This is the default port at which the database is usually running, PostgreSQL database I'm talking about. And then here you can add the name of the database. Okay. Then here you have the database username, which is by default Postgres. And here you can add the password that you have added during the installation. All right. So basically this is the user and the password credentials that you're sharing, and you're giving this to your application so as it can connect to the database, right? Now here you are talking about the schema management. So DDL auto update. What this means is whenever you're making any change into the schema, okay, so if you have entities defined and all, do you want the database to be auto updated? For example, if you added a new field in the class that is marked as an entity, right? So it will be mapped to the database table. So what do you want to do? Do you want to update? So I have marked it as update, right? So whatever changes we do, if we have any entities defined in future, those changes will be automatically updated and propagated into a database. You have different values here like create, then you also have create drop. Okay. What create drop will do is it will create, and once the application stops, so when the application boots, it will create the schema, and when the application stops, it will drop the schema, right? So that is how it works. But for now, I have update over here, and here I've specified the dialect. Okay, so this is something that you need to specify. And since we are working with PostgreSQL, we have specified the PostgreSQL dialect. Okay. Now, why we have specified this PostgreSQL dialect is because, Spring Boot auto generates the underlying queries that enables our application to work with the database, right? So it makes a lot of your life easy. But what happens is with different database engines like a PostgreSQL, H2 database, then you'll also have MySQL, which is very popular in the market. What happens is normally the queries differ slightly in terms of syntax, right? And this is something you would know if you have done a lot of work with databases, right? So what happens is we don't want our queries to be failing, right? Spring Boot does not want its queries to be failing. And if our query fails, then the application would not function properly. So it's best that we tell Spring Boot that, hey, this is a dialect that you should be making use of. Okay. And since you have specified the PostgreSQL dialect, what it will do is it will generate queries in the hindsight that are compatible with PostgreSQL as a database. All right. So this is done. All right. I have not added actual values over here. All right. Before adding actual values, we need to make sure that we have the database instance onto our system, right? That is up and running. So if you switch over to the browser over here, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to search for PostgreSQL. Okay. So this thing over here, right? So if you have PostgreSQL, it's well and good if you have it installed. But if you don't have it installed, you can go to this website. This is the official website, postgresql.org. Go over here, and here you will have this download page, and you can download the appropriate version over here. Okay, depending on which operating system you are on. All right. So this you can download, and you can install it onto your system. All right. Now keep in mind, this is what you're installing over here is the database server, right? So a database server would be installed onto your system. Now to communicate with the database server, right? Because how when we work with H2 console or H2 database, right? We have a console that allows us to see what is happening in the database, what data is being created. So likewise, we have a database server installed, right? But to see what data is being created, what tables are being created, we also need a way to see what is happening and what data is being stored. So that is where this PG admin, okay, it's called PG admin. So if you search for PG admin, you'll see that this is what it is. Okay, so you go to the website. Okay, what it is actually it's an admin interface. So it gives you an interface like this. Okay, what you can do is you can connect to your database that you installed over here, okay, which is locally available, and you can query, see what all tables are there. You can see the screenshot over here, what all tables are there, what all procedures are there, what all different database objects exist into our database. That all you can see over here. Okay, so this is something that you can do, okay, with the help of PG admin. All right, now I would request you all to go to the download section over here, and you can essentially download it onto your system. Okay, so be sure to download and install both the things onto your machine. Now, once this is done and you have the required tools successfully installed onto your system, we can move to the next step. All right, the next step is to provide the appropriate values to our application so that it can connect in the right way, right? So here, what will come over here, so basically username is actually the admin user, okay, and the admin user over here that I'm specifying is Postgres. Okay, this is the admin user, and here you can specify the password that you have entered when installing the database. All right, so the password that I have entered is admin123. All right, and that is what I'm going to make use of. All right, because that is how I want my application to connect to the database, right? Rest all remains the same. Now we need the database over here, right? We need to specify the database. So here I have a placeholder, but to create the database, what we will do is we will open up this tool called PG admin. Okay, so this PG admin, and here, if you see, you will have an option to to create a server group. Okay, now what you can do is, sorry, this is not the option that you should click on, but actually it's this one, register a server, right? So you need to register the server. So what you will have to do is you will have to enter the name of the connection, okay, what you want this connection to be called. This is for your purpose or for your identification. And then you specify localhost over here. Okay, username is by default Postgres. Okay, enter the password and you can say save over here. Okay, and once you do that, after entering the right credentials, you will be able to see this connection this way, right? So you can see I have two connections or two servers over here that I've connected to. One is the remote RDS instance, another one is the local. So if I click over here, okay, and if I say connect, you can see I'm connected now, right? So you'll have to create a connection like this, okay, that will make sure that, so this is essentially the connection that you're creating, right? Since this is a tool, it's a graphical user interface that allows you to connect to the database and watch the database objects like tables, the data in it, and so on. Okay, so you need to create a connection, and this connection can be to anything, right? You can see over here I have connected, or I've created a connection to the remote AWS RDS instance, right? So this tool will allow you to just see what's happening in the database. It will allow you to query the database as well, right? So I connected to the local instance over here, okay, which I showed you how you can say register, and you can register a server over here, okay, and you can register as many servers as you want, right? So here under this, you'll see this tab called databases, right? So I already have two databases, okay, because I've been working on PostgreSQL for a while. So what you can do is you can create a new database over here, okay? So you can right click, you can say create database, and I'll enter the name of database as security app over here, okay, and I'll say save over here. The moment you say save, you'll see this thing opening up like this, and under schema, under tables, you'll see all the tables up here, but right now it's empty. You don't see anything over here, right? So you need to remember the database name that you entered, security app, and you need to come over here and you need to add security app over here, okay? So yeah, we are done now over here. You can see like I have entered this URL. I have the username set, I have the password. Okay, DDL auto is update, and I've specified the platform as well. All right. Now this is done. So our Spring Boot application will now be able to connect to the database, right? Now we can run the application, but before running, I would like to mention a couple of things. All right. So first thing is this thing over here called schema.sql. Okay, this file exists. This is a SQL file which has the schema over here, or that we want to be created in the database. And this is a schema that Spring Security requires for storing the information of users, right? Now, if you see over here, okay, these are queries, right? These are SQL queries. And here we are making use of varchar ignore case. So this syntax is not identified by PostgreSQL, right? PostgreSQL will have different data types and this won't work. Okay. So if you run this, let me run this and let's see. If you run this, this is not going to work. Okay. But I still want to show it to you. Okay. You can see the application crashed and some error happened. You can see bad grammar, right? It's telling you bad grammar. Okay. Which means like it won't work. Okay. So yeah, this won't work. And then it's throwing an error that users does not exist. Okay. Because it could not create users table. All right. Because we are making use of data types that PostgreSQL cannot understand, right? So we need to modify this and we need to make sure that we have the right queries over here so that we can get the underlying schema created. Now to take care of this, what we need to do is we need to modify the script, right? So what I'm going to do is I already have a like drop and create table created over here. Okay, this is PostgreSQL compatible. So what I would do is I would copy this, okay, and we would compare it over here. All right. So here I'll paste it, and you can see over here I'm creating this table users. Okay, I'm creating username. Okay, and I'm creating password as well. Okay, so if I take this to a new line, you'll see what's happening over here. Okay, this will give you a sense of what's happening. All right, and for this thing as well, if I take this to a new line, this one also to new line. Okay, and even references. Okay, so this part you can see here, and you can see how user is being created. Okay, you can see users over here. All right, and I'm creating users this way over here. I'm making use of the right data type that PostgreSQL will understand. I'm making use of right data type over here. Okay, and yeah, that's all. So the structure remains same, what Spring Security needs. I'm just modifying the query so that the right schema is being made available to Spring Boot so that it can make use of that schema for its authentication and authorization purpose, right? And I'm also saying a drop table if it exists. All right. So if the table is already existing in the database that we are connecting to, I'm dropping it. This is optional. You can like comment this out or remove this if you don't want to drop the table that already exists. All right. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this part at the top. Okay. This is commented now. Okay. Because we want this to be used. All right. Now I'll run the application. Okay. But before running, I'll also tell you that we will get one more error. All right. And we'll have to navigate through that error. But I want to generate that error and show it to you and explain why we are getting that error. So I'll say run over here. All right. And okay, you can see over here. All right, we got an exit over here. And if you scroll up here, you'll see, okay, this insert statement failed. Okay, now if you come over here to our PG admin, and if I say refresh, okay, you won't see any table being created, right? Now the reason for this is because this particular script is not being loaded. All right. Now you will say, hey, the script was being auto-loaded, right? So why is it not being loaded now? And what's the problem right now? So what is happening is we were making use of H2, which is an in-memory database for testing, development purpose, right? You can quickly set up things over there, right? But what happens is now we are making use of PostgreSQL, which is an external database, right? And it is typically a production grade database, which is not like an in-memory database, right? So
if you want this schema to be created or the script to be executed and these tables to be created into a database, you need to do that explicitly. All right, you need to do that manually. All right, so what I'm going to do is I can come over here, all right, and I can specify an initializer over here, which will do the job of creating the schema for myself. Sorry, not creating. We have the script that will create this, but we need a loader over here that, or I should say, it will configure this. It will configure the things in such a way that it will execute this script and it will make the schema available for us. All right. So what I will do is I can create a file over here. Okay. And I'll call this file as data source config. So I'll enter data source config over here. Okay. Something like this. And this file is created. And what I will do over here is I'll mark this as configuration file. Okay. So this is a configuration file is what I'm telling Spring Boot. Okay. I'll auto wire the database over here. Okay. So I'll say private data source and I'll say data source over here. Okay. Now what is happening is we are saying that I need the data source that the application is using. Okay. So Spring Boot will automatically configure a data source based on the dependencies that we have added and the properties that we have set. So Spring Boot knows which database I'm connecting to and how I'm connecting, right? So what it will do is it will automatically create this data source instance and it will auto wire it over here, right? Now over here, I'll create a bean. I'll say data source initializer here, something like this. And I'll say data source initializer. Okay. And over here, I'll say data source initializer. And I'll say initializer is equal to new data source initializer, something like this. So I'm creating an object of data source initializer. Now I'll say initializer dot set data source as data source over here. Okay. Now this we are doing because we want to set the data source that will be used for database related operations. All right. And we have set this over here. Now what we need to do is I will create a resource populator instance over here. Okay. So let me create resource database populator. Okay. And I'll say call this populator new resource database populator. Sorry about that. All right. And I'll make use of this to actually add the script over here. So I'll say add script and I'll say new class path resource and I'll specify the name of the file. So my file name is schema.sql, right? And I'll come over here. I'll say initializer dot set database populator and I'll pass in the database populator over here. Okay, something like this. And then I'll say return initializer. All right. And I'll set this as a bean over here. Okay. Right. So what I'm doing over here is I'm getting the data source bean or I'm getting the data source object over here. Okay. So this data source actually is used to initialize the database. So here, if you come over here, okay, I have this bean created. Okay. And we are actually creating an instance of a data source initializer over here. Okay. And then I'm setting the initializer with the data source. And then I'm creating an instance of the resource database populator. Now this will be used to populate the database with the contents of the SQL scripts. And then I'm saying populator dot add script and I'm saying new class path resource. So this adds schema.sql script from the class path to the populator. And this script contains the SQL command to create and populate the database schema. And then I'm also like saying initializer.set database populator. So I'm actually setting the database populator for the initializer and then I'm returning the initializer over here. Okay. So we are seeing a warning over here. So in the word populator, okay, I think this is okay. We can ignore it. Right now, this is done. So we have schema.sql over here. All right. What I will do is I'll run the application. Let us see what happens. So you will see the application has successfully started. All right. Without any issues. And let us go to the database. I'll right click, I'll say refresh. You'll see two tables come in over here, right? And I can say right click, I can say you can actually view the data, all rows, right? You can see over here. So these are the users that are created over here, okay? And then I can say all rows over here. These are, you can see, these are the role mappings over here, okay? User to role. So yeah, we have configured the PostgreSQL database successfully. Okay, it's working fine. Now what I can do is I can make use of Postman over here, and I can actually query and try to access the API with the credentials mapped to the users, and I can see if it's actually working fine. So right now over here, I am in Postman, all right. And I actually have this sign in endpoint. Okay, I better rename it to sign in. All right, over here. All right, and here you can see I've already populated these credentials: user1, password1. Now, if you come over to the code base over here, okay, we have security config over here, and here we're creating user1, password1 with the role as user. So this is a normal user. So if I say send over here. Let me copy this JWT token. You can see the API is working fine for sign in, and you can see the username is this, and you can even see the roles over here. Okay, I've copied the JWT token. I can happily go to hello over here. I can paste this JWT token over here. Okay, and I can send this. This will work fine. Now, if I switch this to admin over here, and let me try to access, you won't get access over here. So it says unauthorized. Okay, the reason is you have actually role user, but you're trying to access an admin API. Now let me try to sign in as admin over here. So if I say admin, and if I say admin pass over here, okay, I can say send over here. Now you can see this is another JWT token for this user admin. Role is also admin. Okay, I can come over here, and for this part I can get rid of this authorization header. Okay, and I can send this over here. So you can see hello admin is working fine, and normal hello will also work fine over here. Okay, so you can see this is working absolutely fine with no issues, right? So what we have done is we have made sure, or we have configured our application to work with PostgreSQL database, all right? And we have done quite a few changes wherein we first added the dependency. Then we configured the application.properties to tell Spring Boot essentially as to how it can connect to the database. Then we have we modified, I should say, schema.sql that can help us get the right schema into the database. All right. Then we have the schema loaded, and yeah, we have everything set up then. Right now, after this, I'll also tell you one thing. I would like to add one more thing over here. You don't need to load this schema this way. Okay, this is optional, of course. But what you can actually do is you can take these queries over here, and you can directly copy this. You can come over here. Okay, and over here you can say right click, and you can see query tool over here. Okay, if you right click on tables, you'll see query tool, right? What you can do is you can directly copy and paste these queries over here, and you can get the users created as well. Okay, you can get the users created this way as well. This is also absolutely fine. All right. But if you are creating users this way, okay, into the database, I'll tell you one thing. You don't need schema.sql and you don't need data source config.java. You can delete these two files happily. These two files, data source config and schema.sql, you can delete it absolutely, because these two files we are creating for schema management and schema initialization when our application boots up. Okay, but if you have this stored, or if you have this created externally, if you are executing the queries manually externally, then it's okay if you don't have these two files added into your application. All right. So this is something that I showed you because many times if you are working on a POC or something like that, you need to make sure that the database is created when the application boots up. All right. So this is one way of creating it. Or if you don't want to go this way, there are also scenarios I'll tell you when what happens is this thing is set to update. Okay, this is not set to create drop.
right? If it's set to create drop or only drop, what happens is if the application is stopped, the schema is also dropped, right? So if the application starts, the schema is created. If the application stops, the schema is dropped, right? So in this case, the schema is dropped or exists until the application is running. Okay, so yeah, you will have to run the script again and again, but yeah, I wanted to show you both the ways of doing things. So even if you create or even if you create the schema this way, then too it's absolutely fine, because users would be inserted from here, security config here, users will be inserted from here, and yeah, that is how it will be managed. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we get our application working with MySQL database. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out all the code that I've added for PostgreSQL. And here in the pom.xml, I have the dependency for PostgreSQL somewhere. Okay. Here. All right. So just comment these out. All right. Because we are going to now configure our application to work with MySQL. All right. So what I'll do is I'll come over here. First thing we need is the dependency. So I'll head over to start.spring.io. Make sure that you selected Maven over here. Add the dependency and enter MySQL. Now you'll see this MySQL JDBC driver, which is the dependency that we want. So scroll down over here. Okay. And you'll see this dependency that is MySQL connector -j. So I'll copy this, come over here, and I'll add this dependency over here. Okay, now refresh this. So we need to reload the Maven changes for every edit that we do in pom.xml so that the dependencies are refetched, right? Now this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to configure our application to work with MySQL. All right. So we are going to make use of similar properties. Okay, so I'm going to like copy paste this over here. Okay, I'm going to uncomment this. Okay, and over here I'm going to say these are the properties for MySQL. Okay, I of course have them typed out on the notepad as well. Okay, but we are going to make the changes over here. All right, now over here the data source URL. Right, so this data source URL over here, we have the protocol and the database name over here. So instead of PostgreSQL, we are making use of MySQL. Localhost, and we have 5432 because PostgreSQL by default runs on 5432, but over here we need 3306, right? And this is the name of the database that we want to connect to. Now, in place of username, we have Postgres. Now, this is a default user that we have, or the admin user. For MySQL, I have root, okay? And password, you need to enter the pass, okay? Now, I'll come to this password thing shortly, okay, because these two things you set up during an installation, right? The schema management, which is DDL auto, I'll stick to update, and over here instead of PostgreSQL dialect, I'll say MySQL dialect over here, right? So these are the only changes we need to do. Okay, now coming to MySQL, so you should have MySQL installed onto your system. All right, now there are two things that we need. One is the MySQL database and the workbench. Okay, so you can say MySQL download. You can come over here and you can get MySQL community downloads, and from here you can download the version for your system. Okay, now the thing over here is essentially you install this. Now when installing, you also need MySQL workbench. So when you are installing MySQL, be sure to select the workbench as well. All right, because we'll need workbench, which is an interface that allows us to see and interact with the underlying database, right? And also whatever password and username you're setting when installing the software, be sure to make note of it, because that is what we'll be making use over here. Okay, the default is root, and this is a password that you set during the installation. All right, now once you have done all of this, okay, you will have this interface, which is MySQL workbench. All right, what you need to do is you'll see this MySQL connections, right? So you can see MySQL Workbench is a graphical user interface for MySQL. So MySQL is the database that is running on your local machine after the installation. But it's a database, right? You need a tool or something to view what's happening or what objects exist in the database. So that is what MySQL Workbench is. So what I'll do is I'll create a new connection over here. You enter the connection name over here, like whichever name it is. So basically, if it's my local DB, you can enter local DB over here. Host name, you can add localhost, or you can just stick to this. This is also localhost only. Username is root by default, and password, you can enter the password over here. And you can say test the connection. So once you say test and OK, it will create a connection over here. So I already have my connection named local instance over here. Okay. And I also have one more connection. This is for remote RDS. Okay. But we'll stick to the local instance. All right. So like RDS here you are seeing, so I would like to mention MySQL Workbench can be used to connect to any MySQL database anywhere on the internet. Okay. Provided you have the right credentials and the host. Okay. So here this RDS instance is an AWS instance that I had, and I use this to connect to it. Okay. But right now it's deleted. So there's no point talking about this, but we'll talk about the local instance. Now over here, I'll click on this connection and it will open this for me, right? Now I'm using MySQL a lot. So you'll see quite a few schemas created over here. But since we need a new schema, so I'll just right click, I'll say create a schema, and we'll have to enter the schema name. So the name over here is it's security app. So I'll just copy that, paste it over here, and here at the bottom left or right, you'll see this apply. So you need to say apply again. And this is done. You have it's security app. So if you double click on this, you'll see security app in the list. If you double click, you'll see this expand, and you should see tables and everything under it. Right now we don't have any tables. Of course, it's expected. So what we need to do is to get the table created, we need to run the application. And when we run the application, what will happen is this schema.sql is fetched. Okay. And this is fetched with the help of data source config. All right. And this is executed. Now this schema that we have is MySQL compatible as well. Okay. You won't face any issues when using this schema with MySQL. Okay. Also have pom.xml configured, not SQL. It's pom.xml configured. So I'll just hit run over here. And the moment you run, let's see if we get any sort of issues over here. Ideally, we should not. You can see application is up and running. And if you come to MySQL and if you say refresh, right click and refresh all, you'll see few tables up here, which is users and authorities. So you need to click on this box over here. If I click on this beside users, you'll see this is my users table. And besides authority, you'll see this is my authority table. All right. So yeah, this is our database setup. And now we can actually make use of Postman and see if we are able to make use of the database, right? So I'll straight away say sign in over here. You're not getting any issues, and you can take this JWT token and you can come over here. And I'll get rid of this token here and I'll paste this and I'll say send. You can see it's working. And here also I can see user 1 and I can see password 1. Send it and then copy this and then come over here. Get rid of this. Paste this newly created token and then try to access it. Okay, you are seeing hello. But if you try to access admin over here, it won't work, right? Because admin is only accessible by admins, all right? So this is working absolutely fine, both with PostgreSQL and MySQL, okay? And I hope you are clear on the entire flow as to how the schema.sql is being picked up by data source config. And also how the users are created. So users are created because of this bean that we have created over here for command line runner. Okay. And how we are connecting to the database. All right. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful.
So now we have the application working with PostgreSQL and MySQL database. But here what we are doing is we have this schema.sql created, which we are loading with the help of data source config, right? So I want to show you a way wherein without doing this, how can you get your application to work? All right. Because I realize there will be few people, a few students who might want this as a requirement and might want to learn how you can do this. So here, what I will do is I'll come over to our application. So I'm making use of MySQL. MySQL or PostgreSQL, it does not matter. Okay, so I'll just drop this schema. So if you're making use of PostgreSQL, you can drop the database from there. Now, once the database is dropped, okay, we don't have any data around the schema, right? Because it's dropped. So what I will do is I'll copy this, okay, or before even copying, I'll recreate the empty schema, okay. So you can either drop the schema or the database, or what you can do is you can like drop the tables, okay, that would also work. All right, I've dropped the schema just to be clean and sure. All right, so this is done. We have the schema recreated, and you can see there are no tables. Now what I can do is I can come over here, I can copy all the queries from here, okay, and here I can say, okay, let me open a query window and let me make use of this table first. So I can say security app. So here in MySQL, before running any query, you need to tell the database which database or which schema you are executing this against. So I'm executing all the queries against security app. I'll paste it over here, okay, and what I will do is I can actually select this entire thing and I'll create it, okay. So yeah, I guess this worked. Okay, we saw an issue. Okay, let me execute this one by one. So I'll first run this, okay, this is created, then I'll run this is also created, and then I'll run this last. So I'll take my cursor there and I can run this. So all three are executed, okay. I was trying to select all and execute, but it threw an error, so I just executed one by one. And if I refresh this, okay, you'll see this is there, right? Now we don't have any data here, so data can be inserted from the application itself. But what I'll do is now I can actually comment this entire thing out, okay. I can comment this entire thing out, okay. Now there's no schema essentially, right? And this can even go away as a configuration, okay. If I can like comment this, so this is not a configuration now, and I can simply like comment these things out, right? So this is okay. So for now, you can, this is as good as deleting these two things, right? So it's totally up to you. I'll run this. You can even delete these two files, but I don't want to delete. I want to have those files for later reference. But you'll see your application is running. Now, the moment your application boots up, if you do a refresh over here, you should see the authorities over here. You should see the users also. You can see, right? Now, if you come over here, your application will also work absolutely okay. So let me sign in over here. You can see I'm able to sign in. So this is my user login credentials, okay, or my JWT token. I can remove this. I can say send. You can see admin is not accessible. I can say hello and try accessing it. You can see it's working fine, okay. So yeah, this is how you can get rid of these two files and still get things to work, I should say. So you can even delete this schema.sql and data source config, okay, totally up to you. But I have commented all the code inside, so it is as good as deleting it, right? So I hope this is useful, and these same steps will work with PostgreSQL as well, okay. So if you have that database open, I have it open here, okay. What you can do is here in PostgreSQL, you can get rid of this security app over here, or you can delete the tables also. But I just delete the entire database just to be sure, right? So you can delete this, say delete force, and create a new one, okay, and then rerun the app, all right. Yeah, be sure before running the app, be sure to point to PostgreSQL using these credentials, okay. Be sure to do that. If you want, I can in fact give you a demo also. Let me like just comment it out. Okay, pom.xml. Okay, we need the pom.xml for PostgreSQL. So I can like comment this out, and you can make use of this. Okay, and I will come over here. Okay, so over here I'll delete this, delete force, and I can see security app over here, something like this. Okay, this is done, right? There is okay, where is schemas? Here you have schemas. Under public you will have tables. Okay, there are no tables. So if I rerun the application, let me rerun the application now. Now it's not pointing to MySQL. Okay, 1 second. The problem is I did not reload the Maven changes. So I need to reload the Maven changes. Okay, and then I need to run the application. That's the problem. So now the application should work fine. Oh, I see an issue here. 1 second. Let me see what happened. Okay, I commented MySQL 1, but I did not uncomment PostgreSQL. So I'll uncomment that and I'll run this. Okay, be sure that you are correctly pointing to the database, otherwise your app won't run. Okay, it again failed. I don't know why this is happening now. Okay, let me see. It says bad SQL grammar exception, of course, because I have not created the schema over here, right? So I have this schema pasted. Okay, what I can do is I can create it. So I'll create it one by one. Okay, I lost the database connection. 1 second. So I'll open up a query tool over here for this particular database, and then I can create it over here. Okay, so this is done. This is also created, and this is also created. All right, so these are created, and if you refresh over here, okay, you should see the tables, right? But you won't have data inside. So if you say view data, all rows, you won't see any data, right? Now you will see data when you run it. All right, so you can see accepting traffic, and over here if you run this again, you can see the data appeared, right? So this is working with PostgreSQL as well. Okay, this is how you do it. So nothing major, you just have to make sure you're correctly pointing to what we call PostgreSQL. You have to make sure dependencies are added, the connection properties are added. Okay, and over here you need to create the schema this way, right? And that is it. You have changed the database. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So I now have my application pointing to MySQL. And if you go to application.properties, I have these properties enabled along with the dependency for MySQL over here. All right. Now, the thing is, I have my application up and running. And here also, if you see the tables, you'll find the data being loaded. Now, the data is being loaded from the application, of course, right? And we are loading it from here. So from security config via a command line runner, right? Now, yes, the initial data loading is done over here, all right? But normally this is not how a production grade application would load data, right? So you would have a database administrator create the tables for you, and he would also insert some records depending on what sort of users you want to have in your application, right? Or what you would do is you would have a endpoint that would enable users to register into your application, right? Now, the problem with this command line approach is it's good for learning, of course. We learned how you can load the data. We created our own users. But if I restart the application, let us see what happens. So this is one problem in our app right now. If you restart the application would fail. And the reason for this is if you scroll up, it will say duplicate key exception. Okay. So it's trying to enter user 1, but it's not able to, and you got an exception. Okay. Now, why you got an exception? Why you got this exception? The reason for this is because user 1 is already created into the database, right? So if you run the app for the second time, it's going to fail. Okay. Of course, there are ways to handle this. Like you can check over here whether the user with a specific username exists or not. And if it exists, you can skip the creation process over here. You can do that, right? But we would handle this problem in a slightly different way, right? So I am going to we would disable this command line runner thing over here, okay? We learned a lot about it, but we want to have our own endpoint using which we would allow users to register into our application. So whenever we now want to create new users into the application, we would do it using the API, right? So what I would do is I would come over here and I would create a new Java file, okay, or new Java class, and I would call this particular class as user controller, okay. Of course, you can have this done in the same controller, greetings controller that you have, but I prefer a separate one here. All right. I'm going to mark this one as a REST controller. I'm going to have a request mapping, and I'm going to say all the endpoints within this particular controller goes to /API. All right. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a post mapping, and I'm going to call this mapping as users, something like this. You can have your own endpoint like register users, or I'll just have users over here. Okay. Now I'll have a method that will have the definition of this mapping. So I'll say create user. Okay. And over here, I will accept things like username. So what do I need to create a user? I need username. Okay. What else do you need? You need password. What else do you need? You need a role over here, right? So these few things you will accept. Now the question is, how is the user supposed to pass in this? So I can say request parameter. Okay. So you can either accept it as request body. You can even accept it as request param. Okay. Something like this. So I'll have request param. Yeah. Here. All right. Now, one thing I would like to mention for these parameters, you can even have a DTO created if you know what DTOs are. Okay, they are special Java classes that are used to represent the request and response, right, in the endpoint. Or you can accept this in the request body as well, but I choose request param. Okay, so I have this done now. All right, and what I would do over here is I would directly talk to the database. Okay, so I can say JDBC user details manager. I'll say user details manager is equal to new user details manager, and this needs a object of data source. So what I would do is I would come over here and I would say auto-wired, and I would say data source over here, something like this. And over here I would select this as data source over here. Okay, so this is done, right? I'll just move this to new line so that there's better visibility. Right, so this is done. The object of data source, the object of JDBC user details manager is created. Now we can query the database using this. So you can say user details manager dot user exist, and you can pass in the username over here. Okay, so this is a check that you could have also included in security config. So before creating the user, you could have added a check saying if user details manager. So if JDBC user details manager dot user exists with this username, only then if it does not exist, if it does not exist, only then create the user. If it exists, then like skip it, right? Something like that. So yeah, I have this if condition, and I can say return user already exist. Okay, something like this. And over here, I can say user details. Now this user details is the inbuilt user details class. Okay. So actually, if you hover on this, you can see it's interface, in fact, not a class. And it's coming in from the Spring Security or Spring Framework Security Core user details. Okay. So we'll make use of this interface to represent our user. So I'll say user dot with user details, with user name over here. Okay, and I can say user name over here. So I'm just building the user object over here. Okay, I can say password here, and I can say password encoder. So I need to encode the password as well, right?
and I can say password over here. Okay, so encoder object does not exist yet. Okay, so I'll just create that. So at the top, I'll have to say auto-wired, and I'll say password encoder, something like this. And here it comes. All right, and this is done. Password is this using password encoder dot. I'll say roles, and I'll pass in role over here, and then I'll say build, something like this. So we are building the user object over here. Okay, and this is an interface that we are making use of. All right, so this is the interface, and I'll close this. Now this is done. Okay, user is created. What I would do is I would make use of user details manager dot, I'll say dot create user, and I'll pass in user over here. Okay, and I'll say return user created successfully, something like that. So pretty simple code that I've written, but a lot of this code is inspired from the one that we have using command line runner in security config. You can see it's exactly that thing that we have added over here. Okay, and this check we have added. So if you want to stick to that method of command line runner, if you also want to have that, so if you want to have both the approaches, let's say you have this API and you want this command line runner approach as well, so you can simply add this check over there that, hey, if this user exists, then don't create the user. If it does not exist, only then create the user, something like that. So having this approach would help you load some initial data into the tables. Okay, when you're booting the application for the first time and the data does not exist. All right. So this is done. All right. I believe there's nothing much to be done in this controller now. I believe we have taken all the details and we have created the user. Now let me start the application. Let us see if we get any sort of errors here. We don't get any errors. All right. What I can do is let me do whatever I was telling you. So I'll just copy this over here. Okay. Let me uncomment this. Okay. Here. And here I have a user one, this user being created. All right. So what I can do is I can add this check over here. Okay, if manager, so here the object name is manager. If manager dot exist dot user one. Okay. Okay, if this exists, and reverse this condition. All right. So yeah, this is done. Okay, and then replicate the same condition over here as well. Okay, so here something like this, and close this over here. Oops. Yep, and instead of user one, this is admin over here. Okay, this is done. And what you need to do is you need to move this part over here at the top. Okay. Okay, why are we creating this second details manager? Okay. So we're creating this using the data source, and what you can do is you can take this part for creating the user inside this and take this inside this. Okay. Now let us test this. Should work without any hassles. Okay, it's working, and we can even test this. So if I delete this schema, let's say drop now, and I create a new one. Okay, so I can say security app, apply, finish. Okay, and let me create the schema. Okay, so I'll say use security app, create all the tables. So tables are created, and if you hit refresh, you should see the table. Okay, but there won't be any data. So if I open this, there's no data. Let me refresh, or let me rerun. So if I rerun, ideally data should be populated, right? So the application starts, and you can see the data, right?
So this worked. Okay, so I've added an extra check over here and modified the code a little bit so that if the data exists, right, so the user is not created, and if the data does not exist, the users are created. All right. So this is useful for some initial data loading if you wish to. All right. Now over here, we need to test this API. Okay. So the endpoint is /API/users. Right. So what I'll do is I'll come over here. I'll create an endpoint over here. Something like this. Add a request. I'll say post localhost /API/users over here. And I need to pass in some request parameters, right? So I'll say username. Username is new user, let's say, for example. Okay. Now another key is password, and new password over here. Next key is roles, and I'll add roles as user over here. So I can pass in user. Okay. So it should be role and not roles. Okay. So here it should be role and not roles. All right. Rest all is good. I guess auth, I'll disable the auth. No auth. Okay. Now I have not passed any authorization header. Ideally we should get an error. You can see we get an error. So what I would do is I would copy this authorization header from this other API, and I would say over here authorization, and I would paste this over here. Now let me send this. Okay, I still get an error, so maybe we need to regenerate. Okay, so I can regenerate this. The token may be expired. I'll copy this and come over here. Okay, and I'll get rid of this token. I'll paste this token, send. So you can see user is created successfully. That is what it says. And let me see into the database if it's created. You can see a new user has been created. You can see, right? Its role will also be created. You can see new user, role underscore user. Okay, so this user has to be in caps. So what we did is we passed it in, we passed lower caps over here. Okay, so this is what it is, user, or if you want admin, it should be admin, something like this, right? So yeah, this is what it is. Now if you come over here, okay, if you go to greetings controller, you have this these annotations in place, right, to make sure that this endpoint is being accessed by people with specific roles. So what you can do is you can also add like any sort of authorization over here if you wish to, right? Or you can even do this in security config over here. Okay, so here you can see this is permitted to all, permitted to all. If you want to add any sort of authorization, you can do so, right? So normally, depending on the requirements, let's say if you don't want your users to be created by anyone, okay, you can have it restricted to admin. Like this endpoint can only be used by admin. If you want everyone to be able to create users, then you can keep it open to all, or you can keep it public. So normally in certain applications, you have sign up pages where before the user starts the application or is even authenticated, you have a public page where the users can sign in. So in that case, they don't require users to pass in the authorization headers, right? So you can have this endpoint as public as well, depending on your requirements is what I mean. So yeah, this is all about how you can get this endpoint created and how you can get the users registered into the application. Now, of course, if you want to restrict this endpoint over here, this endpoint to just the admins, you can make use of this annotation, or you can even have a configuration defined in security config to restrict it. Okay, I'll also show you how you can have public endpoints. So here /signin is there. Okay, what I can do is I can say /API/users, something like this. Or normally what people do is they follow a pattern. So here instead of users,
just having slash users. If they want this to be public, they can have slash public over here, right, in the endpoint itself. And in security config, they can have slash API slash public. Okay, slash API slash public slash star star. Now, what this will enable is in any endpoint that is created with this pattern, like starting with slash API slash public, it's going to mark that as an endpoint that does not require any sort of authentication. So if I run this, okay, and if I come over here until that runs, if I add slash public slash users over here, and if I say send, user already exists, which means you are able to query this endpoint. If I remove the authorization header, you can see I'm still able to access the API. It works without any issues, right? Whereas earlier, without having this security config in place, we got an error, right? So this is one good way of organizing your public and private endpoints. You can have slash public in the URL followed by the API. Okay, so slash API slash public. This sort of a pattern, if it's found in any of the controllers, okay, that API is marked as public. Okay, and if you don't want this to be public, you don't need to touch security config. You just need to change the endpoint URL, right? So I hope this is clear, and I hope this gives you some insight as to how you can build a register functionality along with sign in, right? And the authentication method that we are making use of over here is token based, which is JWT. And we have configured proper databases, PostgreSQL, as well as MySQL. So I hope this was useful.
So now is the time that we begin to set up our React application. All right. And what we need to do is we need to navigate to the folder of our choice where we need to create the React application. So I have navigated to this folder. This is where I wish to create the application. And to navigate, you can make use of CD space, and you can enter the folder, okay, where you want to navigate. All right. But I've already navigated, and we are going to run a command over here. So I'm going to say over here npx. I'm going to say create React app. Okay. And here, then I'm going to specify the app name. All right. Now, what is this npx create React app? Now, this is a command that is used to quickly set up a new React application with a very standard project structure and configuration. And React is a very popular JavaScript library, like you know, for building user interfaces. So npx out of this is a tool. So this part comes with Node.js, okay, npx. And Node.js is something that you have installed on your system, and it stands for Node Package Runner, okay. And you can execute packages directly from the npm registry as well. So here, this part of the command is a package that sets up the new React project, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my project name over here. So I can say React app over here, something like this, okay. And I'll press enter. Now, the moment you press enter, or before pressing enter, be sure that you have everything in small case. Okay, don't write capital letters here, or you might get an error. But when I type in this and when I press enter, you will see a sort of processing that will happen, and it will give you what all it's trying to do. So it's installing packages, and this will take some time. Okay. And you can see this will take some time depending on the kind of processing power and the internet connection speed that you have. So wait for a while. Okay, so the processing is done and our application is finished creating. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, you'll see a summary where it started installing packages over here. Okay, it did some processing, it added these many packages. Okay, and if you scroll down, it has shown you this success message over here. Okay, and in the end, it has given you few tips. So this is a command that you can make use of to start the development server. That's cool. Our application comes with an inbuilt development server, right? It also gives you this command called npm run build, which will bundle the app into static files for production. So if you're deploying this application to production, you need to run this command to prepare it for production. This is used to run test cases, Okay, this is another command. So yeah, these are the tips. All right. And if you scroll down, it has also given you some suggestion. Okay, it has given you suggestion that you type in this command, you navigate. So using this command, you will navigate to the project actually, right? And then you can run this. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here and I'll press enter. So we are inside the project now, and I'll copy this command npm start. Okay, and I'll press enter over here. Now npm start will start the development server for us, and we will be able to access the application into the browser. So you can see over here, this is the application that we created, or I should rather say we did not create. Okay, we used create react app command to get this created, and we have this boilerplate setup. Right now you can see this is the starter page over here for all the newly created React apps, and here it's giving you a tip that you need to edit app.js under src folder, and if you just save it, it auto reloads, right? And yes, this is a logo. And then you have this link over here. If you click on this link, it takes you to the official website of React. All right. And this is a React logo that you see here. Okay. So yeah, that's the application setup, and we have our application up and running. All right. But right now we have it on via the terminal, like the local terminal that we have on our system. All right. We will soon move this to the IDE. So what we now need to do is we need to make React work with the backend, right? So what functionality we are going to build is we are going to have a very simple login page where user enters his credentials. And once he enters his credentials, the credentials are validated and he logs into the application. Okay, simple app where I'm demonstrating how you can build a login or authentication related functionality with React as a front end and Spring Boot as a backend. Okay, so here under src, I'm going to add a new file. Okay, so to build the login related functionality, I'm going to need a login component. Okay, so I'm going to say login.js. All right, and let me hide this over here. Okay, so I'm just going to start coding over here. I'm going to say import React from React, and I'm also going to need use state over here. Okay, so I'll say use state. So import React and use state. All right, I'm going to say constant. Now this is the component definition that I have. Okay, I'm going to say login, and here I'm going to have the definition within this braces. All right, now what I'm going to do first thing is I'm going to have some states created. All right, now what all states do we need? Okay, so first is I'm going to have a state over here for username here. Okay, and I'm going to have this function, and I'm going to make use of use state. Okay, so the initialization will be empty over here. Okay, so it does not have anything. So I need username first. Okay, I need quite a few things like username. I'm going to need the let's say I'll need the password. Okay, so I'll have states for both. I'll need things like message probably. So we'll display a message to the user. I'll have a state for that as well. And over here, I'll have a state to store the JWT token that we receive from the backend. So since this particular component is going to interact with the backend, it is going to do a API call, and it is going to help us get the data from the backend. All right. Now over here, I have set username. This is going to be set password. This is going to be set message over here. Okay. And this can be set JWT. Okay. So yeah, I have states created now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a function over here called handle login. Okay. And this is going to be a async function. I'll have E over here, and then yeah, so I'm going to have some code over here. I'm going to say E dot prevent defaults. I'm going to prevent defaults over here. Okay, and here now I'm going to have the code that is going to make an API call to the backend, and it is going to help us authenticate
the user over here. Now why have we written e.prevent default over here? So we have done this to prevent the default form submission behavior. Okay, so later on we are going to submit all the details to the backend, right? So we don't want the default submission behavior to come into picture, because we want to handle the on submit in our way. Okay, we don't want to have the default one come in over here. That's the only reason why I've added this prevent default. Okay, now when we add the API, when we add the code that will do the API call, there is a possibility like exception might happen, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a try catch block over here. Okay, so I'll simply get this try catch block, and within the try catch block, I'm going to have the code that is going to help me get or get the response from the backend on authentication. Okay, so I'm going to say constant response. Okay, and I can say await over here. So this is a this keyword I'm using await. Okay, because this will pause the execution of the function until the fetch request is complete. Okay, now what is fetch request? So I'm going to make use of fetch over here. Okay, to do a API call or a network request to the backend. Okay, and I'll have to specify my URL over here. So I'm going to say HTTP. I'm going to say localhost colon 8080. This is the URL. Okay, and I'm going to say sign in, something like this. All right. So this is done. Okay, and yeah. So what we are doing is this keyword. What this is going to do is, so this endpoint is going to be called. Now, calling this endpoint, like server executing something, server validating the request, and then getting back to us will take a little bit of time. So that is why we are making use of await keyword over here. Okay, it is simply used to pause the execution. All right, and now over here, what I'm going to do is this is done, and here what we need is we need to add a comma over here. Okay, because we need to specify more details about the request. So this request is a post request, right? So I'm going to say method colon, I'm going to say post over here. Okay, and I'm going to add a comma over here. So I'm seeing this red mark over here because this should ideally come in curly braces. Okay, so I'll add this curly brace. Okay, 1 second. So this curly brace, the closing one, I'll add over here. Okay, so now the error is gone. Okay, so I have this post over here. So I'm specifying the request type over here, which is post, and headers. Okay, and I'll add the headers. Now what are the headers that we need? So one header I can add is content type, and I can say application JSON. Okay, /JSON, something like this. All right, I'll add a comma. Okay, this is done, and after this I am going to have body over here. Okay, now what is body? So within the body we are going to need what the request is going to need. Okay, so the request need username and password. Okay, so I'm going to say over here I'm going to add username and password essentially over here. Okay, so I'm going to add it something like this. I'm going to say JSON dot stringify. Okay, stringify over here, and I'm going to say username colon, sorry, not colon, comma, password. All right, and I'll add a comma here. Okay, now what does this do is so this body property actually contains the request payload or the request body, you can say. Okay, now this has to be in JSON format because our backend needs stuff in JSON format, and what we need is we need over here username and password so that the backend can read it. Okay, so what we are doing is we are making use of JSON.stringify. Okay, to convert this into JSON form. Okay, so the username and password are converted into JSON form using this syntax. Okay, now this is done. All right, and then what I need to do is, so this call will be made. Okay, then I need to, whatever the response is there over here, I'll get it as a part of the response object. Okay, so what I should ideally do is I should check what the response is, and based on that I should proceed further. So here I should say if. Okay, so I'll say if block. Okay, I'll say response dot okay. So if response is okay, what do we do? Okay, we need to do some sort of processing, and if the response is not okay, then you need to have something over here. Okay. So if the response is okay, I'm going to say constant. I'm going to say data over here. So we need to get data. I'll say await over here. I'll say response.json, something like this over here. Okay. Yeah. So what this is going to do is this is going to parse the JSON body of the response, because the response we are getting is also JSON. Okay. So this is going to parse the JSON body of the response if the request was successful. Okay. And this is an asynchronous request, or we are making use of await over here. Okay. So we are going to get data over here. All right. Now what we need to do is here, once we have the data over here, you can choose to log it. Okay. So I can log it over here. All right. And I can populate the data over here. But what will happen is data is going to have something called as a token. Okay. So I'm going to say set JWT, and I'm going to access data dot token over here. Okay. I'm also logging the entire response that we are getting from the backend. Okay. So we get to see the entire thing. This is actually not needed, but I've just added it for some debugging purpose sorts of. Okay. Now over here, what we can do is we have something called as message over here. Okay. So we can display the message. All right. And we are maintaining a state over there. So I can say over here, set message over here. Okay. And you can add a message over here. You can say login successful, something like this. Okay. And you can copy this. And if the response is not okay, you can say login failed, something like this. Okay. Or you can add more stuff like please check your credentials or something like this. Okay. You can say please check your credentials. All right. So this is done, and we are catching the error then. Okay. We will catch the error, and within the error, we can also log this error. So if we want to debug over here, you can say error. Right. And yeah, so I'm going to log the error object here, and then I can again set the message over here. Okay. I can say some error occurred, and error occurred, please try again, something like this. Okay. So if there is an exception, I can simply log the error, and I can actually say an error occurred and please try again. This is the functionality part. Okay. Now what we have done over here, just to reiterate, after imports, we are importing all the necessary stuff. After imports, we are creating the component, login component. Okay. We have few states defined. What are the states that we need? So username, password, of course, to keep track of username, passwords that we collect from the user. Message, to display a message as to what happened with the request. JW token, to keep track of JW token. We have a function created over here, which is an asynchronous function. Okay. Which is doing the job of doing an API call in the backend. All right. And it's a post request. We are sending all the data over here this way. Okay. And then if you scroll down, depending on what the response is, because the response, after the API call, we are getting the response object. So depending on what the response is, either we set the JW token in the state, or we display an error message to the user. Okay. So far, so good. Now what we need to do over here is once this part is done. All right. So this entire thing is done. We need to render the UI. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll add a semicolon over here. I can say return. Okay. And I'll return something here. Okay. Now I can return the UI over here. Okay. So I can say dev over here. All right. This is going to be the container div. I'm going to say h2 login. All right. Now what I need to do is we have not finished the UI yet. Okay. But what we will do is we'll see this on the interface. So I'll go to app.js over here. Okay. And within app.js, we can make a few changes, and we can make sure that the login component is being rendered. All right. So here we are having app, and within this we have a header over here. Okay. What I can do is I can get rid of all of this. We don't need all of this. Okay. And over here I can say h1. I can say JWT authentication. demo. You can call your application whatever you want to, okay? And then you can have a login component up here over here, okay? So we need to import the login as well. And for that, login has to be exported as well, okay? So I can say export default login, something like this, all right? And here I'll say login, okay, and like so, okay? So this is done. Now if I come over here, you can see JWT authentication demo, and this is coming in from the login page, all right? So if you go to login, we are having a header h2, which is about login, okay? So that is coming. Now the UI is set. We need to now develop the UI, okay? So from here, I have a login, okay? Now what I'll do is I'll need a form, okay? Because user needs to submit his credentials, right? He needs to enter his credentials. So he needs a form over here. I can say on submit over here, okay? And I can say handle login, okay? So on submit, what I'm doing is I am calling this handle login over here, which is the function, okay? So this is our login handler essentially, and it is going to handle the login related tasks, all right? Now here I'm going to add div over here, okay? Now here I'll have a label, okay? And I can call this label as username, something like this, okay? Now here I can have input, okay? So we are going to have a combination of label and inputs here. I can say type. What is the type of this input? It's text, right? And I'm going to have value. What is the value? Value is going to be username, okay? Now what is username? Username is the state that we have defined at the top, okay? Now what happens if there is any change in this particular input box, right? So on change, what I want to do is I will say, I'll have something like this, okay? And I'll make sure that I update the username over here. So I'll say e.target.value over here, okay? Something like this. So what is happening over here is this is an event handler that we are adding over here, okay? So if there is any change in the value within this input box, we are straight away updating the username state variable over here with the help of this, okay? So if you come at the top, we have this set username over here, okay? So we are updating this username state variable, and set username is the function which helps us update the username state, okay? It's a setup function that is provided to us by the use state hook at the top we have defined, okay? So that is what is happening over here. So what would happen with the help of this line is any change in the username field or the input box by the user will be recorded and updated in the username state, okay? So username state will have what is there on the screen entered by the user at any given point in time, all right? So yeah, this is done. And what we need to do is I'll come over here. I'll simply close this. Okay, so yeah, this is input. If I save and come over here, you can see I have a username. Let me make this caps over here, something like this. And you can see this appear over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Now we have this thing set. Okay, what I can do is I can simply copy this entire piece of div. This div has a label and an input, right? So I need the same or similar thing for password as well. Okay, so I'll say password. I can add a colon and a space, so that colon and space, okay, at both the ends. Input text is text type or input type is password, okay, and value is password again over here. And instead of set username, you're going to call set password, okay. Rest all remains the same. If I save this and come over here, you can see username and password appear, and the type is also password, okay. So yeah, this is done. Now come over here, and what you can do is here I can add a button, okay. So not over here, actually outside. I believe we should add it outside the dev. So I'll say button, okay. And this button will be a login button, okay. This is actually going to submit this entire form, okay. So I'm going to say type, and it's submit, okay. It's going to submit this entire form, and the form closes over here, okay. And then we also need to display the message, right? So what happened to the login? All right. whether the login was successful, failed, or any error occurred. So I'll come over here, okay, and I'll have this piece of code over here. So I'm going to say message, okay, and I'll have some sort of conditional rendering over here, okay. So I'm going to say message, and I'll just explain what I'm doing, okay. Don't worry about that. I'll display the message here, something like this, okay. And yeah. So I messed up the syntax a bit. This has to be outside the curly braces, all right. And we have this, okay. And I need to close the curly braces, okay. So this is done, okay. And you can also display the JWT token. So I'll copy this. JWT is another state that we are maintaining. I'll say JWT, and over here JWT, something like this. Now what we are doing is we are doing a conditional rendering over here. This is a expression that checks if the message state variable is having a value, okay. So if this thing is having a value, okay, or if this is not empty, then this element is rendered because of the AND operator, okay. So if this is having the value, then this is rendered. If this is not having the value, this is not being rendered because of the AND operator, okay. So yeah, this is an expression that we are making use of, and I'm making use of it twice, one for displaying the message and one for displaying the JWT token, all right. So I believe, yeah, this is done, and we are all set to test our application now. I'll just save this. Now just make sure you save everything, okay, and switch over to the browser, and you're going to see this interface over here, okay. This time we'll test, so you can test the application and see how it behaves. So be sure to save all the files and all the code that you have written, okay, and make sure your server is up and running locally. So my server is already up, and I'll come over to browser now, and I'll see this output, okay. Also make sure, since this is making a API call to the backend, make sure that your backend server is also up and running, all right. Now, before I enter my credentials and say login, I would like to add a piece of information that when we hit login after entering our credentials, even though our credentials are right, we are going to get an error, okay. Now I've purposely not given the solution for this error early on because I want to generate that error, show it to you, and then help you fix it, okay. So that if you're working on full stack applications on your own, you are able to deal with these kind of errors, all right. So that's the agenda. I'll head over to inspect, right click inspect, go to console over here, okay. Now over here I'm going to enter my credentials. So credential is user1, okay, and I have it saved in browser. I'll say login. Now the moment I say login, you're going to see this error. Now what is this error? This is a course origin error. So if you read this error, it will say access to fetch at this endpoint, okay. So we are making a fetch call at this endpoint from this host. So this is the endpoint localhost 3000, which is front end. We are making a call to backend, which is hosted on this URL, okay. And this has been blocked by the course policy. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource, okay. So basically this is a course related error, all right. Now course stands for cross origin request, okay. And what happens is here we are making an API call from one domain to another. So this is localhost 3000. This is one domain. Localhost 8080. This is another domain. So we are making an API call from one domain to another. So it's a cross origin request, right? Now what happens is to prevent attacks like any sort of hackers do any sort of attack on your application, these cross origin requests are by default blocked on modern web browsers, okay. And you need to add a configuration in the backend to enable these, okay. So this is a security feature that exists, and if you see any sort of error in future course saying course over here, so that is what the error means. You're trying to make a cross origin request which is blocked, and to enable that you need to tell your backend that hey, you can allow request occurring from or coming in from localhost 3000 because it's a trusted app and it's an app that I've built. So you are just giving backend this information. So backend is then going to allow it. So for this, what we will do is we'll switch over to our backend source code over here. Okay. And here in the package, I'm going to add a configuration class. Okay. And we are going to alter the MVC configuration over here. So I'm going to call this configuration class as webconfig over here. Okay. And I'll collapse this. Okay. And over here, I'll add an annotation. So since this is a configuration class, like I said, I'll add this annotation configuration. Okay. And we will implement the MVC configurer. Okay. Now, why are we implementing this? So let me say implements web MVC configurer. So this is an interface. If you hover on this, okay, it's an interface and it allows you to customize the Spring MVC configuration. So at any given point in time, if you want to alter the Spring MVC configuration, you can do so with the help of this sort of implementation. All right. Now I've done this, and what I will do over here is I'll add a bean over here. Okay. So I'll say bean, and I'll say public. So this will return a web MVC configurer, and I'll say course configurer. So this is a method name. Okay. So we are creating a bean of type web MVC configurer in short. And over here, okay, so I'm getting a, okay, this is never used. That's absolutely fine. So I'll say return. Okay. And we need to return new web MVC configurer. Okay. And we'll have to add some configuration over here. Okay. Now the moment I'll just do Control C and I'll show you what happened. So web MVC. So I'm going to be asked for this suggestion over here with a pair of curly braces. The moment I select this, you'll see this list up here. Okay. So it's asking me to select the methods to override or implement over here. Okay. So since I'm dealing with course over here, I'm going to select this add course mapping. Okay. And I'm going to say okay over here. Okay. So this is added, and I'll get rid of the code inside this method over here. And I'm going to make use of registry over here. So this registry is something that I got as a parameter over here. So I'm going to say registry dot, I'll say add mapping. Okay. And I need to specify which path I'm adding the mapping for. So I'm adding the mapping for all the paths, right? And I'll come over here, dot allowed origins. Which origins are we allowing? So I'm going to say HTTP. I'm going to say localhost :3000. This is basically your front end over here. Okay. So I'm allowing this origin. I'm saying allowed methods. What methods I want to allow? I can say get over here. I can specify multiple methods. Get, post. I'll also say put over here. Okay. I can say over here delete. I'm allowing delete operations. And I can also say options over here. Something like this. All right. So this is done. And then I'm going to also say allow headers. And headers I'm going to allow is star over here. Okay. And then I'm going to say dot allow credentials. Okay. Credentials also allowed over here. I'll say comma over here like this. Okay. And we are getting a red mark over here. So I'll add a semicolon over here. Sorry. So this was not a comma. This was a semicolon. Sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, this is what it is. This is the configuration class, which is telling that, hey, for this particular path, allow all the origins. Okay, so we are allowing all the origins, basically allowing the origins, and here we have specified the front end URL. Okay, so any request coming in from this URL will be allowed for all the paths in the application. So the path is specified over here. So for all the paths, for any sort of API request, from this origin, it's allowed. Okay. And methods, all the methods are allowed. Okay. So I hope this is making sense. Now we don't need to do anything else. I'll just rerun the application. Okay. And we'll wait for the application to be available now. Okay. I'll come over here to the front end again, and let me do so here we were getting an error. An error occurred. Please try again. I'll try again. Okay. And you can see login is successful now. So just by making a simple change, a single change in our application, we're now able to see the data over here. Okay, you can see all the things over here. So this is coming in because we are printing or we are logging the object onto the console. You can see we are logging the data that we are getting, the response data, right? So this JSON data is being printed over here, and you can see JWT token, roles, username, everything we are getting over here, and we are getting the login successful message over here. Okay, that's how it's working right now. So there is a small problem over here. If you notice, we are not seeing JWT token being printed. We are seeing the message, but where's the JWT token? So if you take a look at our code over here, we are also printing the JWT tokens, which means JWT token is not being picked up over here, or it's not being updated in the state. So let us see here. We are getting JWT token as JWT and colon. Sorry, it's not colon. It's JWT caps T OKEN, JWT token. But here we are trying to access it as token only. So I'll say JWT token because that's how it's being sent to us from the backend, right? And I'll again click login over here. And now you can see the token is visible. Okay, so it's working absolutely fine over here. You can see, and this is the data that you get from the backend. Okay, so this is how you can access anything. If you want to access role, you can say data.roles, data.username, and all of that. Okay, and that's the reason why I printed the data. Okay, so yeah, that's about the CORS error, and that's how you can deal with it. And I hope you have some clarity about CORS now. So far, we are able to authenticate our user from the React frontend. Okay, we are displaying a message and the JWT token. But we can do a lot more. We can even fetch the user information, like we can have an endpoint wherein we can get the user related information, a sort of profile information, and we can display that over here. That is something that we can do. Okay, so far what is happening is here in our application, we have the single component from where we are making an API call. And depending on whether the API call is successful or not, we are updating the message and the JWT token states, okay, because they are being managed with the help of these states over here. And we are having a UI, which is displaying all the information and even linking the text fields over here to that of the states over here. Okay, so any sort of change, we are making sure that the state is updated and all. Right, and we are displaying the information like this. Okay, but like I said, it would be cool, like we could have a endpoint that could help us get the user profile information. So for that, we'll switch over to our backend over here. Okay, and here in the what I can do is I can add a endpoint over here in the greetings controller if you wish to, or you can add it in the user controller. Okay, totally up to you. So here in the backend, I'm in greetings controller, and what I can do is after the sign in endpoint, I can add one more endpoint over here. I can say public, I can say response entity, I can say question mark, and I can say get user profile over here. Okay, something like this, and I can have a get mapping over here, and I can add /profile. Something like this. Okay, now what I need to do here is I need to get the user details. Okay, and I need to fetch the user information and share it as a response with whoever is calling this endpoint. So what I will do is I'll come over here and I'll create an authentication object. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to get the authentication object or the details of the individual who is authenticated right now, right? Because this endpoint will be called after the user is logged in, right? So once he is logged in, this endpoint should be called, and based on this call, what we are going to do is, so what happens normally is how authentication works. Once the user is authenticated, the security context is updated with the user information, right? And this is done so that the application knows who the authenticated user is, right? So we need to get that user from the authentication context, or from the security context, I should say. Okay, so here we'll say security context holder dot and I'm going to say get context. You can see we get the context over here. Okay, and we have one more method over here. I'll say, you can see get authentication. So I'll add a semicolon over here. Okay, so using this, what we are doing is we are getting the authentication object. Now this authentication object will have all the details of the user who is authenticated. So we can get all the details. So you can say authentication dot, you can see get details over here, or get principal. Sorry, not this one, but this one, get principal. Now this principal is returned. We need this principal, and we need to store it as user details over here. Okay, because this is what the user details is. We'll have to do a casting over here. I'll do this cast. Okay, this is done here. So I have the user details object now, right? And how I got the user details? I got it from the authentication object, which I got from the security context. Now, once I have the user details, okay, so user details, you can see here, we made use of this get principal over here. So get principal over here, which is a method provided to us by authentication object, helps us fetch this user details. Okay, and user details, like you must be knowing, user details is an interface that provides core user information such as username, authorities meaning roles that are granted to the user and all of that. Okay, and typically you can get this information from the object. So what I will do is I'll create a map over here. Okay, because we are going to return key value pairs, right? So I'm going to say string over here, and I can say object over here. Okay, and I'll say profile like this, and I'll have hash map over here. Okay, something like this. And then I'm going to have profile dot put. Okay, I can see username here, user details dot get username. You can see you have access to all the methods over here, and I'll duplicate this with the help of Control D or Command D if you're on Mac. I'll add roles as well. Okay, so you can say get authorities, and yeah, you need to also convert this into stream, and essentially we need to do some sort of processing over here with the help of streams. So let me show that to you. So I'll say user details dot get authorities dot stream over here. Okay, now what we will do is for every stream over here, I'll map the stream to, I'll say item, and I'll say item dot get authority over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to collect this as a list. So I can say collectors collect dot. Okay, there's no suggestion for list over here. List, something like this. Okay, so we need to get rid of this, and I think we are good. Okay, so what we are doing is we are adding this entry over here in the map, and the key is roles over here. Okay, now this particular thing that is written over here, this returns a collection of granted authority object, right? So if you hover on this get authorities, you will get granted authority object, which represents the authorities or roles granted to the user, right? So you need to transform this object into a string representation. You cannot add the object directly. That is why I didn't add directly this part over here. Okay, you can't add the object over here because the response won't be good then. So what we need to do is you need to get the string representation. So first we need to do some processing. So I'll convert this collection into stream, and this particular function over here, this map function, this transforms the granted authority object into the string representation of its authority, right? And then we are collecting this as a list. So this list is being added over here in the roles. That is what is happening over here. Okay, and yeah, this is done, and we can add a message over here as well. So I can say profile dot put, I can say message. Okay, and I can say this is user specific content from backend. Okay, and yeah, this is done, and I can say return response entity dot okay, and I'm going to return profile over here.
This is done. All right. This is the endpoint. All right. And I believe the endpoint is ready. There are no issues as such. Okay. So we'll be making use of this on the front end now. Now, once you have the endpoint to basically fetch the profile information of the user, what we need to do is we need to consume those API or those endpoints on the front end. All right. So what I'm going to do is, first thing, we're going to need a state to store the profile information. So I'm going to copy this, paste it over here, and we are going to call a new state called profile, right? And I'm going to add set profile over here, something like this, and this can be null over here. Okay. Now here we have this function which is to handle the login, right? So I'm going to copy this. It's making an API call, and this is exactly how we will be also fetching the profile information. So I'll copy this entire function. I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to call this function as so here we were calling this as handle login. I can call this as fetch user profile, something like this. Okay. Now over here I don't need to prevent the defaults, something like this. Okay. And here I'll get the token. Okay. And response, I'm going to say fetch. Okay, so this should be fetch, and this would be profile over here. Okay. If you scroll down here, you have method. So this method will be get over here. This is a get request. Okay. Now we need to pass in the header. Now this is an authenticated endpoint. Okay, this will be authenticated endpoint, and you need authentication to access this endpoint, right? So what I would do is I would add a header over here. Okay, now the header would be the authorization header. So we can see authorization, and I'll have over here the token. Okay, so I'll remove this and I'll add this backtick bearer, and I'll say $. Here I'll say token, something like this. Okay, so we are passing in the token over here. Okay, and body, we don't need body, I guess. Yeah, we can get rid of this. Okay, this is okay. And if response is okay, then what we will do is we'll say await response JSON. We'll get the response in the data, and then over here we can log the data, and I can say set profile over here. Okay, and I'll add the entire data over there. Okay, should we update the message? I don't think we need to update the message. Okay, so we'll just display the profile, and we'll set the message to like else statement over here that failed to fetch the profile. So I'll get rid of this over here, failed to fetch the profile. Okay, something like this, and here we can have an error occurred, try again. So these messages we can keep it like that only. I'll scroll up. Now we need to call this fetch user profile and pass in token over here. Okay, now how are we going to do that? So once the user logs in, if you scroll up, okay, once the user logs in, so you're saying handle login. Okay, and if the response is okay, we are updating everything like the JWT token, the message. In the end, we'll also call fetch user profile over here, and we can pass in data.jwt token. Okay, something like this. Okay, over here, because it needs token as a parameter, because it is going to make use of that token to send it along with the request. So we are calling fetch user profile from here this way. All right. Now this is done. Or what we need to do now is we need to display the profile information. Okay. So you can scroll down. This is where our UI is being rendered. Okay. Now profile information is being rendered or being managed with the help of a state. So you can do conditional rendering like you have done for the message and the JWT part over here. Okay. So I'll just duplicate this JWT part over here, and we'll talk about profile over here. So I'll add a profile, something like this over here. Also, I'll add profile. Okay. Or this thing needs to be developed. We can't just throw in the object like this, right? So what I would do is I would just add round braces, and I'll take this to new line.
Okay, now inside this, we'll have everything that we need to render the profile. So I'll say div first of all. Okay, and yeah, this needs a closing div as well. Okay, so something wrong with the alignment. Okay, here. So we have a div. This is the div that is going to hold everything. So I have the h3 tag over here. Okay, now I'm going to say user profile over here, something like this. And after this, I can add tags like p tag. I can say user name. Okay, and I can say profile dot username. Okay, something like this. Okay, so username is being displayed. What else we want to display? We want to display username. We want to display roles is something that we are getting. Okay, so I can say profile dot roles, and I can say join over here since we are getting that in the form of a list. So there will be many roles over there. So I can say this over here. Okay, you can see. So what does join do? It's a string used to separate one element. You can see one element of the array from the next in the resulting string. So this will join. So role is going to have elements, right? So it is going to pick one element, add comma, and it is going to do something like that. So it will create a string for you that you can display. All right. I'll get this. I'll add message over here. Profile dot message. And here I'll say message. Okay. So this is done. So this is done. I believe we are not missing anything. Okay. So yeah, I hope you have some clarity as to how this is working. So first we began by setting the state to store profile information. We came over here, we defined a function fetch user profile that is making a call to the backend over here. It's a get request with the authorization header. We're getting the response. If we get the response, we are updating the profile state over here. Okay. And then if you scroll down, we are rendering the profile information this way. Okay. So I hope this is pretty clear as to how this is working step by step.
So now it's time that we test the changes that we have done with regards to the user profile. So make sure that your application server is up and running on the terminal. Okay, so mine is actually running. I've minimized it. So you can see it's running. Okay, I'll just collapse this over here and I'll switch over to our front end. Okay, also be sure to restart your backend. Okay, because you've made the API change over here, right? You have added a new API. So this API should reflect when you actually try to access it from the front end. So the application is up over here. And here in the front end, what I would do is I would try to log in. So I would say user1 and I would say login. Now you can see the information of the user, that is a profile, is being set over here. You can see, and you can see how this is coming in and working. Okay. You can even check like the console over here if you wish to. Okay, you can see. So this is what we are getting from the backend. All right. So yeah, I hope this is pretty clear as to how this entire thing is working. Okay. Now I do test this out, and if there are any minor issues, like if you get any sort of course issue or something, you know what to do, right? So yeah, test it out. It should render the information this way. So we have the application up and running, and the user profile information is also being displayed in the right way. But this is not how it should be. Like once the user profile information is fetched, and if the user is logged in, the login screen should ideally go away, right? So what we would do is we would have a conditional rendering setup wherein we can, like once you are authenticated, you show the user profile and just dismiss this information where user is being asked to present the username and password. Okay. So what I would do is I would come over here, and if you scroll up, okay, these all things are okay. Like you have the states. Here you have these two functions to fetch to login and to fetch the user profile. But over here is where you can do the magic. Okay. So we have already done conditional rendering where we are actually like displaying the message if message is available. Okay. So what we can do is, if profile is available, like hide the login information. If profile is not available, only then show the login information. That is what we can do, right? So what I would do is, you can actually copy this, okay, or cut this, and we can make use of ternary operator. So I'll scroll up over here, okay, and let me show you how and what we are going to do. I'll add a conditional rendering here for the form, okay. Now this form should be rendered only when profile does not exist. So I'll reverse the condition. Okay, earlier we were having like if the profile exists, then render. But if the profile does not exist, then render the form. Okay, so this form is rendered if the profile is null or empty. Scroll down over here. Okay, and over here we are going to close that round brace, and we'll add a colon over here. Okay, so you can see over here what is happening here. Okay, and we are getting an error over here, so this we will move out. This we can move out. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this from here. Okay, and I guess this is okay. So there is one problem over here. We need to make use of ternary operator, right? I said so. I need to add something like this. Okay, and I need to change this and to question mark. Okay, so since we are making use of ternary operator, what we are saying is, if profile does not exist, then render this entire form over here. Okay, and let me have that information within the form. This form won't be displayed if you're logged in, right? So we can have that message come in later at a later stage over here. Okay, like this. Okay, but yeah, coming to this, so we are saying if profile information does not exist, then render the form until here, or the false value is this. So if the profile exists, then render this information. If you save this and if you come over here, you will see the login go away. Okay, you can even take this inside the condition, the login header. So let me take this login header, cut this and move this inside. Okay, something like this. Okay, what went wrong? I'm not sure. Here div this. Okay, like this, and if I cut this, it's throwing an error. We can say, or we can so the error actually we are getting if you hover on this is, if you move inside, the JSX expression must have one parent element. Okay, so then since there are two elements, I'll get rid of this login header. That's completely okay. All right, and yeah, I think it's pretty sorted over here now. You can see, right? So yeah, this is done, and we are able to successfully render the things conditionally. Let me clear the cookies. So, or let me refresh. Okay, so if I refresh and if I try to log in again, you can see user profile is being populated. Okay, so this is working fine, and how this is working, I'll just take you through the flow. Okay, so at the top we have a few states to manage all the information like username, password, message, JWT, and profile. Then we have handle login function, which is doing the job of handling the login, and fetch user profile, which is helping us fetch the user profile, right? Now, if the profile does not exist, then we are rendering this form using the ternary operator. If it does exist, or if the profile information does exist, we are rendering this. Okay, here we have conditional rendering again for this. Okay, so that's how it's working, and I hope it's pretty clear to you all. So you would agree with me right now that the interface we have is quite basic, right? So we can spend a little bit of time like enhancing the interface and writing a little bit of CSS for the same. So what I'm going to do is I am going to head over to my index.css, and yes, I have switched over to the split view. All right, so that we write in the CSS and we could see the changes here on the right hand side, or the left hand side, I should say, right? So here in index.css, what I'm going to do is we are going to begin with body over here. Okay, now here in body, we already have some CSS, like this is the default one. We did not write this, but it's default generated. But you can over here, so I'll update the font family over here. you can update it to Arial and sans serif, something like this. You can have background. Okay, so I can say background color. I have F, so you can have this background color. Okay, or you can even have white. That's absolutely fine. You can type in white over here. Okay, I'll have margin over here. Okay, and margin can be 0. I'll have okay, margin 0 is already added, but I can say padding over here. I want to have padding also 0. I can say display as flex over here. Justify content as center. I can say align items, and I can say center over here. Okay, so I have added margin, padding. Okay, these both are set to 0. Display, I'm making use of flex over here to enable the flexbox layout, which is effective for designing complex layout. Okay, but we don't have a complex layout, but still I'm making use of that. Aligning items, I'm aligning items to center, and we can have a height over here of 100 over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Okay, and 100 is the viewport height. And now what we can do is we can have headings. So at places we are making use of headings. So I can say H2 and over here color, and you can have this sort of a color for heading. Okay, I'll save this. You can see this. So after just adding this much of CSS and saving, you can see how the layout has changed. So this is much more, this is now center aligned. Okay, vertically, horizontally as well. Also, this will be good. You can see. And yeah, it's looking good right now. H2, I've changed the color a little bit. It's optional if you wish to. Okay, then I have over here form. Okay, so let us add something for form as well. So I'll scroll up. Okay, now for form we'll have the background color first. So I can have fi over here, which is or you can have this one over here, which is even more white. Okay, I'll have, you can see the shade coming out over here, white. Okay, padding, so you can add the padding over here to, let's say, 20 pixel. Save the code. The moment you save, you'll see that the form spaces out. All right, I'll add border radius over here. Okay, border radius, let's add 5 pixel over here. Let's see what it looks like. So this radius is what I'm adding here, this radius, the corner. So let's increase this to 8 pixel. Okay, so this is going to give a rounded corner over here to make it more softer and more modern. Okay, and padding, like you saw, it has spaced out our form. Okay, so after border radius, I can add over here box shadow. Okay, box shadow can be 0, 2 pixel, and 4 pixel over here, and RGBA, and I can say 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. Okay, so this box shadow will add a subtle shadow to the form, and it will give it a slight elevation effect, which helps it stand out on the page. Okay, so I'll just save this, and you can see a little bit of shadow was added. Okay, you could see that over here. And let me also add a width. Okay, so width I'll add as 300 pixel. Okay, and I'll add margin top over here as 10 pixel, something like this. Okay, so yeah, form is that's it for the form that I have over here. But yeah, the form is looking much more better, right? Now there are quite a few labels that we are using here. This is a label, right? We are using labels at many places, so we'll do some styling for the label. Okay, now first styling, I'll say display. I'll set this to block over here. Okay, and meaning it will take the full width available. Okay, so if I save this, you can see it will take the full width available, placing the subsequent input on the new line. You can see how it worked, right? And now over here, I'll say margin bottom. Okay, so margin bottom over here, and I'll add the margin bottom as 5 pixel. Okay, it spaces out, and I'm going to say font weight over here. So this is going to be bold, save it, you'll see it turning out to be bold, the labels. I'll say color, and color I can say, let us add this one. Okay, if I save this, you'll see the color changes for the labels. Okay, so that's it for the labels. Let us take a look at the text inputs. Okay, so I can say text, or I can say input over here. Okay, so input, and I'll specify the type over here, type as text. Okay, and I also want this to be for password. Okay, so I'll just say comma, input type, password, something like this. Okay, and now here what I'm going to do is let us say I wish to have width over here. Okay, width can be 100%. Okay, I'll save this. Okay, so it will take 100% of the width, and padding, I'll say padding as 8 pixel. Now I'm doing this because I want to provide internal space around the text inside the input fields to improve the interaction. So here, if you see, if I type in over here, and after you add padding, if you save this, okay, you should have more space. Okay, it seems, let me add 80. I'll move next for border over here. Okay, so border can be 1 pixel. Okay, and solid, you can have this CSS over here, and then I can have border radius. Okay, so I would say border radius of 4 pixel. Okay, so this is for input. Okay, I'll move to next for buttons. The buttons that we have look pretty much raw. Okay, so first thing, I'll have color defined. Color I can have as white over here. Okay, so this is a text color. You can have a background color over here. Okay, because you can see like white is not readable now. So I have a color code saved over here. I'll say 007BF. Okay, and okay, 007BFF it is. And if I save this, you can see it's blue color. All right, and then there is some border around, so I can say border as none over here. Let's save this. The border is gone. Okay, let's add some padding because there's hardly any space over here. So I can say 10 pixel padding. You can see there is a good amount of space now inside the button around the text. And let me say width as 100%. Okay. Okay, so it spreads out, and color, you have background color. Let's add a border radius. Okay, so border radius as that of you can say border radius of 4 pixel over here. Okay, and font size, you can say 16. Okay, sorry, not 1, it's 16. Okay, this looks decent over here. Okay, so if you open it this way, okay, I'll add a hover state for button. Okay, so I'll say button : hover over here. So this is the hover, and you can say background color, and we'll give it a little bit of different background so that on hover it displays that color. So you can see, yeah. So this is done. All right, we can now style in our overall paragraph tag and div tags. Okay, so I'll have some styling for them as this one. Okay, and I'll say text align as center. Okay, and here I can say margin top as 20 pixel. Okay, something like this. Okay, now after this, what I can do is I don't want div over here. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this, and I'll have a different one or a different CSS for div over here. I'll say text align center over here. Okay, for all the divs. Okay, And one thing, if you scroll up, I realized like this was not getting applied because there was a space over here. So you don't need space. If I say save over here, you can see like it's spread out now over here. Okay. So for this, you have border radius over here for 4 pixel. You can have box sizing over here as a border box. Okay. And you can see this looks now decent. Okay. So you have width, padding, border. Okay. Oops. Sorry. So border radius and border sizing, or box sizing. Sorry. And button is there. Button hover. P div code. So this was already there. I'll just get rid of this. Okay. There is a CSS for H3, I believe we have added for H2. There is no CSS added for H3. So we can add for H3 tag as well. I can make use of the same color. Okay. And I can say margin top is 20 pixel, something like this. Okay. And yeah, this is it. Now this form that we have still looks a little bit, all the elements are a bit close. So what I will do is I'll say form and div. Okay. So within form for div element, I'll have margin bottom as that of 15 pixels. Okay. And this should space out the form. You can see over here. Okay. Now if I sign in over here, okay, you can also do some sort of, so if I go over here and inspect, okay, yeah, so this is there and this information is being displayed. So you can see how decently it's designed now. Okay, you can even improve the CSS if you wish to. Okay, you can add more styling, you can improve this application, but since this is just a demo, I'll take a pause over here. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful. So now we are logged into our application and we will have a scenario wherein we might want user to log out. So how would you log out from the application that you have logged in? So to log out, you can straight away like clear the cookies if you have any. We don't have any sort of cookies. We are not making use of any sort of local storage. Okay. Or here, like we are displaying everything using states. So you can just clear out all the states, reset the JWT token. So this token you need to reset. And that's what logout would mean to us, right? And our application at this stage. But if you're building something advanced where you're storing a lot of information locally in local storage, cookies, browsers, you can clear all of that when user hits logout. So right now, what I would do is I would come over here, okay, and over here I can have a function, okay. So I can say const, and I can say handle logout. So like we have handle login, I'll say handle logout, okay. And I will add set username. Okay, so you can see over here, this is set username. I'll set this to nothing. Okay, blank. Set password. I'll set this to null or empty over here. Not null, this is like empty string. Set JWT. I'll set this to empty string. Set profile. I'll set this to null over here. Profile is an object. And I can say set message over here. So I can update the message so that this message is being displayed to the user. You have been locked out. Okay. You have been locked out. Something like this. Okay. Now you need to add a button that will call this. So I can copy this button here. Okay. And when you're displaying the user profile or when you're logged in, you can have a button over here. This button does not need to be a submit button. Okay. So I'll get rid of this. Okay, we don't need a submit button, but a normal button. And on click, I can see on click, call handle logout. Sorry, not login, logout. Okay, and over here, I can say logout and save it. Come over here, you'll see this logout button. Okay, you can say logout, right? So you can log in and you can log out from here. Okay. So very simple. We've kept things very simple, and if you refresh this message will also go away. All right. So this is how you can make use of JWT with React with login and logout functionality along with displaying some profile information. So now it's time that we begin talking about what is OAuth2 and why do we need them. All right. Now, before getting into the details of OAuth2, I want you to take a step back. So we'll take a step back and we'll first understand how things worked before OAuth. And this will help us understand what problems the world had before OAuth was brought in. And then we will talk about how OAuth fills the gaps and the problems that occurred earlier before this thing was even implemented or invented. So first, how things worked is before OAuth, if a third-party application needed to access your data from another service, okay. Now, what I mean by this is, for example, like you are trying to access Gmail contacts, let's say, to send invitations from a third-party application. Okay, so you will have to connect your Gmail today, right? But early on, you had to provide your login credentials, like your username and password, to that third-party application. So, for example, if I am trying to access Gmail contacts to send invitations from a third-party application, how would I allow that third-party application to access my contacts? Because they are in my Gmail account, the Google account. So I have to share my credentials with them and they would allow me to access the contacts, right? Now, this approach had several problems. Now, what were the problems? Let's talk about one by one. Of course, the first problem that is pretty obvious and even you can imagine is security risk. So you are directly sharing your password with a third-party application, and this means that you are trusting them to keep it secure. And this might not always be the case. You don't know how they are storing the password. You don't know whether they'll misuse your password or not, right? It's just like a promise or it's just like a trust that you're putting in them, and you are giving your credentials. And if the third party application was compromised or hacked, your password could be exposed as well. And this is one of the major security risk or a problem that I should say with this method. Limited control. Now, once you have shared the password with the third party service or the third party application, the application had full access to your account, right? So you have given your password. It has access to your emails. It has access to your calendar, all of that, right? There is no limitation on what it can access and what it cannot. So whatever you were able to access with those credentials, the third party application is also able to access, and you don't know what they are accessing, right? And there is no ability to restrict what data the application could access, and you didn't have control as to how long they'll be able to access, right? So the control is very limited. This is a problem number 2. Third problem is inconvenience. So if you had to change your password, and if you wanted to so for example, if you want to revoke the access, how would you do so? You had to change your password, right? And if you change your password, the access would be revoked. So that's how things worked. And how things would happen is, let's say if you have shared your password with 3 of the applications, the third party applications, right? And let's say if you want to revoke access of one of the application from them, so how would you access? How would you revoke the access? You would change the password. Now, changing the password would revoke the access from all the application and not just the one that you had to, right? And this was a little bit inconvenient out there. And let's say if you don't want to revoke the access from any of the application, but you just want to change the password, then too the access would be revoked because the password is now changed. So this was a little bit inconvenient is what I mean to say over here. So these were the 3 major problems: security risk, limited control, and inconvenience that we had before OAuth. Now, what is OAuth? So OAuth stands for Open Authorization, and it is a standard protocol. So it's a protocol that is being used, and it allows users to grant third-party applications to access their information without sharing their passwords. So earlier what we did is we shared the credentials. This was not right? The world realized this is not right. And there has to be a better way, and that is when this protocol was brought in. It is known as Open Authorization or OAuth, right? And with the help of this, or with the help of OAuth, third-party applications can access the information without sharing the password. Now, why is it needed? Of course, OAuth is needed to enable secure and easy access to user information by the third-party applications without compromising the user credentials like passwords. All right. Now, OAuth, what problem does it solve, right? So it solves the problem of sharing sensitive login credentials directly with the third-party applications, because you don't know what the applications would do with your credentials, right? Credentials is something that only you should be aware of, right? You should not share it with anyone. And this is where OAuth ensures that users can use different applications and services securely by only sharing the token that grants limited access to their data, right? So the usage of OAuth involves the usage of token, and the token has the information on what sort of data can the third party service can access of the individual. And rather than their actual username and password, like you share the username and password. So rather than doing that, they have access to a token using which they can access information which is limited and defined for them, okay, from the server or from whichever service you are using it, right? So that's about OAuth. I hope you have a gist of OAuth. All right. Now to summarize our learning so far, what is OAuth? OAuth lets applications access your information without needing your password, right? They don't need the password. Using the OAuth protocol, they can access your information. And OAuth stands for Open Authorization. Why is it needed? Because it's safer. Of course, you don't have to share your credentials, your passwords with other apps, right? Your credentials are yours. You can change it whenever you want, and this does not impact the services that you're using. Which problem is solved? So the problem that is solved with OAuth is of password sharing that you had to do early on before OAuth was implemented, right? And this was risky. How it worked before, you had to give your password for every app which was unsafe and it was not convenient. Now, how does OAuth works as of today? So you log in through a trusted service like Google and give the permission, and the app gets a special token to access your info without needing your password. Okay, we'll talk about this in detail. Now let us go through the terms over here. Okay, so what are the terms involved when you talk about OAuth? So there are a few terms that you are supposed to be aware of, because if you read about OAuth over the internet or if you watch any of the videos, then it's best to know these terms. Number one term is the resource owner or the user. Okay, now who is a resource owner? Resource owner is the owner who owns the account. So if it's your account, so if it's my Gmail account, right? So I'm the resource owner of that account, right? Third party application. Now, this is the application that the user, like user as in me, I want to use this particular application, and I want this application, which is third party application, to send invites to all my Gmail contacts. So the application that I'm using is known as the third party application. Resource server. Now, if I'm talking about Gmail account, the resource server over here is Google, because Google has its own server that manages the Gmail stuff, right? So this is a server that holds the data that application wants to access. So if you are planning to send invites to all your Gmail contacts through a third party application, where do your contacts reside? Do they reside on your machine? No. They reside on the server which is owned by Google. So that's the resource server, because that contains the resource that is needed by the third party application. Authorization server. Now, authorization server is the server that handles the authentication and authorization related tasks, right? Now, in this example that I was talking about, the Gmail one, the authorization server is the Google server. Client. Now, who is the client? So this is the application that is requesting the access to the resource server on behalf of the user, right? So there will be an application that will be created, okay? And through that application, the access would be granted to the resources that the third party application wants to access. Okay, so that's the client over here. For example, if you want your your third party application to access GitHub or your GitHub account information, then you will be creating a client, an application
that will be helping the third-party application with the authorization and authentication, right? So that's the client. So these are the key terms that you need to remember. Now let us take a look at an example. So let's say you want to give access to a application called Print My Photos, right? Now Print My Photos is a service that allows you to print your photos that reside in the Google account. So how would you do so? Okay, you would give Print My Photos the access with the help of OAuth. Now over here, the resource owner is the user who owns the Google account. All right. Third-party application is the application that wants access to your photos to print them. And in this case, it's Prints My Photos, right? Because that is the application that is going to request Google for the permission to access your photos. Resource server. Now this is a server that holds your photos and has the data that Print My Photos wants to access. Authorization server. Now this is a server that will handle the authentication related tasks and authorization as well. So it's the Google server in this case. So that's the authorization server. Then you have the client, and this is the application that is requesting the access to the resource server, right? Then you have client, which is the application that is requesting the access to the resource server, and Google Photos in this case on the behalf of the user. So now it's time we take a look at the flow and understand how things work in simple steps. All right. So how things would work is, let's say we'll consider that same example where you have an application called Print My Photos, and you want to give access to your Google Photos so that it can print them on your behalf. So for giving access to Google Photos, you'll have to authenticate or authorize that particular application and allow it to access your photos, right? So here is how the flow would work. The number one step is you go to that application, which is Print My Photos in our case, and there can be a button like import your photos or something like that. I've just mentioned like you click on import photos from Google Photos. So there'll be a flow wherein you click on this and you try to initiate the flow to connect that third party application to your Google account, right? And this would be done by you as the user, right? And the second step would be that Print My Photos, which is the application that you're using, it will send you to the Google's authorization server to log in and grant the permission. All right. So here you would see the Google's login page wherein you would be asked to sign in, right? To verify whether the credential, you are the actual user who is trying to access it. Now, once this is done, okay, or what would happen is if this request is initiated, the third step is the Google authorization server would ask you to log in. Okay, if you have not already logged in. If you're logged in, then the next step would come into picture. But you would be asked to log in, and then if it will ask you if you want to give permissions to this application to access your Google Photos, right? And this is something common that we have seen when connecting application to our Google accounts or some other accounts or even Facebook accounts, right? This is a standard flow. You see a pop-up that, hey, this application is trying to access these all things, allow, deny, right? That is what would happen here. Now, once this is done, you would agree and you would grant the permission, of course, if that's what you intend to do. And what would happen is Google's authorization server would send a authorization code to the application, which is Print My Photos. All right. Now, this particular application receives the authorization code. Now, this application would send the authorization code to the Google's authorization server, and it will request an access token, right? And just be sure that the step number 4 that we just saw, it just receives Google just sends the authorization code to the application, and it does not send any data or token yet. And the role of this code, the authorization code, is just to get access token. That is it. So in step number 5, you see, it will take that code and go to the Google's authorization server to request the access token. And as a last step, the access token that Print My Photos or the application that gets the access token, they'll make use of that access token to request the photos from the Google Photos resource server, right? So this is how the entire flow works, okay?
And this access token that the application has access to, that is like a ticket. Whenever it needs any sort of photo from the Google account of the user, it is going to show that token, which will act as a ticket, and it will be given access to that photo. That is how the entire thing would work. So this is step-by-step flow as to how the process works. And as you can see, there are 3 entities involved. One is the Google server, the user, and the application that you are trying to use. All right. And the application in our case is print my photos. So this is just an example, but it can be any application. And this is the step as to how the entire flow works step by step. Right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you are clear on the flow for OAuth2 along with its need and what problem does it solve for you. So now it's time that we talk about how our application flow is going to be. Now, talking about the flow, this flow is going to give you a Hawkeye view, or I should say 1,000 feet overview of how the entire thing is going to work and what all things we are going to need. All right. Now, one disclaimer before we start is if you don't understand everything, don't worry. I'm just depicting this flow as to how this flow will go through. Okay. And this might seem a little lengthy. Okay. So you are seeing lengthy diagram over here. Don't worry. Don't stress about it. All right. It's completely simple. I've tried my best to break it down for you. All right. And if you don't understand right now, you will understand everything when we do hands-on practicals. All right. So let's jump right in. So there will be 4 things over here in the flow. One will be resource owner, client, authorization server, and the resource server, that is Spring Boot. Now resource owner over here is the user, all right, who is acting and who owns the account. Okay. And he owns the account that he wants to log in with, right? And the account exists either on GitHub or on Google. Then we have client, which is nothing but the React application using which user is going to interact with our services. And this React application will be open in the browser. All right. Now this client can be anything. It can be a React app. It can even be a mobile application. But for our example, we have a React application, right? It can also be an Angular app if you wish to. Then we have authorization server, which is nothing but a GitHub or Google in our case. The one who is going to help us with the authorization and is going to help us verify the credentials, right? Because we are making use of services like Google and GitHub to allow users to log into our application. And then we have a resource server, which is nothing but our backend, which is Spring Boot, right? Now what happens is the first step that happens is user or the resource owner opens the application, right? And this application is opened in the web browser, right? Since it's a React application. Now this React application would get back to the user with the login options for OAuth providers, right? For example, if your application is configured for Google, GitHub, it is going to display that login options, right? Then you have then the user clicks on the login button, right? So user selects the login button and chooses the method using which he wants to authenticate to our application. Now, if you have multiple OAuth providers configured like Google, GitHub, then he'll choose the appropriate one. If you have only one, either Google or GitHub, he'll choose the one he wishes to choose, right? So depending on what he chooses, he is redirected to Spring Boot backend over here. So you can see the redirection happens where the user is redirected to Spring Boot, right? And here is where the flow starts for OAuth. So what happens here is the Spring Boot backend will redirect the user to the selected OAuth provider for authentication. So for example, if he has chosen Google authentication, he'll be redirected to Google for the same. If he has chosen GitHub, he'll be redirected to the same, right? And what user sees is he sees a login page, all right, where he is asked to enter his credentials. So if it's a Google OAuth, he will see a Google login page. If it is a GitHub OAuth, he's going to see a GitHub login page, right? And then once he enters the credentials, he's asked whether you want to authorize our application to
access the credentials or access the details from your Google account. For example, here I have a couple of screenshots. So let's say a user selects a login by Google, right? So he sees this kind of a page where you can see he's asked to sign in and he's asked which account he wishes to sign in, right? And once he signs in, okay, he sees this kind of a page where he's asked whether he wishes to share his name, email address, language preference, profile picture, all of this with our application, right? Because this consent is also important, and it should be aware, or user should be aware, I should say. So user should be aware as to what all information is being shared from his Google or GitHub account. Okay. So here this screenshot is for Google, but you will see a similar page for GitHub as well. All right. And over here, you will see this step, which is about credentials being validated. So the credentials are validated, and what happens is authorization server here, OAuth provider. So if the user has selected Google, it would be Google's authorization server. If it's GitHub selected, then it will be GitHub authorization server, right? So what happens is once the authorization is successful and the credentials are validated, the user is redirected with the auth code to the Spring Boot backend over here in the end. Okay, you can see the user being redirected in the step number 7, right? Now, the backend receives this code. What backend does is it gets back to the authorization server and tells authorization server that, hey, this is the code that I have received. I need an access token now. So the authorization server will get back to the Spring Boot backend and returns the access token. All right. And what backend will do is it will save the access token and it will fetch the user information using that token. So that token is now like a ticket that the backend can present to get the user information, right? So if it's the Google authorization server, the backend will present the token to the Google server and it will fetch the details from the Google account. If it's GitHub, then it will display or it will showcase the token to the GitHub's authorization server, and GitHub will get back with the details from the GitHub account, right? Then the backend will receive the user information, right? And it will save this user information in the session and in the security context. And this will mark the user as authenticated, right? Now, once the user is authenticated, the backend will redirect the user to the success page. Now, this success page is 100% configurable. We can configure this in our backend as to what happens or what we want to do with the user once the authentication is successful. And depending on what we wish to do, the user is redirected to the right success page. And you can see over here, the React app is redirected over here, right? And then React app is also allowed to fetch the information from the backend, and this user information he can fetch. And this user information will be from Google, right? You can either fetch the profile picture, you can fetch the username, the email address, and so on. All right, Google, it will be Google based information if the login method is Google, and it will be the GitHub information if the login method was GitHub, right? And then what backend will do is it will send back the information that the React application has requested, and it will display the information to the front end, right? So this is how the entire flow works. Okay, it might seem a little bit overwhelming, but it's actually not. I've broken it down and made it pretty simple for you all. Now, one thing you need to remember is you don't need to code all of this. So with Spring Security, with the magic of Spring Security, all these steps, so these steps that I've selected over here, okay, the user information being fetched, the access token being fetched, the authorization code being exchanged, all of this is being taken care of by Spring Security internally, and you don't need to write code for all of this, right? Even the credentials validation is being taken care. You don't need to do this. You just need to redirect the user to Spring Boot on the right URL depending on where he clicks in the front-end application. The login page is created automatically. This entire process is being taken care automatically. Okay, you just need to configure like where the user, what should happen or where the user should be redirected in case of success. So you're only doing configuration stuff. You are not coding this stuff. And this entire thing is being taken care by Spring Security. And Spring Security team has done an amazing job at handling this for you all, right? So developers like us don't have to worry about writing or getting into the nitty-gritties of how things will function. All right. So I hope you are clear about the entire flow. And regarding these two pages, I'm sure if you are making use of login with Google, GitHub, or Facebook, you must have seen these kind of pages early on in your life, right? Where you are being first being asked to present your credentials, and then you're being asked for the permission whether the service can access things like name, username, and so on, right? So I hope this was useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we set up our Spring Boot project. So to create the Spring Boot project, we will head over to start.spring.io. This is our favorite website when working with Spring Boot. And this is where we will set up things. So I'll select Maven as the build tool. You can choose Gradle if you wish to. I'll make sure I have selected the latest version of Spring Boot, that is non-snapshot version. And here I'll say com.OAuth over here. I'll keep the artifact as sample over here. You can keep it as sample. Okay. And I'll say demo project for Spring Boot OAuth, something like this. All right. Or you can say project for Spring Boot OAuth, right? jar and Java version 17. Now we need to add some dependencies over here. So I'll add a few dependencies that I need for my application to function in the right way. Now the first dependency that I'm going to need is web over here. So Spring Web over here is what I'm going to add. Okay, because this is the web application that we are building. I'll also need security. Okay, Spring Security, that is something that I'll add. And since we are working with OAuth, so I'll add OAuth client over here. Okay, there are many options when it comes to OAuth2, like a client, resource server, authorization server. So I'll just select OAuth client because this is a client that we are making, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to explore over here. You can like explore the pom.xml if you wish to, or you can alternatively download this. So I'll say generate and I'll get this downloaded. So it will download as a zip file and I'll even extract it so that I can open it later with IntelliJ. Now once I've downloaded the zip file, I'll open up IntelliJ. So remember, you need to also unzip it. Okay, so after unzipping, you can come over here, open, you can navigate to the folder where you have the files extracted, and over here you can see I have extracted sample over here, right? So this is my project that is extracted, and I'll select pom.xml from within the sample folder and I'll say okay. And it's asking me, it's a project file. Would you like to open the project or would you like to open the file? Of course, I want to open the project. It's asking me whether you trust the projects in this folder. I'll say I trust it. And this is a security measure that IntelliJ has. So you can see the application open up, right? So this is the project that we are going to work on. And if you go to pom.xml, we have few things configured, right? Like we have OAuth client, we have security, and of course it's a web-based application. So we have a starter web dependency being added as well. All right. And then this is a dependency for starter test. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin setting up our GitHub application. So what you need to do is you need to head over to github.com, log in over there, then click on your profile over here and then head over to settings. Now under settings, if you scroll down here, you will see this option on the left hand side called developer settings. So just select that option. And under developer settings, you will see GitHub apps, OAuth apps and personal access tokens. So I'll just select OAuth apps because we need to create a application for OAuth. Now over here, you'll see a list of all the OAuth apps that you have previously created. If you have not created, you will see an option here, new. So just select this and enter the application name. Now, this is the application that you are building, okay, you can have the application name over here that users can easily identify. All right. So here I can mention the application name as OAuth. Okay, this is just a demo application. So I'll say OAuth GitHub. All right, demo over here. Now here you're being asked as to what will be the homepage URL of this application. So the homepage for this application will be HTTP and I'll say localhost colon 8080, something like this. All right. Then over here you can add the application description, and here you can add the authorization callback URL. So once the authorization is done, okay, you need to add a callback URL. So I'll just enter this thing, localhost 8080/login/OAuth2/core/GitHub. Okay, so this is the URL that we are entering as the redirect URL, all right, or the authorization callback URL. Now, this is a URL that authorization server posts the authorization code to. So basically, it's being termed as the callback URL. Okay, so the code is being posted to this particular URL, which is later exchanged for an access token that is used to authenticate the subsequent API calls. Okay, and this endpoint is handled by the default Spring Boot OAuth extension later on. Okay, now what this extension is, it's a piece of code within spring-security-jwt. All right, and yeah, this is what the entire thing or the entire setting will be for the application. All right, now keep in mind here I'm entering localhost 8080. Here also you have localhost 8080. If you are deploying your application to production, you need to have the production URL over here. For example, if your domain name is abc.com, you can have abc.com over here. Okay, so you need to register a new application with the production URLs and production details, and then you need to say register over here. So the moment you say register, okay, you will see details like over here, you can see client ID and client secret. Okay, so we will need client ID and client secret both to authenticate as application to the API, which we'll make use of shortly. Okay, now here you can see the application logo. So the page that the user sees. Okay, so once the user enters the credentials, he see a page where he's asked whether you want this application to access your GitHub details. For example, here our application name is OAuth GitHub demo. So it will say, hey, do you want OAuth GitHub demo to access your name, email, and username from your GitHub account? Okay, so on that page, the authorization page, you can show the logo as well if you have. Okay, so that the page and the application looks much more familiar and users are aware as to whom they're giving what sort of access. All right, so this is something that you can add over here. All right, so if you have a logo for your company or something, you should definitely add it to keep this looking professional. All right, you can even create a client secret from here. Okay, so I can say generate a new client secret, and you can see this client secret is being displayed. I can copy it. All right, now keep in mind this client secret will only be shown once. You can see you won't be able to see it again. Right now, if you missed copying this or if you lost what you had copied, then you have to generate a new client secret. Okay, but you cannot see this client secret again, and this is for security purpose, of course. All right, but within our application we are going to need the client ID as well as the client secret, both the things, right? So I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this is useful. So now we have our project created and set up in IntelliJ with the required dependencies. Now, what we are going to do as a next step is we are going to head over to our main application package over here, which is this one. And here I'm going to start defining the custom security configuration for our application. All right, so I'm going to say security config over here. This is the class that I'm creating. Of course, this is going to need some annotations like configuration, enable web security, and enable method security. So I'm also enabling method level security, which is fine. I'll collapse this so that we have more room. Now here I'm going to start writing in my default security configuration. So I'll first create a bean over here. Okay, I'll say security filter chain. Okay, so security filter chain over here. This is what the return type is going to be, and I'll say default security filter chain. Okay, so this is the method which accepts HTTP security as HTTP over here, and it throws an exception here. All right, so this is the method signature that I have. All right, and what it does is it returns http.build, which is of type default security filter chain. All right, so this is done. Okay, now within this method, I'm going to have all my security related configuration. All right, so first thing is I'm going to say http.csrf. I'm going to say csrf dot or csrf, and I'm going to have csrf disabled this way. Okay, first thing, we are disabling csrf. You can even, so it's giving you a suggestion that you can replace this lambda with a method reference. I can absolutely do that. All right, and here I'm going to say okay, just before semicolon we need to say dot authorize http requests, and I can say authorize requests. So this is another lambda that I'm creating here, and I'm going to say authorize requests dot request matches, or I don't need to make use of request matches yet. Okay, so I'm going to just say any request dot authenticated. So what I'm doing is I'm essentially telling Spring Security that any request that comes to the application is authenticated, and we don't need any sort of CSRF protection right now, right? This is done, and what I would do, one more thing is I would say form login, and I would say with defaults over here. Okay, so this is something that we have set up now. All right, and yeah, this is the default configuration. So disabling the CSRF, we need all the endpoints to be authenticated, and by default we wish to have form based login for now. All right, now we need a user that will make use to log into our application. All right, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a static user using which we are going to sign in. So I'm going to say spring.security.user.name, and I'm going to call this user as user, and I'll copy this and paste it over here. User dot, I'll call this as password, and this is password. All right, so this is a default user over here. Now what I would do is I would start the application. So I would come over here and I would run the application now. And when you run, let us see if we get any sort of errors. We don't get any errors. I come over here and I can say localhost colon 8080, and you're being presented with this login screen. All right, now this login screen is coming in because you have told Spring Boot or Spring Security that, hey, I need form based login. All right, you are also saying that I want all sort of requests to be authenticated. So what I can do is I can say user over here, and I can say password, and when you like say enter, you are being redirected to this page. Okay, because there is no mapping as such. Okay, so you are seeing this as a fallback. Now what you can simply do is you can have a default success endpoint where you can redirect the user. All right, so what I would do is I would come over here, I would create a controller. Okay, a very simple controller, greetings controller. Okay, and this is a REST controller, and I'm going to say a get mapping like this, and I'm going to say public void, and I'm going to say hello over here. Okay, and this is going to simply return hello, something like this. All right, and since this is returning hello, I need to return string over here. All right, and now what you can do is you have this endpoint. Okay, so this endpoint is on root URL, so you can have this over here hello. Okay, and I'll have this within inverted commas. Now what you can do is here, when you're defining the form login, instead of having default configuration over here, you can get rid of this, okay, and you can say form, okay, and you can have a success state over here. So after authentication, you can say default success URL, okay, is /hello over here, okay, and you can pass in true as the second parameter. So second parameter is for always use, so I'm saying true, and default success URL is hello. All right, now let us run the application. Let's see what we see over here. So the application would run fine, but let me clear the cookies. Okay, so I would clear the cookies. We'll reload. You'll be taken to login, and here I'll enter my credential. I'll say user, I'll say password, and the moment I say sign in, I will be redirected to hello. You can see. So what we did essentially over here is we told Spring Boot that, hey, after successful authentication using form login, I want this to be my success URL, right? Rather than redirecting me anywhere, just don't redirect me anywhere. You have to redirect me over here. All right. So with this, we have our Spring Security working fine with a custom configuration. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here into application.properties, right? And we also need to get started and set up the OAuth settings for GitHub, right? We have the app created. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this client ID and client secret, and I'm going to tell Spring Boot about it, right? And how am I going to tell Spring Boot about it? I'm going to tell Spring Boot about it with the help of this application.properties. So here I'm going to say GitHub, okay, OAuth2 configuration, all right, and I'm going to add a couple of lines of configuration. I'm going to say spring security OAuth2 dot client dot registration dot github dot client ID. All right, so we need to add client ID first. So it's spring security OAuth client registration GitHub client ID, right? So this is the property that we'll add, the first one. Okay, I'll copy this, I'll paste it over here. Now after client ID, we need client secret, right? So instead of ID, I'll say secret over here. It's the same property, just with secret. And then over here, I also need to say scopes. So github.scope, something like this, right? So let us define all three and let us understand how you can do it. So client ID is this over here that you see on the GitHub page. I'll add this. You have secret also. So this is a secret that we've got. I'll copy this, okay, and I'll paste it over here. Now, when it comes to scope, okay, you need to add scope that tells the user, or that tells Spring Boot what sort of application what sort of information, not application, what sort of information we want to retrieve from the user, okay. And we want to retrieve from the user, meaning we want to retrieve from the user's GitHub account, all right. And this is important. Why is it important? Because, you know, GitHub or any sort of OAuth2 provider might have a lot of information about the user, right? And you as an application, if you're being given access to the account, it's not like you can fetch everything, right? There has to be some sort of limitation and some sort of rules that govern this, right? So here you need to specify the scope, and whatever scope you are specifying over here, that is being shown to the user on the authorization page. So when the user is authorizing your application, when it's saying that, hey, allow this application to access these all details from my GitHub account, it is seeing the list of information that your application is accessing, and that is derived from this scope parameter over here, okay. So if you head over to Google now, and if you search for GitHub OAuth scopes, okay, so just Google for this, and you will see this link from docs.github.com building OAuth apps. So just head over to this link and you will see scopes for OAuth application, or this is the URL. You can make a note of it. And here you will see different available scopes that we have got within our, that we can add actually to our application, and we can request the relevant details from the user. Now I'm going to keep this very lenient. All right. I just need the user information and the email, right? So here, if you scroll, okay, we should have the user. So you can see over here, user, read user, and this gives you access to a user's profile data. This is what I want. And user's email grants read access to the user's email address. So we just want read access. We don't want to modify it, right? So I'm going to say read : user over here. Okay. I'll come over here. I'll say read : user, comma. I want email also. So you can add multiple scopes. Okay. Over here. Like this. Now on the authorization page, if you have added these two, user will see that, hey, this particular application. Now what is the application name? So the application name is OAuth GitHub demo. So OAuth GitHub demo wants to access your profile information and your email address. Allow, deny. So this is what he's going to see. And if you add more scopes over here, like user follow, or if you want a repository access also, public repos or all repos, then in that case he is also going to see all of that, and he has a choice or an option to enable or allow or like deny it, right? So this is what we have done. We have configured our application right now, and when I say configured, we have added the configuration into our application.properties. Once this is done, all right, what we can do is we can actually rerun our application, right? Now when rerunning, let us see how our application behaves. So here, if you come, let me like clear the cookies, let me reload. You're still being redirected to the login page. All right, you are not being shown the GitHub login, and there is a reason for that, because you have just configured the application properties, but in the security config, you are not telling Spring Boot that, hey, I want to make use of OAuth login, right? So that is something that you are not telling. So I'm going to comment this. All right, I'm going to come on the next line, and 1 second. So I also need to take this closing bracket and the semicolon with me. All right, or closing bracket can stay over there. 1 second. All right, something like this, and I can just move semicolon with me, right? So now what I will do is I'll come over here. I'll say dot, okay, and you can type in O, and you can see OAuth2 login, right? So I'll add this over here, okay, and you can see OAuth2, okay, and you can see OAuth2 dot. So like we had default success URL, okay, you can have default success URL over here. So I'll just copy this default success URL part and I'll paste it over here. And we are done, right? You can see this, how we replaced form login with OAuth2 login, right? I hope it makes sense now. And let me add semicolon in the comment also, and I'll just take this to the next or the previous line, because on new line, just the semicolon looks ugly, right? So this is done. Let me run and let us see how things behave now, because we have disabled the form login and now we have OAuth login in place. If I come here, let me head over to this page, and can you see something over here, right? So you are seeing now the authorization with GitHub, right? So you are straight away seeing this page over here. Okay, this is the authorization page, right? Now, one thing I'll tell you over here, I am logged into my GitHub account, and that is the reason why I'm not being shown the GitHub login page. Ideally, you will see the GitHub login page first, and then you will be redirected to this page where you can see this application name. This is the application that we have created over here, right? And you're seeing by this user, this is the user, and you can see what all data I'm accessing. Email address is read only and profile information is also read only. How is this coming in over here? From the scopes parameter or the scopes property that we have set in application.properties. All right. And once you authorize, the data is passed on to the application requesting it. So the OAuth flow is working fine. At least we are able to see this login page, right? And yeah, I believe we have successfully replaced now the form login that we get by default with the OAuth login. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far.
and I hope this was useful. Alright, now it's time that we need to test our application and the entire OAuth2 flow with GitHub. So here what I've done is I have this browser private window open. I've entered this URL localhost colon 8080 and I'm going to head over to this URL. Alright. Now the moment I hit this URL, I'm straight away being redirected to this sign-in page of GitHub. Okay. Now just observe what this sign-in page says. Okay, it says sign in to GitHub to continue to OAuth GitHub demo. Now, what is OAuth GitHub demo? You are right, it's the name of the application that we have set up. All right. So you can imagine how important the name of the application is. All right. For example, if you're building on an application and if you have already established a brand name, you should use that name over here and not any dummy name over here. Okay. Because you can see here, this is the image, right? This is the logo where that we were asked to set up here on this particular page. So whatever logo image you upload over here will appear over here to users, right? And this would act as a credibility and would enable users, and it would let users know whom they are sharing this information with, right? Because if you don't have this properly set up, it would be like super confusing for users and they might drop off, right? So you should have proper things set up and you can enter your credentials over here, right? Now, if you take a look at the flow over here, you can see when this flow was with the React application, but right now we don't have the React application yet. What happens is when the user is trying to access the backend URL, he's being redirected to, so we are straight away at page number, sorry, not page number, but step number 5, right? So we are being redirected to OAuth login page whenever we try to access to Spring Boot URL, right? And once we try to access the, once we are being redirected to the OAuth login page, we see the login page and the authorization page. Now let me enter my credentials over here. The moment I enter credentials, you will see the OAuth authorization page for GitHub. So I entered my credentials and I'm seeing this authorization page over here. Okay. Now this is a page which is asking me that, hey, do you want to authorize this application? And you can see my application logo appear over here, right? So whatever logo you upload will come up over here again. And you're seeing this tick and it's saying that GitHub is sharing this information with this app, right? And it has not shared it yet, but it's asking you to authorize this, right? You're seeing this application name by this user, and you can click and see who user is, and you're seeing what information you are sharing as well, right? And you're seeing where you will be redirected to, right? So when you say success over here, you're being redirected to this particular link over here. Okay. Now let us click authorize over here, right? So I'll say authorize and you're being redirected to the authorized application and you'll see you being appear over here. So this appears over here. Hello. All right. And you can see the endpoint we are being redirected to. Now, why are we being redirected to this endpoint? So the answer lies in the source code. The answer is over here on this line where we are specifying that, hey, our default success URL is /hello, right? /hello means the current host /hello, right? And that is why we are being redirected over here. Okay. So the authentication was successful. Now, what I want you to do is, if you take a look at the flow, I want you to understand as to what all things happened over here. Okay. So when we said authorized, the credentials were validated and these all steps were carried out in a fraction of seconds, like from steps 9 to steps, I should say 12 over here. Okay. This were carried out in the fraction of seconds. So there was a redirect done from the authorization server to Spring Boot with the auth code. Spring Boot took the auth code and got it back to the authorization server and asked for access token. It got the access token and then with the help of access token, it got the user information and it updated the security context to mark the user as authenticated. And yeah, then it can receive the user information and it was redirected to the success page. All right. Now, success page in this case was not the React application,
but it was our own application itself where we had a hello endpoint and we redirected the user over there. Now, when we have the React application or the Angular application, we can update this success page that we just saw over here, right? The success URL that we saw, we can update it to the front-end URL. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along. Now, I want to also show you some magic that happened. Okay, so if you see this endpoint over here, so let me copy this endpoint, this URL over here that you were redirected to by your backend application, and let us analyze this URL. Now I've pasted this URL here in Notepad, and if you see over here, we have something called as client ID, right? So this is a client ID, and we also have return to parameter, like return to attribute over here. Okay, and we have client ID redirect URI. You can see this redirect URI, localhost /login/OAuth code GitHub. Okay, you have response type. Okay, and in response type, here you can see the scopes as well. Okay, read, user email, state, and this I believe is a secret or something. Okay, so all the information that you had entered over here in application.properties is being used. Okay, you can see our client secret ends with 0ff and client ID ends with CL2. Okay, so if you come over here, okay, this is CL2. Okay, you can see this appear over here, and 0ff, I don't see 0ff anywhere, right? So if I search for 0ff, I don't see that. Okay, but yeah, we are seeing the client ID appear over here. So this URL is being created by Spring Boot. Okay, and these all information is being picked up from application.properties that you have set. Okay, so what is happening is over here, our application sees that you have added OAuth starter, right? So starter project is a kind of project that has pre-configured stuff, right? So you have added this starter, which means you wish to make use of OAuth2 at some point, right? And over here in security config, you have added this line where you're specifically mentioning that I want to make use of OAuth2 login, and this is my success URL. So what happens is it picks up, it looks for all the properties, whether you have set up any sort of OAuth client over here or OAuth configuration. Yes, you have. So what it does is it picks up this and it sends you to the requested URL, or depending on whatever configuration you have set. So this entire thing is being taken care by Spring Boot because of this starter that you have added. So this starter is pre-configured stuff, right? And this makes your life a lot easier, as you can see, right? So this is the magic of Spring Boot auto configuration, where you have literally not written a lot of code. You have just done some configuration, you've provided some values, and all of these steps, okay, all of these steps are being taken care by Spring Boot in a right and secure way. You don't have to worry about any of these, right? Imagine writing code for all of this, right? It would have been mess, there would have been so much of errors, and it would have been a complex process at the end. But this is so user-friendly for developers, right? So I hope you have some clarity as to what is happening with this flow and how things are working in the hindsight, right? So I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin the setup for working or integrating Google with our application using OAuth2. So for that, we are going to need to set up the Google app. All right, and for that, I'm going to head over to Google Cloud Console over here, as you can see. So this is the Google Cloud Console link, which is the official link. If you search for Google Cloud Console, you're going to be taken, or you're going to be shown this result, console.cloud.google.com. So just head over here, and if you're logged into your Google account, you should be automatically taken to your dashboard. Okay, I'm logged into my Google account, or otherwise you would be asked to sign in. All right, but any Google account should work over here, right? Now, there is a concept of projects over here, right? So in Google Cloud Console, you can create multiple projects and you can have the respective settings within that particular projects specific to those projects, right? So here I have this project already created. Okay. Your interface might slightly differ if you don't have any sort of project, but at the top, you should see this option where you'll have this option to create a new project from scratch. So just select this project over here, or select this option, I should say, from here, right? And then you will have to enter the project name and select all the details. So I'll keep the project name as simple. I'll say OAuth2 application or app demo. Okay. So I'll say something like this. You can select the organization if you have it configured here on Google Cloud, and you can hit create. Now it'll take some time for this to create over here. Okay. And it's taking a bit over here, but the project should be ready. Okay. So the project is ready, and you can say select the project. Okay. So I've switched to this project, OAuth2 app demo. All right. And you can see the dashboard. You can even switch to the project from here at the top, right? Now this is a dashboard over here, the project dashboard you can see, and here you have multiple options for quick access. So you have options to access APIs and services, IAM and admin related stuff, the billing related stuff, and so on. Since we want to enable the OAuth2 access and create an app for that, you can select API and services over here. Right? Now, once this loads over here, API and services, you'll see multiple options on the left hand side, like option for library, credentials. So if you select credentials, here you will have an option to create credentials, and create credentials meaning you can create your client secret, the client ID, client secret, and so on. All of that you will get from here, right? But first, before creating credentials, we need to set up the consent screen. Now, what is a consent screen? Consent screen is the screen that is shown to the user when he attempts to log in with Google. So over here, you can see there are some FAQs on the left hand side. Okay, this can be toggled. So if it's hidden for you, be sure to open this. But you can read a lot of FAQs over here. Okay, so when you so what is OAuth consent screen, right? You are here to set up that, right? So when you make use of OAuth2 for authorization, your application will request the authorization, okay, from a Google account, right? And Google will display the consent screen to the user, right? So the consent screen would mean that do you as a user wish to provide this application access to your Google account, okay? And that is what you're setting up over here, right? And there are things like what are scopes, all of this, okay? You can go through if you wish to, but we'll set this up, okay? So here, the first thing we are being asked over here is, how do you want to configure and register your app, right? What is the type of user you have, right? So is it you are configuring for internal or external? Now, internal means this would only be available to users within your organization. So the organization that you have selected when creating this project, it will only be available to users within your organization, okay? And if you're over on this, so this account is not a Google Workspace user, all right? So this option is just disabled for me. I cannot select this. Okay, this is only available for Google Workspace users. Okay, so this is for any sort of internal apps that you're building within the organization, right? And anyone external tries to access or log into the app using Google, he won't be allowed to, right? But we want external because we want any user with any Google account to log into our application. And here you need to make note of something. Our application will start in test mode. Test mode means it's not available to public, right? It's available only for test users. Who are the test users? Test users is a list of users that you configure here. Okay, I'll show you in the steps. We will be asked to configure the test users. Now, whoever you want to test the application, you can add that list over there. And your application initially will be available only for those users, right? And not anyone else. Any other request from any other Google account will be straight away rejected, right? Then once your application is tested and it's ready to be published, you can move this to production. And at that time, it will go through a verification process by Google. And only then it will be available for all to access, right? So here we have external selected. I'll say create. And then you'll see on the left hand side, okay, so on the right hand side in the center, this is a form, right? You need to fill in the information. And the left hand side, you're being shown this nice image, which gives you an idea as to how the information that you're filling on the left hand side will appear to the user, right? So the first information that we are being asked over here is the app name. So I can just specify the app name as OAuth2 demo over here, okay, which is absolutely fine. Support email will be my email, right? This is the dummy email, not my actual email, just letting you know. This is app logo. You can upload the logo over here, okay? Now logo and everything, the app name that you're using, everything comes here on this screen in this way, okay? So Google will prompt that, do you want this app to access your Google account? Select what this app can access. Make sure you trust this app name. Okay, so make sure you have a familiar name that user knows, right? Don't add anything random over here if you're taking this to production. Okay, and if you add a name that user cannot identify or does not know, then there will be drop-offs. User won't give you the consent, right? Upload the logo. If you have a logo, the project logo or your company logo, be sure to upload that. It makes the screen look authentic. App domain, okay, application homepage. So you can mention the application homepage. So we don't have a front end yet, but you can have the front end server URL over here. Okay, so whatever the front end URL is, you can add that over here. Okay, scroll down and you have like authorized domain information, and then you have email addresses. So I can say this is my email, okay, developer contact information. This is again a dummy email that I've added. All right, so this page is filled. Okay, now we need to move to the next stage. So what I would do is I would come down over here, okay, and I'll say save and continue. So everything is filled. You can fill in the privacy policy link or application terms of service link. You can add over here. This all things will be shown over here to the user. So best you add a lot of information. Save and continue. Now the moment you save, the next step is around scopes. Now what are scopes? Scopes means permissions that you are requesting from users to authorize your application. And based on these permissions, you will be allowed to access specific information and data from their Google account, right? So be sure to be very restrictive and limited over here. A lot of permissions, if you ask from the user, he might deny it, right? So be sure to add scopes only that you need. So you can see the list of scopes over here. Okay. A lot of them, in fact, you can like keep scrolling through the list over here. Okay. 24 around of them. But I just want things like basic information, like I need email, the profile information, and I'll select OpenID. Okay. So that's what I'll select, and I'll say update over here. So all those scopes will be added over here. Okay. I don't have any sort of sensitive scopes, or I don't want any sort of private data or restricted scopes that I want to add, right? Because this is all verified by Google, right? When you submit it for verification. I'll say save and continue. Okay. This is saved, and now the next step is around test users. So remember we discussed in the beginning when we were beginning to setting up the consent screen that the application is initially published to test users, and only the test users will be allowed to access the app initially. After you get your application verified and after it moves to production, only then it's available for all. And as you can see over here, this is the screen where you load the test user information, right? Now the allowed cap is of 100, okay, and it's counted over the entire lifetime of the app. Okay, so keep this in mind. 100 should be a very good number. I'll click on add users and I'll enter my own email over here, which is like the dummy email that I have for this course. Okay, so this is added. I don't have any more users that I wish to add as test users. I'll be testing with this account only. All right. So I'll say save and continue. Okay, but if you have more, you can add more. All right. And yeah, this should work. So I'll just say save and continue. And then you have the summary screen over here. Okay, you can see the summary screen. So this is all the information that you've filled in, like your application homepage, support email, all of this. Okay. Now here, after this is done, okay, this is entirely done, we can come to credentials. Once the OAuth consent screen is set up, we come over to credentials. You can click on create credentials, right? And I'll select OAuth client ID. Once I select this, okay, I'm again being presented with a form. Okay, so this is the first step. I'm being asked what sort of application I'm creating these credentials for. So the application is the web application, of course. Name of the application, I can like name this OAuth2 client as OAuth demo client, something like this. Okay. Then you will be asked for the origin of the request. So which origin, like from where the users will come in, or from where the request will come in, not the users. Okay. So I can add over here HTTP : local, or let me paste the URL. It's the front end URL that I have. Okay. I'll add the backend also over here. Okay. Something like this. All right. This is done. If you scroll down over here, you have an option to add authorized redirect URLs, right? So once the authentication is successful, where should the user be redirected, or where should the request be redirected, right? So if you hover on this, you can see users will be redirected to this path after they have been authenticated with Google. Okay. Now for GitHub, we had entered this as the callback URL, right? This was the callback URL. So normally this is what the callback URL is. This is the format. But instead of GitHub, you have Google over here. So like this, okay? So this is taken care by Spring Boot. You have localhost 8080. This is, of course, it has to be backend URL. You say login OAuth2. This is code, and this is Google, okay? And this is where the authorization code is posted by Google, all right? So this is done. I'll say create over here, okay? The moment I say create, I'm being presented with this pop-up, which tells me, or which gives me a confirmation that the client ID or the client is created, and it's showing me the list of, the list of details, okay, over here. Client ID, client secret, the date when it was created, and status. So I would encourage you all to save this at a secure place, or you can even download this information as JSON, okay? So totally up to you. But this information we'll need to configure our Spring Boot application, and our application will be utilizing this information to enable the OAuth integration, OAuth2 integration, I should say, with Google. All right. So I hope this was useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along well. All right, so now it's time that we move to the next stage and we get our application configured to work with Google credentials, or the Google client ID and client secret. All right, so what I'm going to do is we are going to need these properties to set up the client ID and client secret for Google. So I'm going to paste this as is, okay? And I'm going to add Google over here, and I'll do some minor changes. Instead of GitHub, this will be Google, and instead of GitHub over here also, it will be Google. Okay, I'll get rid of these keys over here, the IDs and the secret. Okay, now we need to add the IDs and secrets that we have created over here on the dashboard, right? So I'll copy the client ID, I'll paste it over here quickly. I'll come over here back and I'll copy the client secret and I'll paste it over here. Okay, we don't need to add scopes over here like we did add for GitHub, because scope is something that we configured for Google on the dashboard itself. Like the dashboard, there only we configured the scope. So our application is configured right now for the scope that we have entered over there, right? So that so these credentials will only work for those scope is what I mean to say. All right. So one more thing, just don't try to make use of any of my credentials. I'm straight away going to delete this once I'm done recording this course. All right. So this is done, and I believe our application is ready to be tested for Google and GitHub both. In fact, GitHub is already working fine, should be working fine. And Google, it's ready to be tested. We don't need to make any other changes, because rest all changes like adding the starter project, okay, that is done. We have the configuration also set up and enabled to tell Spring Boot or Spring Security that, hey, we need to make use of OAuth2 login, and we want this as the success URL, right? So that is also done. So yeah, this is all done from our end, and we are ready to test it.
So now it's time that we get our application to testing. And once we have everything set up, I'll restart the application so that we have the fresh new changes loaded onto our local server. You can see the application is up and running. I'll come over here. Okay, and this was our application previously. So I'll just clear some cookies if there are any. Okay, I'll reload. And the moment you refresh, you'll see this page appear. Okay, you can see login with OAuth2. And you're seeing two options, GitHub and Google. So early on, when we did not have Google configured, okay, we were directly being redirected to the page of GitHub, like this page over here. Okay. Oops, I straight away got in. All right, because I've given the access over there. Okay, but if I refresh, let me okay. 1 second. Let me clear the cookies again. Probably there is some issue. Yeah, now we have here. So if you click on GitHub, you'll be taken to the GitHub page, okay, for authorization and authentication purposes. But early on, we were not seeing this page, but instead, when we did not have Google configured, we were straight away being taken to the GitHub page. But now there are two options, right? And we are telling the application, okay, we are telling Spring Boot that, hey, we need to make use of OAuth login. And what Spring Boot does is it takes a look at the application properties. You have everything configured over here. Okay. And it sees that there is Google as well as GitHub. There are two options. So I don't know which option user might want to go ahead with. So it creates this page and it showcases this to user with two options here, GitHub and Google. Now you as a user can select which option you wish to choose. If you wish to choose Google, you can select over here. Okay. It's asking me for my email, and you can see over here, this is the login page and this is the name of the application. If you click on this, okay, you will see the developer info, like this is the email associated, and signing in will redirect you to this page over here. Okay, so this is all information you had entered on that dashboard. Like this is the page where I'll be redirected and so on, right? So I'll enter my email and my password and we'll see the next step. Now, the moment you enter your credentials, you'll be shown this authorization page over here. Okay, so it's telling me OAuth2 demo. This is the app name. Wants additional access to your Google account. Okay, so if you come over here, not here, on Google Cloud. Okay, I was locked out. But if you come over here on the consent screen, okay, let me come to the consent screen. So you can see this is the consent screen app name, OAuth2 demo, right? And this is what you're seeing over here, right? And here you can see, make sure you trust this app and all of this. So all of this was being shown to you over here. Okay, on so when you went to edit over here, you were shown all this information. Like this is how your information is going to be used, right? And that is how indeed it's being used. Okay, you can see the services to which your this app will have access to. So it will get your personal information, your profile information, and your email address. Okay, so user has complete transparency here from the Google's end. And when he says continue, okay, he's logged in and he is being taken to this default URL. How did this work? So this worked because of this line over here. Okay, the default success URL that we have added over here. Okay, so I hope this is clear now. And just to give you a gist of this entire flow, okay, this flow was similar to that of GitHub. Here it started from like the step 4 where we were redirected to Spring Boot, where we tried to access Spring Boot, and OAuth login page was shown. And after entering the authorization, like after giving in the login, authorization information, and after our credentials were validated, we were redirected to the Spring Boot backend with the auth code. Then Spring Boot exchanged this code for access token, and then it fetched the user information using the token, and it received the user information and it redirected the user to the success page. All right. So this entire thing worked in the fraction of a second. And how many lines of code did we write? Very less. Okay, we just did the configuration stuff, and rest everything was taken care by Spring Boot and this starter that we have added over here, this starter, right? The benefit of using starter is it comes with a lot of pre-configured or pre-written stuff. You have to just include it over here and it just does the job. And we have 3 starters in fact over here. Okay, so Spring Boot starters are amazing. You can imagine like writing code for all of these steps, right? It would have been crazy, right? But yeah, Spring Boot makes it easy for you. For Google, actually, we did literally nothing. We just configured these 2 parameters, or these 2 properties, I should say, and we were done, right? So yeah, that's the magic of Spring Boot for you. Test it out. Both the login options should work perfectly fine for you if you have followed these steps correctly. So I hope this was useful, and I hope you all enjoyed this. Hey there, welcome, and let us begin talking about React. So we'll talk about what is React, why such a thing exists. Okay, so here I'm on Google and I'm going to simply type in React. So the moment you type in React, you're going to be presented with this official website of React, which is react.dev. Now, before visiting the website, let me talk a little bit about what React is. So React is a library, as you can see over here in the description, and it is a JavaScript library. So if you are a little bit familiar of web development, or if you are a computer engineer, you will know that web essentially consists of HTML, then we have CSS, and we even have JavaScript. Now, what is HTML? HTML is nothing but the building block of the web. So if you right click on anything over here, like any element, these are all elements, right? So if you right click on any of the elements, if you say inspect, so I'm on Chrome and I have this option inspect, and let me take this down. So you are going to see all the code over here, and you can see all the HTML elements here. If I hover on any of the element, you're going to see the corresponding HTML element being highlighted. Okay, this is a div. So HTML essentially consists of tags, like you can see over here, div tag. Then we have h2 tag. These are all inbuilt HTML tags that browsers understand. So these are modern browsers that understand these things. Okay. So this is HTML. What is HTML used for? It is used to define the elements. Now what happens is defining the elements is not enough. Okay. You need to beautify them. For example, like here, you see this React is being highlighted in bold, right? Why is it being highlighted in bold? Because I've searched for React. Okay. There is a particular styling for this, right? You can see this is being highlighted like in light gray, which is a little bit different from this thing over here. This is a link, right? So this is being highlighted differently. So if I right click over here and if I inspect, you'll see this is h3, okay, and a tag. Here you can see a tag. So in HTML, you create links using the a tag. Now if you expand this a bit, here is where you will see all the CSS. You can see. So a tag, this is the a tag, and here you can see the CSS. The color is defined as blue. Now if I change the color to, let's say, pink, red, you'll see the color is being changed in the browser. You can see this is completely real time. If I want to change this to, let's say, yellow, which color do you want? Okay. So you can change the color. So this is how beautification is being added to web pages. Okay. So you can see beautification is being controlled by CSS. What this code is, you can see over here, this code is CSS. So you're saying for a tag. Now what is a tag? A tag is over here, which is, so if I hover on a tag, you'll see the corresponding tag being highlighted or the corresponding element being highlighted on the left. Okay, when you hover on the tag. So it's the this React text. Okay, that is what it is. And here you have CSS for the same. So a tag, it says all the a tags. So if I hover on a tag, you'll see all the a tags being highlighted on the left hand side, right? So that is where all the a tags are being used, which means that is where all the links are being rendered, because these are all links, right? So I want all the a tags to be in this color. I don't want any sort of text decoration. That is what you're defining over here. Okay. Cursor is being changed to pointer. So if I hover on this, you can see the cursor is being changed, right? It's being changed to a pointer. I can disable that. Okay. Okay. It's not allowing me to override that, but that's fine. So the point is to understand what CSS is. You can see that live over here, right? So I'll try to bring it to the default color. It was something like this. Okay. Yellow and green is not looking that natural.
But you understand, like, this is CSS, right? Then you have something called as JavaScript. Now, what is JavaScript? JavaScript brings in life to the web pages. So any sort of validation you want to do in the web pages, any kind of pop-up you want to show, you can do all of that. Okay. So if you want to see JavaScript in action, we can go to console tab over here at the top. Okay. And this is the browser console. So here I can say alert. Okay. And I can simply say hi here. Something like this. Okay. You can see hi. This is the alert. So any sort of validations, pop-ups, or any sort of dynamic things you want to do, you can make use of JavaScript. Okay. So JavaScript adds life to your web pages. Okay. Now what is React? React is a JavaScript library. Okay. Let us head over to the website of React and let us understand why this thing exists. Okay. Now let us understand how web used to work before React. Okay. So what used to happen is, this is a web page, right? And you have different interactive elements over here. So I can click on the nav bar and I can go to another page. Now, when you load a web page, HTML is loaded, CSS is loaded, JavaScript is loaded. Now, when you switch over to another tab over here, again, the entire thing is reloaded. So HTML is reloaded, CSS is reloaded, and JavaScript is reloaded. If I go over here, again, everything is reloaded. Click on community, again, everything is reloaded. So this is not efficient, like every time, even though CSS and JavaScript does not change and it's constant throughout the site, we are reloading it. Okay. And this is not good, right? This is not the efficient way. And we humans love to be efficient, right? And that is why React exists. So I'll tell you how React is different. So React is used to make single page web applications. Now what does it mean? So what happens is, you have this web application. This is a web application, right? This is a web page. It's a web application. It is going to have a frame outside. This is a frame. And inside, for example, it is going to have components. So for example, search is a component. These tabs is a nav bar component. Okay, you can create a nav bar and you can add like 4 buttons over there. Okay. This button is also a component. This is also a component. Then the center part is also a component. So this entire page has a frame, and within this frame, you have components inside placed. Okay. Now what happens is, if you want to switch over to learn over here, you can see the top thing does not change across the website, right? So why do you want to reload this? You don't want to reload this. You can just reload this bottom part, right? So with the help of this component based architecture, this became possible. So instead of reloading this entire web page, even though navbar is constant, you are reloading that entire thing, right? It is not efficient, right? It is consuming your data, it is consuming network activity, it is also consuming processing power. It is not efficient. So that is why this component based thing came into picture, where only the component where there was a change used to be reloaded. So if you go to reference, only this part will be reloaded. If I switch to this, only this part will be reloaded. So that is what is a single page application. So it is actually single page application, like one page, and the components are being reloaded. Okay. And they are being reloaded depending on where you are interacting and how the application is built. Okay. So that is what single page web applications are, and React is used to make these kind of single page web applications. Okay. So what Reacts allow you to do is, here you can see, it allows you to create components. Okay. Now, like I said here, this thing is a component. This thing is a component. All these things can be components that you have defined, and then you can have a frame, and within this frame, you can load all the components. That is what React allows you to do. Okay. And why does it allow you to do? So I just explained, because if you like go to reference, I'm just reloading this bottom part. I'm not reloading this nav bar. I'm not reloading this message at the top, right? Only this bottom part is being reloaded. If I click over here, only the things on the right side is being reloaded. You don't need to reload the entire web page every time, right? So that is what React allows you to do. It allows you to create components. You can create components. Okay. So for example, you can create search bar using React, you can create nav bar using React, and then you can define a frame, and within that frame, you can assemble all the components in whichever way you like. Okay, so that is what this thing talks about. Okay, so it lets you build user interfaces out of individual pieces called components, and it also has an amazing demo here on the website. Okay, so this website might change, the interface might change depending on when you're watching this video, but right now I'm seeing this kind of an interface on the website. Okay, if you come over here, they have this amazing example. So don't worry if you don't understand this code. Okay, what this thing is trying to highlight over here is there are components in here. You can see this is an interface. Okay, our interface that you want to show. This is a video thumbnail. Then you have the video title, description, like button, and so on. Okay, now here what you have done is you have created a component called thumbnail. So you can see over here, thumbnail, right? Then you have created a component called like button here, like button. You have a component called video. Okay, you can see. So this is the entire component video, you can see, right? So this is reusable, as you can imagine. Okay, so like button, if I want to use at some other place, I need to just make use of this tag. Okay, thumbnail, I need to use at another place, I can just make use of this tag. Okay, and tomorrow, if there is any change in the thumbnail, I just need to make that change at one place and it's reflected across the app. Tomorrow, if I want to change how the animation of this like button works, or any sort of UI change over here, I want to change the color of like button. You just make change wherever you have defined this like button. So wherever you have defined this like button, you make that small change and you save it. It's deployed across the app. That's the magic. So reusability, as you can imagine, is one of the major things that is coming across. You can see over here. Okay, you can see whether you work on your own or thousands of other developers, using React feels the same. Okay, it allows you to seamlessly combine components written by independent people. Okay, and here you can see, this is amazing. You can see here. So using a little bit of JavaScript, it has rendered. So you created a video over here. Okay, this was a video that you created, and using JavaScript, you are rendering video 3 times. You can see 3 videos. Okay, and this syntax, this is a markup syntax that is known as JSX. So JSX is something that you will hear often when you're working with React. Okay, so this is about React and how it works. Okay, so I would encourage you all to just go through this website. Also, to give you one more example, a little bit interactive one, we can go to learn over here. And if I scroll down here, you can see this. Okay, so here what we have done is essentially we have created a function. So this is a function that is returning button. And let's say this can be any button. So right now it's a very simple button and it says I'm a button. Okay, but let's say if you need a sort of button that is specific in UI and message to your application, you can define it like this. And here what you have done is, here I'm like rendering this button over here. You can see my button. So I'll tell you what happens is when you're developing with HTML, you have like inbuilt tags. You have this h1 tag, you have h2 tag, you have h3 tag, and every tag has a meaning, right? H1 tag has a meaning. Like if you write anything using h1 tag, it is going to be shown in this way in header. If I replace this, and this is like a proper editor, so I'm allowed to change the code over here. So if I change this to h2 like so, you can see this will like show things in a different way. Okay, the font size is little bit smaller. Okay, so every tag that is inbuilt in HTML has its own meaning. So here you can see this is our own custom tag. So React allows you to create your own custom tag. Here we have defined our own custom tag, my button. This is the function my button that we have defined. What is the definition of my button? This is the definition. So whenever you are calling my button, we are calling my button, we are using my button over here. Whenever you are using my button over here, this is returned and this is replaced over here in a way. Okay, so this entire thing is being replaced over here like this when this is rendered into the browser. Okay, so I'll just do Control-Z. I can even prove it to you. So if I right click over here and say inspect, let us see over here what's happening. Okay, so I'll just take this down a bit. I'll scroll towards right. You can see here you are not seeing my button. So here actually we are writing my button in the code. But here you are not seeing my button. Here you are seeing this code being rendered. You can see. So what is happening is wherever you are using my button during runtime, this is going to get rendered. The definition of my button is going to get rendered. So let me replicate this. I'll replicate this and you can see one more button was added. Okay. Now if I change the definition, I am a, let me say I'm awesome button. You can see it's reflected everywhere. Can you imagine this magic? Like, so you change at one thing, you change at one place, you change at one place and it is reflected across the application. So if you have any sorts of custom buttons, custom likes, imagine building Instagram. You're using like button at several places, right? And you have that theme to maintain. So you create a component, okay? You use it at several places, 1,000 places you use. You need to make a change to the component. No problem. You come and make a change over here and it is reflected across the application. Okay. So this is what, and you can make use of this component n number of times. So I can like just keep on rendering this and you can see the definition being substituted over here. So this is the benefit of React. So like we understood this, React promotes the usage of single page applications. Okay. You can make single page web applications. You can essentially create your own components. You can reuse those components. So it promotes reusability. You can, it allows you to maintain your code easily as well. So if you want to make a change, you make change at one place, it's reflected across. So it keeps things tidy. Okay. Also, React is very popular these days. So if you search for React salary in your location, wherever you are from, you can see, so this is payscale.com for United States. And you can see this is the salary right now that is getting paid to React developers. Even full stack developer are being paid well. So there are a lot of jobs that demand this skill set. And it's important that you learn this as a software engineer. So whether you are a backend engineer, whoever you are, these days React is also being used to create mobile applications. Okay. So yeah, it's really important that you understand this stuff and start building stuff using this technology. So this is React. Now, how do we write code in React? So to write code in React, you need Node.js. Now, what is Node.js? So Node.js is nothing but a JavaScript runtime, and it lets you execute JavaScript code on the server side. Okay, so that's something that we'll need Node.js. We'll also need something called as NPM. Now, what is NPM? So NPM is nothing but a package manager for JavaScript. Okay, it is used to manage the different packages that you use with JavaScript. It is used to install libraries, tools, frameworks. So if you want to make use of React, you need to make use of this package manager. Okay. Also, we will need something called as Visual Studio Code. So this is going to be the IDE. Okay. And we are going to make use of this, and it has a wonderful support for web development as well. So we are going to make use of Visual Studio Code for this. So coming to our browser, what we are going to do is we are going to head over to Google and we are going to search for Node.js. Okay, this is something that we are going to need. I'm going to click on this and you can see over here, this is where we will need to install the Node.js. So you can download the Node.js LTS version. Okay, you can download it from here. And you can even go to download page, and if you need anything custom like for Windows, Mac, you can get the selection from here. Okay, installation process is very straightforward. You download this like any normal software program and you just follow the setup and installation instructions. Okay, once you have downloaded, what you can do is you can come over to your terminal and you can verify whether the installation was successful. So you can say node-v. You should see this version being printed.
So your version number might be a little different from that of mine, because this might depend on when you're watching this video and whether there is a newer version available. But don't worry about different version number. A number should get printed. That is what you should worry about. Then you type in npm. So we need this node package manager as well. Okay, and you can say -v. So this should also print a version number. It's okay if it's different than that of mine. Okay, but we need these two things to be installed on your system. So one is Node.js, which is the JavaScript runtime. Okay, and then we have npm, which is a package manager. So just be sure that you have both of this. So now it's time that we move our development of front end to Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to the browser and I'm going to search for Visual Studio Code over here. And you'll see this link, code.visualstudio.com. So just head over to this website here, and this is the IDE that we are going to need. So if you have this IDE already installed, well and good. Otherwise, I would encourage you all to download this. So you can download this for Windows. I'm right now on Windows, so I'm seeing this download for Windows button. But this is also available for other platforms like Mac or Linux. All right. And this is what the IDE looks like. All right. So you can see you can code in any language over here. You can add extensions. Okay. You have GitHub Copilot integration over here. And yeah, a lot of stuff you can go through this website over here. All right, it is one of the most popular IDEs when it comes to web development. And if you are an engineer, it's very unlikely that you have not heard of Visual Studio Code. So I already have this installed onto my system, and you'll see few recent projects over here because I make use of this a lot. Okay. So what I need to do now is I have Visual Studio Code open. I need to open the project. So you need to go to File. You need to say Open Folder. And you need to navigate to the folder where you have created the project. And that will open up over here. So I do have the project open now. Okay, I'll close this welcome screen. All right. And you can see this entire project, like all the files have been loaded into this IDE over here. Okay. And what you can do is you can come over here at the top. Okay. So right now I'll tell you we are making use of this terminal, right? This is an external terminal using which we are running our React application. Now, of course, you can like code over here and you can come over here and see, or you can do command line related tasks over here. But what we would do is we would migrate to a IDE experience over here. So everything that we do around the project should be from the IDE. So I'll go over here, I'll go to terminal, I'll say new terminal. So Visual Studio Code has its inbuilt terminal. Okay, you can even create multiple terminals from here. Okay, so these are two terminals open now, and I can switch between them. Okay, now over here you can run terminal commands just like you are running in actual terminal. So you can say pwd, it gives you like the directory in which you are. This will clear the screen. Okay. And from here, you can even start the server. So if you say npm start, I need to stop this server first. Okay. So I'll say command C or control C. Okay. This will terminate the server. And from here, if I say npm start, okay, then this will start the server right from within the IDE. All right. You can see it started the server right from here. Okay. And you have the application now running from the terminal. So to hide this, you can simply like collapse this way, drag it down and it will go away, right? And you can get it from here. There's a shortcut as well that you can remember. All right. So yeah, this is about the Visual Studio Code experience and integrating it into React development. So I would encourage you all to set this up for yourself as well and get started with the next steps. Now over here you are seeing, let me zoom in a bit. Okay, you're seeing this project structure that was automatically created with the help of create React app. Okay, so let us go through this project structure. Okay, so here this is the folder or the project name that I had specified when mentioning the project name or when running the command. Then you have node modules. Okay, So what are node modules? So this directory contains all the npm packages, which means libraries, dependencies that your project relies on. Okay. So generally you won't need to interact with this folder directly. Okay. So you won't be touching this folder at all. Then you have public folder. Now public folder has all the static files like main index.html. You can see like the name itself public. So all the static files, favicon, all of that will come over here. Okay. Then you have like index.html over here. Okay. This will contain the root div element which your application will interact. Okay. If you close this, you have let me close this. Okay. Then you have over here some JSON files. Okay. Or let us talk about SRC. So SRC is a very important folder for you as a developer, because this is where you will be writing all your code, and this is where all the magic will happen. Okay. So this will have all your JavaScript files, all your React components, style sheets, images, any other assets that you are working on. Everything will reside over here. Okay. Now within SRC, if you take a look at app.js, okay. So if you come over to the browser, you can see edit src/app.js. So this page is being rendered from here. Okay. So if you see over here, edit src app.js. So that message is coming in from here. Okay. And then at the bottom, you had a link which said that if you need to learn React, you need to go to this link. So that is where this is coming from. Okay. This is where it's coming from. Okay. So this is app.js. Then you have index.js. What is index.js? Okay. This is the starting point of the React app. And this is where this app component is being rendered. Okay. So you understand this. App.js is a component that is being added in index.js. You can see this is being added over here. Okay. So all your source code will reside. Don't worry if you are not understanding anything right now about what component is going where. But what I mean to say essentially over here is all your source code will reside over here. Okay. And whatever changes you need to make, you can make over here. Okay. So SRC is the folder where you will be working a lot, because you as a dev, you will be building stuff, and SRC will be your home. So right now, what I would encourage you all to do is here in the app.js, since you're seeing this message coming in, you can modify this message and play around with the HTML a bit. And so instead of edit, if I say edit one, and if I save this file, if you come over here, you can see edit one being reflected. We have not done any sort of refresh, reload, anything, right? How is this being reflected? I just changed here and I just saved it, and we have a server running. How and where the server come from? So remember, we like started the server by saying npm start over here. So this was the command that we executed, npm start, and this triggered the development server. You can see, you can read these output over here. Okay, this thing over here that you see, compiled successfully, and it also gave you a URL. So if you are accessing on local, this is the one. If you're accessing on network, this is the one. Okay, so you have a server which is up and running. It is hosting your application, and whatever changes you're making over here, you just need to save the file. So I edited this file. You see this dot over here at the top, which it means that it's not saved. So if without saving, if you check, it won't reflect. Okay, if you save this, Control S, come here, it is reflecting. Auto reload. So I would encourage you all to make change and observe what's happening. It's good to get familiar with the playground. Alright, so now it's time that we begin working on our application. So here the application is running in the browser. And what I would do straight away over here is I would come over to app.js. Alright, and here this is what we are returning, right? So I don't want to return this entire thing within the div, right? So I'll just get rid of this. This is the boilerplate that we have. All right. And if you come over here, okay, if I save this And if you come over here, it turns into white screen. All right. So yes, everything is done. Okay. And now from here, we can start creating things that we need for our application. So what I would do is I need a component, first of all, called home, right? And when the user visits home, he is able to see two options to log in, which is Google and GitHub. You can add more if you wish to, but we'll start with two. And we'll have one more component, which is the dashboard. Okay, so after the user is authenticated, he's redirected to dashboard. All right, that is what we are going to do. So I would create a new file over here. I would call it home.js. Okay, this is the file, and let's organize this. So I'll have a folder called components here, something like this, and I'll move this home.js inside this folder, right? Now within home.js, we'll start defining the things that we need on home. So first thing, I'll import React at the top. Okay, I'll say import React, and this gets auto-populated. Import React from React over here. All right, and here I'll say const home. Okay, so this is the component definition that I'm having over here. Okay, and yeah, from here I'll start writing in the definition. All right, so the first thing we need is we need functions. So we will be having two functions defined, one to handle the Google login and one to handle the GitHub login. Okay, and on the UI, so let me also showcase how UI is going to come out. All right, so here I'm going to say return. Okay, so first I'll have a return over here, and I'll give you an idea of how the UI will look, and on the basis of that, you are going to get a better clarity as to what we need over here. Okay, so I'm going to say div over here. All right, and here I can say button. Okay, and yeah, this will be button, and here at the top I can have a h2 tag, something like this. I can say welcome to the OAuth demo, something like this. Okay, now this button is going to say over here login. Oops, so I'm going to say login with Google, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to have an on click event, because when the user clicks on this, we need to take him somewhere, right? So I'm going to say on click, and here I can have a definition to function. Okay, so I can map this to a function. All right, so let me hide this. So you can see this is the button, right? So this is Google login. Okay, and if you replicate this can same be used for GitHub as well. Okay, something like this. Okay, and this part, instead of GitHub, it will be something like this. Okay, this is how the UI is going to look like. Okay, now if I save this, okay, and let me also add this over here. Okay, so I want to show the component, right? I have not added it yet. Okay, let me show you what happens if I don't add. So if I don't add the component into app.js, you don't see anything on the home page, right? So if I add this onto over here, okay, so it's not coming in. So I'll go and import this. So I'll say import, I'll say home from, and I'll say /components/home over here. Okay, and now we can make use of this home over here. Okay, something like this. Yep. So yeah, now if I save this, and if you come over here, okay, it was not found as the module has no exports. All right, sorry about this. So here, if you come, you also need to, so after defining this, you also need to export this. All right, now how are you going to export this? So over here in the end, you're going to say export default, and you're going to say home over here. Okay, only then it appears over here and you can make use of it. All right, now here, okay, so it's throwing us an error that Google login and GitHub login is not defined, which is okay. I'm just going to close this. Okay, so we need to define them as well. So I'll come over here. Okay, and at the top over here, you can see const Google login, and these can be functions over here. Okay, so I'll say something like this, and And yeah, this is one definition. I can have the similar one for GitHub as well. Okay, GitHub. Okay, now let me see. So you can see over here, the UI has appeared. You can see login with Google and login with GitHub. Right now, if you click on these, nothing happens. Okay, so what is happening over here is we start by importing React. Okay, and then over here, what we are doing is we are returning this JSX, right? So this is the interface that we are returning. And you can see over here, this is wrapped into div, which is a parent div. You have h2 and 2 buttons to enable login with Google and GitHub, right? Now over here, these 2 buttons are mapped to these functions that I have defined. These functions definitions are empty. There's nothing there. Okay. But we need to add some code. What should happen if user clicks on Google login, right? So that is what we are going to define here, right? And if you come here, you can see the interface appear, right? Now this interface is appearing because we have added this into app.js, okay, over here. Now what I'll do is over here, I should redirect the user to backend, okay? So where do we redirect? So I'm going to redirect him to a URL. So I'm going to say localhost :8080. And you can see this URL over here, localhost :8080, this OAuth2 /authorization/GitHub, right? So this is a URL that I'm going to copy, and this is where we are going to redirect the user to. So if you click on this URL over here, okay, you should be taken to the login for OAuth2 using GitHub. Okay, now for some reason this is not working because my backend server is not up. Okay, so once your backend server is up, let me turn on my backend server. And then now if you come over here and if you say refresh, this should ideally take you to the login page of GitHub. So you are clearly into that OAuth flow, right? So I had copied the URL. I'll come over here, and what I would do is I would say window.location, okay, .href. Now I'm doing redirect like this, okay, and I'll paste this, okay. So this is for GitHub. Be sure to change this for Google over here. For Google, the URL is same almost. I'll just copy this over here and I'll paste it over here like this, okay. And I'll switch this from Google to GitHub because this is for GitHub, something like this, okay. Now if you save this, be sure to save. And if you come over here, if you click on login with Google, you're being taken to the sign in page. You can see this is your application. And if you do back, okay, Google login is not defined, seriously. And if you click login with GitHub, you'll see this page appear, okay. So yeah, this is what we have done with the home page. All right, so we have home page created, and yeah, we need to move forward with the application. So right now on home page, we just have a couple of things. We have 3 elements, header and 2 buttons, pretty simple, right? And you have a couple of functions that do the redirects. Okay, now what happens is as soon as you click on a button, the location, like you can see window.location.href, this attribute is changed and you're being redirected to this URL that you've mentioned, okay. And depending on which button you're clicking, the appropriate function is being triggered and you are being redirected. All right, so that's about the home component. I hope you have been able to follow along so far. So now since we have our application set up, like the homepage setup, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try out logging in with GitHub or Google. Okay, so I'll click on Google. I'm shown this page. I'll select an account, whichever account you want to sign in with. Okay, it's asking me to verify. Okay, I have 2-factor authentication enabled for this one, so I'm going to enter my 2-factor credentials for my Google account. And then you can see I'm being asked for authorization. I'll say continue. And now you'll see I'm being redirected to this success URL. Now this success URL is of backend, right? That's a problem. So normally what happens is this should come to front end. So you should have localhost :3000 because that is where our application is running, right? This is where our application is running. So we should ideally be redirected to some URL over here, something like a dashboard over here, right? So this should be the URL, right? So what I would do is I would copy this entire thing over here And actually what we can do is we can add this thing as a success URL. Okay, we can replace the URL that we have. So here I'll come and I'll replace the URL with this one. Okay, and I'm going to restart the server. Okay, now there is another problem, or one more problem I should say. Okay, we updated the URL over here, right, from the backend URL to the frontend URL. But the thing is, if you go to that URL over here, okay, so this is a URL that we have added in the backend. What happens is just the home page is shown, right? So there is no component that is linked to this URL. All right. So what we need to do is we need to link a component to URL, and we are going to make use of routes, React routes, right? And this is a concept using which if you have an application where you have multiple components, okay, now every component could be a component that is to be displayed on a particular path in the application. Now for this thing over here, /dashboard is the path. So on this, probably I might want to load the dashboard component, right? So that mapping of the URL to that of the component is being done with the help of routes. So what I would do is I would come over here, okay, and here in app.js, I would do a little bit of restructuring, right? So for example, I would just comment this out first, okay, and here I'm going to say router. Okay, so we first need to import a router. Okay, so I'm going to say at the top over here, import. I'm going to say browser router. Okay, so I'm not seeing auto suggest over here. So what I would do is I would actually go to terminal. Okay, or let me also go to package.json. Okay, so I don't think I have the package installed for React Router DOM. Okay, so I don't have. So what I would do is I would say npm install React, and this is within the project directory. Okay, something like this. So what would happen is React Router DOM would be installed, and you can see package.json was updated with this dependency. So package.json is a place where you have a list of dependencies. You can see. So if you want to see any package exist in your application, you can check this file. Right, so React Router DOM was just updated into this file. I'll just close this. So now we have React Router DOM. All right. So what I would do is I would make use of browser router. Okay, you can see the suggestion. All right, and I would import this as router. I would import this as route and routes, something like this. Okay. So this is done, okay, and what I would do is I would say router over here, okay, and within this I'll say routes, something like this, okay, and within this I'm going to define the route, okay, like this. All right, now here I'm going to have the mapping. Okay, so I'm going to say path. So for this path, so for the home page, okay, I need to have this element. Which element should come in? Okay, the element that should come in is home over here, right? So I'm going to say home, something like this. Okay, so yeah, this is done over here, and I don't need a closing tag over here, so I can just close it this way and get rid of this. Okay, so yeah, this is our definition for this route. If I save this and if I come here, okay, let me go to, okay, let me have this also open, this URL. I'll open a new tab and I'll go to home page. Okay, so you see this up here. All right, and what I can do is I'll duplicate this. Okay, and over here I can have /dashboard over here. Okay, and here I can have dashboard defined. Okay, but dashboard does not exist right now. So what I can do is I can create a new component called dashboard.js over here. Okay, and we could add an import over here as well. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this. I'll say dashboard, and from components /dashboard, something like this. Okay, so this is there, and within dashboard, what we can do is we can have the definition. All right, so I can say import React over here. Okay, and So like this, and I can say constant dashboard, okay, and have a component defined. Okay, so this will be my component which is going to return over here. Okay, and what it's going to return, it will keep things simple for now. Okay, I will have this closing. Okay, and I'm going to add the export default dashboard. Okay, something like this, and here I can simply return, let's see if we can return h2, and I'll say hello. All right, now let us see what happens if you refresh this. Okay, you can see hello appear over here on /dashboard URL. All right, now if you go to React app, okay, so this was the redirect URL earlier. After you did a OAuth login, you were redirected over here. Okay, now let me log in, but before logging in, be sure that after making the change in the URL on the backend, you have actually restarted the server. So I have not, so I'll restart the server. Okay, so that the new URL or the new redirect URL is actually reflected. Okay, so the application is running. Okay, we have this new URL being reflected. Okay, and what I would do is here I would hit refresh and I'll just say login with Google. Now you can see after logging in, I have been redirected to the dashboard page. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine. I can do back over here. I can come over here. So the backend URL, the backend structure is not exposed to the front end, right? I can do the same with GitHub as well. On successful login, I will be redirected to the dashboard page. All right. So I hope you have this clarity as to how you can make use of routes to basically map the URLs with that of the components. So now it's time that we build up the dashboard over here. So once the user logs in with Google or GitHub, okay, he's being redirected to dashboard. Now on dashboard, we can actually fetch the user information and show all the details. All right. So what I'm going to do over here is what we need to do is we need to develop this, right? So right now we are just displaying hello. So here, what I'm going to do is I am going to have a div over here. Something like this. This is going to act as a container. Okay. Now within this div, I'm going to have everything that I need on my dashboard. Okay. So here at the top, I can have this title called dashboard over here. All right. And then after this, I can have another div which acts like a container. And within this, I can showcase the user information. Okay. Sorry about that. There was a typo. So I can showcase the user information like this. Okay, so I have this thing p tag over here, and within this I can say I can have a strong tag. Okay, something like this, and within this I can say name. Okay, and I'll close the strong tag after name, and then I can say I can display the name over here, right? So we need to add the logic to display the name. I'll just leave it blank for now. Okay, but we are going to display name, and I can even display email. Okay, and we can even have profile picture. So I'll add the code for profile picture, but for now I'll save this, and here you can see name and email appear over here, right? And what we need now is what happens is once the user is logged in, we can query the backend. We can get the user information, right? So here, if you come, okay, so here, if you go to, let's say, okay, we don't have the endpoint, all right, so we just have the endpoint for hello over here, right? So we can have an endpoint defined where the front end can query the backend and it can fetch the user information. Right now we don't have that defined, so we'll define that. But what we would do is once this page loads, the dashboard page, we query the backend because it's successful authentication. We query the backend, we fetch the user information, and then we take that user information and display it onto the screen. Now that user information can be represented via a state over here. So I can have constant, and I can say the state name is user, and I can say set user over here. as the function. I can say use state over here. Okay. Now use state, I'm importing this use state. You can see this import was automatically added at the top, and this will be null for now. Okay, so there's no default value, it's just null. Okay. Now what we would do is we would use one more hook. So that we are making use of state, we'll make use of use effect over here. Okay, and I'll have use effect defined over here, something like this. And within this, I'm going to have the definition. All right. So this use effect hook is triggered when the component loads, right? So what I will do is okay, just get rid of this. Okay. So within this, I'm going to make use of something called as Axios, right? Now, what is Axios? So Axios is essentially a library that enables us to do querying. Okay. So before using Axios, I'll just add this over here because we want this to render on the component load, right? And over here, I'll make use of Axios. But for Axios, we also need to install Axios, right? So I'll head over to terminal and I can say npm install Axios, something like this. Okay. So this will be added in package.json. If you go over here, you should see Axios being added right after you run that. Okay. So now we can make use of Axios over here. So I'll say Axios. I'll just disable this. The moment you made use of Axios, you'll see it being imported at the top. Okay. So Axios dot, I'm going to make a get request. Okay. Now this get request will be made to an endpoint, which we'll define shortly. But the output of that endpoint will be, okay, it will be a response, right? So what I'm going to do is this should go with credentials. Okay. With credentials, I'm saying with credentials true over here. Now, when we say with credentials, what happens is the request is being done with the authentication information. All right. Over here, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to head over to the new line and I'm going to say then. Okay. So after doing this query, you get the response over here, something like this. And what I'm going to do is here I can say set user and I'll say response dot data. Okay. So whatever response we are getting, it will have data in it. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm updating. So after this querying is done to the backend API. Okay. Here we are going to have the API. I don't have that defined yet. All right. But here we are going to have the endpoint after we define it. And then we are going to update the user state over here with the help of this. Okay. And then user state is going to have the information that we want to display onto the page, right? Now over here, if you come in, we need to populate this data, right? So what I can do is I can, after leaving a space, I can add this kind of a syntax and I can say user dot, and this will have name over here. Okay. So the data we get will have the name attribute. So I'll add that and I'll add this over here as email. Okay. This is done. Now there will be scenarios wherein this information won't be present or the user object won't be present, right? So what I would do is I would add a condition over here. I would say user. So if user exists, only then it should actually render or take or render this all the stuff. Okay. And if the user does not exist, so I'll add this over here. I'm making use of ternary operator over here. Okay. Then I'm going to simply add this thing over here where I say p. Okay. And I say loading user data, something like this. Okay. So I hope this is clear what is happening. So here under H2, I'm making use of ternary operator here. This entire thing is ternary operator. Okay. Yeah. So you can see there's a question mark and a colon. So I'm checking if user exists. If user exists, what I'm doing is I'm rendering this, right? So I can like get the name, email. I can even display the profile picture. If the user information does not exist, then we can show this loading user data, right? So it also acts like a loader. All right. So this is done. Okay. If I save this, it's likely it won't work. Okay. You can see it won't work Well, I'm getting a status code of 404. The reason is this API does not exist that we have added. Okay, so I'm just seeing this because it's loading the user data forever. Okay, now we need to have a valid endpoint over here so that we can query that endpoint, and with the help of that endpoint we can get the user information which we can display in the front end. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll come over here. I can add a controller over here. Okay, so let me call that controller as a user controller. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, and this is of course a REST controller, and over here I can say get mapping. Okay, and here I can say user/info. Okay, so this is the endpoint that I'm having here, and here I can say public, and I'm returning a map which is having string and object over here. Okay, and I'm saying user, this is the name. Okay, and let me come over here. I can say return. Okay, so what am I going to return? I'm going to, so first of all, this thing is going to accept OAuth2 user. Okay, so after authentication, whenever you do a OAuth based authentication, the user is represented by the instance of this thing over here. You can see this interface. Okay, so the instance of this will be called as principal. That is what we are going to call. Okay, and this would be auto injected because I'm going to make use of an annotation called authentication principal over here. Okay, and I'm going to say over here, so let me take this to a new line so that it's clear what's happening. Okay, and I can say principal dot get, you can see get attributes. Okay, so get attributes over here, if you see, it returns string and object, right? So that is why we have the return type as string and object. Okay, so user is the name of the method, and yeah, we are returning information this way. So we are returning all the attributes with the values as well as the response. Okay, and this endpoint can be called later on with from the front end, and you can get the information about the currently authenticated user. So because of authentication principle, we'll get the information about the currently authenticated user. Okay, so this is also an annotation. Okay, so yeah, this is done. I'll just rerun this, and I'll take this endpoint, and we'll come over here, and I'll say HTTP. Okay, and I'll say localhost :8080. Okay, something like this /user-info. Okay, now if you come over here, okay, we are getting an error over here. Network error, it says. So we are seeing this error. Okay, let me try the entire flow again. So if I go to login with Google, I see this error, and if you inspect and see the console, you'll see this error called course error. All right, so this is a known error. All right, if you have been doing web development, but yeah, I believe our component is done. We'll fix this error shortly, but I'll also add a catch block over here. I'll say catch, I'll say error, and I'm going to add a curly brace over here, and I'll say console.error over here, and I can say error occurred. Okay, and I'll just print the error object. Okay, so I'll say error, something like this, and yeah, we have this, and this is handled now. The error is handled. We won't see that pop up. Okay, because we have the catch block, and you can see error occurred, and you're getting this error object being printed. All right, now this error that you're seeing over here is about course. All right, and we need to resolve this issue. So now let us understand this issue that we are getting when fetching the user, and let us understand how we can solve it, right? So here the issue that we are getting here, if you read the message properly, it's saying this particular API, okay, so this call is blocked from this origin. Okay, so this localhost 3000 is the origin, and from here we were making this API call, which is blocked, and this is blocked by CORS policy. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Which is our front-end server host? Okay, so our front-end URL is localhost 3000. This is the URL. Which is our backend URL? The backend URL is localhost 8080, right? So these are two different domains, right? So we are making a query from localhost 3000 to localhost 8080, right? And this kind of a request where you're making a request from one domain to another domain is known as cross origin request. Okay, because this is to a different domain than the current one. Okay, so if you're making a request to http localhost / some URL, okay, that would have been served. But here you are making a request to some other domain, and that is why this is blocked. Okay, and this is a security feature. Now, why this is blocked, you might ask, is because it's a security feature that is implemented by modern web browsers. And this is done to restrict the web pages from making requests to a domain different than the one that served the web page. So this policy exists, this policy of cross origin exists to protect the users from malicious websites, potentially reading the sensitive data from another domain where they are logged in. Okay, so that's the reason why this is implemented. Now, there will be some legitimate cases like ours where a web page exists over here on some domain and it wants to make a request across different domain, right? And this is common, especially in modern web applications where you have a separate front-end and back-end web servers running. So this localhost 3000 is where our front-end web server is running, and localhost 8080 is where our back-end server is running, right? So we want our front-end React application to communicate and fetch data from the back-end server hosted on localhost 8080. Right? So what we need to do is we need to enable CORS request in the backend, and we need to tell backend that, hey, allow all the requests coming in from localhost 3000. Okay, that is what we need to do. And for that, we need to have a piece of code into our Spring Boot application that will set up the CORS policy, and it will allow all the requests explicitly from this origin. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over here to my backend application, of course. And here, what I would do is I would hide this first of all. I would create a file, okay? And I'll call this file as webmvc or webconfig, okay? So I'll call this as webconfig, okay? Now this is a file that is going to exist in our backend application, which is going to be a configuration file. So this is a configuration file, okay? Which means Spring Boot will picking the configurations that we have defined in this file, right? And what we are going to do is we are going to have a bean over here of type MVC, web MVC configurer. Okay, so I can say public, and I can return web MVC configurer. You can see this over here. Okay, and I can say CORS configurer, something like this over here. Okay, this is the method name. Okay, I'm getting some line read over here. This is never used. Okay, that's okay. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a instance of web MVC configurer. So I can say return, and I can say new web MVC configurer. All right, and here you'll see you are being suggested to implement the methods to override, right? So I'll scroll through this. I just want to implement this method called add CORS mappings. Okay, so I'll just select this. Okay, you can see it's being overridden, and here I'm going to add a semicolon because I see a red mark here. Okay, now here what we need to do is we need to add some configurations. Okay, so I'll just get rid of this, and I'm going to make use of registry. So registry is the parameter that is being passed to us over here. I'm going to say registry dot add mapping. Okay, and I'm going to say **. Okay, now what this means is apply these rules to all the URLs in the application. Okay, that is what this line says. Okay, so apply the rules, whatever I'm defining, to all the URLs in the application. Okay, that is what ** says. And I'm going to say allowed origins. Okay, you can see there are a lot of methods, allowed headers, allowed credentials. So I'm going to first say allowed origins. Okay, now which is the origin that I want to allow? Okay, I want to allow this origin, right? Localhost 3000, because I want to say to backend that, hey, any request coming in from origin is trusted and you can allow it. Okay. So I'm allowing this particular origin and all the requests from it. I also need to define which all methods should be allowed, right? So I'll say allowed methods. Which methods should be allowed? Get. So get request should be allowed. I should have post also enabled. I should have put also enabled. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I missed an inverted comma over there. Okay. Put. I can have delete over here. And I can have options as well. Okay. So I'm literally allowing everything. Okay. I'll go to new line. I'll say allowed headers. Okay. Allowed headers over here. Okay. And I'm going to say star over here because I want to allow all the headers. Okay. I don't want to restrict anything. And I'm also going to say dot allow credentials. Okay. Because there will be scenarios wherein the front end might pass any sort of credentials like cookies, authorization headers. So that can be included in these cross origin requests. And I'm going to end this with a semicolon. All right. So that's the configuration part that we need to do to enable the cross origin request. Let me run this and let us see if this actually fixes the issue. Okay. We don't have to call this class from anywhere. It's automatically picked up because we have marked it as configuration, right? Now, if I come to front end over here, okay, let me refresh. And you should see no issues now, right? So that cross origin request that we were getting is gone. Now, if I close this, let me head over to the home page. Let me say login with Google. And you'll see all the information being fetched from the backend over here. Okay. Now, let me also give you a demo over here. Right now, if you go over here, okay, I'm not seeing any sort of URLs over here, but let me do this again. So I'll go to the home page first. This is the home page. I'll just clear everything. Okay, and in the network tab, I'll clear everything. I'll say login with Google. So you can see these many network calls were being made. Okay, I'll select fetch XHR. So you can see user info was also being called over here, right? So what happened is you can see first you were redirected to the Google authorization. You can see. So you were being redirected over here, okay, and then you were being taken to this login page, and that was marked as authenticated. So you were being taken to dashboard over here, right? Because I'm already logged into Google from my current session, and then over here, a API call was being made to user info. I got 200 OK as the response, and here you can see I got all of this information. Okay, so let me expand this a bit. Okay, what all we are getting? Okay, you can see over here. I have some sub. This is my profile ID, I believe. Is my email verified with Google? Yes, it is. This is the link. What is my given name? This is my name. Okay. What is my picture? The profile picture is also coming over here. You can choose to display the picture as well. Okay. You have something called as AUD, EZP. You have name, expiry, family name, and this is some timestamp over here. And this is the email. So all these information you have in the response from user info, and you can display it to the user. And that is what we are doing actually. Okay, we are saying dot name over here, right? So dot name, when you are saying in the code dot name, you can see user dot name. Okay, so here you're seeing user dot name. So name is being printed. You're saying user dot email over here, right? So email is being printed over here, right? So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope you have some good clarity as to how you can get this to work with the backend integration. All right. Now, one more thing I believe we should do it. Okay, that is to display the image. Okay, we can even display the image. Of course, that's optional. But if you wish to, you can over here. So what I will do is you can come over here and you can say user. Or one second, you can have curly braces. You can say user dot picture. Okay, so if user dot picture, then you can say and okay, if user dot picture exists, only then you will show the image tag. Okay, so I'll say image over here, space src, and what is the src? Src is user dot oh, sorry, it's not use effect, it's user.picture, something like this. Over here, you can have the alternate tag over here, ELT over here. You can say user profile, okay. And you also need to add a referrer policy. Referrer policy you can set to no referrer, okay. So if you don't add this referrer policy, what would happen is the image won't be loaded because you'll get some course error again, okay, because you're fetching the image directly from Google, right? So I've added that just for the safer side. If I save this and if you come over here, you can see F being loaded. So you can see picture exists, right? So this is being loaded and you can see the URL over here is from Google, right? So you might get course error if you just remove this. So if I just remove this, if I save this, if I come here, you will see I'm not getting, okay, it's loading, okay. So there's no issue as such, I believe. But I will still add it, okay, because if tomorrow I get an issue, I'll just keep it over here, okay. So yeah, this is about how you can display the image as well, okay. So whatever profile picture you have in your application, that would be displayed over here, right? So I hope you have been able to follow along as to how this integration is working for OAuth, and I hope this is useful for you all. So now it's time we can do some final touches to our application and improve the interface of our app. So there are a few minor improvements that I can think of is centering this and making use of some nice icons with these buttons so that these look professional. Okay. Of course, I'm not going to beautify a lot. Okay. But I'm just going to make it much more presentable. So now over here, first thing that I'm going to do is we can center this. So I can come over here. Okay. And here, this component is the home, right? So here what we can do is I can have a object with a style over here. Okay. So this is the object that I have defined already with the CSS that we need to center style or centering the content. Okay. So I'm making use of properties like display, flex direction, align items, justify content, and height. Okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to make use of this. So I'm going to say div, and here I can say style is equal to center style. The moment I save this and if I come over here, you can see this is now centered. Okay. Now I can add some style individually to the buttons. Okay. So let me make it a little bit aligned like this. Okay. And here what I can do is I can say style. Okay. 1 second. So style over here. And I can add styles like I can say margin over here, and margin can be of 10 pixel. Let us see how this looks. Okay, there is some spacing out there. Okay, now after adding margin, I can even change the font size. So I can say font size over here, and font size can be of 16 pixel. I can set. If you come, okay, this looks decent. And you can have padding essentially. So I can have padding over here. Padding can be of 10 pixel over there. Okay, so we have this button. Okay, and I'm going to replicate this similar style for the login with GitHub button as well. Okay, so I'm going to just copy this over here, this entire thing, and I'll scroll this. Okay, and over here I can say enter in this style over here. Okay, and I'll just align this better. Okay, so that it looks good. Okay, this comes to the new line. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is done, and if I save this, you have a decent looking buttons. Okay, you can of course customize this even further. Okay, but what we can even do is we can add icons over here like login with Google and login with GitHub. And for that, we can make use of React icons. Okay, so if you search for React icons, you'll see a page, this page over here. This is the official website. If you come over here, okay, this is a way to include popular icons in your React projects easily. Okay, So here, let's say if I search for Google, okay, you can see the icon of Google here. Okay, you can see, and you can make use of this. There is icon for GitHub as well. Okay, so what I would do is I would come over here, and we would need to install this first of all. So I'll head over to terminal, and I would say npm install react icons, something like this. We should see the package JSON being updated. You can see package JSON being updated. So the dependencies have been added. I'll just collapse this. And then over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of the icons from this. Okay, so I can say over here, import, and one icon that we should use is FC Google. This is from React Icons. And I'll also need import. Okay, I can say FA GitHub, something like this. Okay, now if you copy this FC Google, and if you come to the browser and if you search for FC Google here, you can see FC Google up here. This is the icon. It's a colorful one. So the other one that we saw was not colorful. So if you search for Google, you can see FC Google over here. Okay, here. This is FA Google is non-colored one. If you search for GitHub, okay, GitHub icon, if you search, you have a lot of options. Okay, I accidentally misspelled. You have lots of options. Okay, but I'll just make use of FA GitHub. Okay, you can make use of any icon of your choice. Okay, and you can copy the name and you can import it. So you can import it this way. You can see the code as well. Okay, so yeah, I'm making use of this one. Okay, FA GitHub. Now we need to use it into our buttons. So what I would do is I would come over here, scroll down. Okay, and just before login with Google, I'm going to say over here FC Google, something like this. Okay, and I'm just going to have the closing tag here. Okay, just get rid of this. This is done, and I'll have space, and you can copy this and add it over here, and this can be FA GitHub. Just save this and come over here to our browser and see the application. This should look far more decent, right? So this is looking better now as compared to the earlier one. Okay, we have not done a lot of UI tweaks, but yeah, a little bit presentable, I would say. Okay, if you click on Google, you again have that dashboard, okay, which is not beautified. That's fine. But yes, I hope with this we have a complete picture of how OAuth works with Google and how you can beautify a React page and make use of React icons into your application.